who hosts debates and interviews and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary, biology-inspired, computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton is a self-described, middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and is mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy-boy chair. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, and societal divides that they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. JMike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show. King Xerxes is an atheist activist and political commentator who has extensive knowledge of the Holy Bible and the history surrounding it. Peter DeTukker is an atheist from the Netherlands who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Aaron Roz, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world. I'm Randolf Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada, and I advocate for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, atheists, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. TJump, aka TJump, is an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality, and so on. Taco, the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. And if you would like to find links to all of these people, all of our hosts' YouTube channels and social media accounts, you can take a look at the website, theisthelpline.com, and click on the About Us section, where you will find all those details. Thank you to everybody for tuning in, and I wonder if anyone on our panel has anything they wanted to mention aside from Chinese Happy New Year to everyone before we commence with our program.
Happy Year of the Rabbit.
Yes, that's right. Happy Chinese New Year.
And I want to wish everyone a very happy Sunday.
Gong Hei Fat Choi, Xin Nian Kuai Le. That's Cantonese and Mandarin for Happy Chinese New Year.
So we've actually got quite a few people in queue at the start already.
Really?
Yeah, we've got 4 people in queue. I see WizKidd first, and then a name I can't say, and then Meryl, and then Osciel, I think is how you say that. But we'll go ahead and pull up WizKidd now. Not quite sure I messaged them yet, but they look like they're Buddhist deist. That could be interesting. What's going on, WizKidd?
Hello, you guys hear me?
How's it going? We got you good.
How's it going? Hold on, let me just fix my audio real quick.
Your audio sounds great.
My audio is good?
Yep, no problem at all. How are you doing, and what have you got for us today?
First of all, good morning. Good morning to you. I hope your morning is going good. Basically, so this event is called is basically aimed toward proving that a god or goddess or deity exists, correct? Just to get that straight.
Actually convincing us that a deity exists, a goddess or a god or a combination of them. Proof is certainly a great thing too. Convincing would already be sufficient enough.
It's pretty much about, you present what you believe and why you believe it. And we'd like to hear how you justify those things. Arguments or evidence. So
okay, yeah, so I do believe that a deity exists or deities exist, multiple gods or goddess, And the way I see it is that all these gods and goddess are just aspects of the individual. Everything, god or goddess, whatever pantheon you want to go down, these all are aspects of the self. I'm not sure if you, I study the self and like Carl Jung philosophy and such. So these gods and goddesses are not outside of us. They're more of aspects of the psyche of so a god will represent an aspect of the individual. So that's how I see it. So these gods and goddesses do exist. That, I mean, I wouldn't think that's a hard thing to convince, because the word existence is just basically, to me, is just like,
so you're saying they exist within our psyche?
Yes, these are.
Okay, so that's not the point of the stage. So
let me address this here. We're asking for to be convinced that they exist. So
supernaturally,
your idea of what this deity is needs to be external to us for us to be convinced. Internal, we can imagine all sorts of things, and they seem very real to us, but we want more than just our own thoughts on this, our own imagination on this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The thought is one thing. Yes, that's internal, but it can be quantified externally.
Well, no. So Wiz, are you stating that? So we understand that people can believe in things, and large groups of people can believe that a thing exists. Like, for example, there are many people out there that are large groups of people that legitimately believe that Bigfoot roams the wilderness of the United States. So they are of areas of the world. There are people that legitimately believe this, even though there is very little evidence to support the fact this thing exists. Now, when you're talking about gods in and of themselves, you mentioned that they are like mental constructs. Okay, essentially they're like abstracts. So they exist in the mind, just like many other things. People who believe in fairies or leprechauns or unicorns or whatever, but they don't exist in reality. So as far as like beings, entities that physically exist in a suit, like Ix said, in the kind of like a supernatural fashion. In reality, there's not a like an entity out there that can be like, I am God. So they all exist in the mind. So that's it.
Yeah. What I'm saying to that is that the mind is just as real as anything else. That's the point I'm trying to make.
That's true. That's true. But there's a designation between imaginary concepts and things in reality. Like this, how we determine the difference between things that are imaginary and things that are real. Sure, your mind is a real thing. Your mind is an emergent property of your brain, but the things that you think of, the concepts that you think of, those aren't real. Those are imaginary concepts.
Well, I would say to that, it's what I would say to that. It starts in the imagination. Then it can be made in this reality, if you understand. Like,
are you talking about are you talking about tulpas?
What is that?
Okay, so I figured that you would being are you a Buddhist or just a deist, or what are you?
I ascribe to Buddhism and yoga and stuff.
Okay, so the reason I bring up tulpas, or what are known as thought forms, is because in Buddhism, a thought form is a thing that is understood. Basically, it's the idea or the idea of, or the practice of willing a thing into reality by pure thought. Okay, so that's why it's called a thought form, or what is also known as a tulpa. In essence, if you get enough people, the belief is that if you get enough people believing the exact same thing, and they believe strong enough, they can literally manifest this thing into reality.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying.
And if it's your friend, it could provide comfort.
I'm saying that the mind. Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
I was just going to say, another word for this is an imaginary friend. And people take that to be very pejorative and insulting, because usually it's kind of intended as such. But hey, imaginary friends perform some kind of valuable role in the lives of children. And I think it's frequently been, a subject of stories that, it's sad that the adults can't see them anymore or whatever. But when we make a distinction between real and not real, we're not just talking about whether the mind can conceive of it. Like, I can conceive of unicorns, but I enjoy the fact that unicorns aren't real, because things that are not real have a purpose. We can use non-real things in fiction, and I might love drawing or enjoying stories about unicorns, or playing Dungeons and Dragons with my pet unicorn. It's not saying that it has no value to say it's not real. And if you can't make that distinction, and you think everything that you can think of is real, then you're just kind of muddying the meaning of the word to the point where it's useless.
But just to build off what he was
I'm
saying, well, I just want to point out, I think that Jungian archetypes, I think that mythic structure from a Joseph Campbell standpoint is very important to our culture. The thing where I would press you a little bit is why, if these many gods are aspects of ourselves, and I believe in a mind, why does any of this process, why should we call them gods? Doesn't that just muddy the water? Can't we just utilize everything that you want from either a mythic structure or building characters from Jungian archetypes without any gods?
Yes. Because like these things, you could call them gods, you could call them imaginary friends, like he said, you could call it whatever. But my main point is that the mind, okay, so what I differentiate is physical existence, things we could touch, taste, hear, and see. Those things are real, yes. But what I'm saying is there's also something that's non-physical, which I ascribe to the mind, which I take a Buddhist standpoint as the mind is it may not be physical, yeah, it's not a physical thing, but yeah, it is real, it is substantial, it is useful, just like an imaginary friend could be useful to a kid. My main point is that the imagination is just as real, gods can be just as real and just as useful as tools in our regular reality. It's just two different polarities is what I'm saying.
So you're saying there's a second state of existence, non-physical. Could you go more into detail on that? I'd like to hear more about that.
Yeah. So I ascribe that to the mind. So I believe in mind. I believe in spirit. So I see we have a physical reality, which we could touch, taste, feel, and see and hear with our five senses. Then we have the mind, which you guys may say, oh, it's not real because someone says, oh, I believe in such and such God, or I believe in Shiva. You'll say that's not real. But what I'm saying is that the mind can be real. It's up to the individual.
You for 1 second? Because a lot of times when we do like one-word definitions equal one-word definitions, it becomes an equivocation. What's the difference between mind and spirit?
No, a lot of people, well, when it comes to philosophy, different philosophers differ from whether they separate mind and spirit. I don't. I see mind and spirit as the same thing. So that's where I differ. Some philosophers think mind and spirit are different. I don't. I say it's the same thing. Your mind is a culmination of your thoughts, feelings, aspirations, and past experiences.
Everything's quantifiable, though, right? So what's the non-physical part?
No, it's non-physical.
I think
it's non-physical in a state that if you say, "Oh, a unicorn exists," no, you can't see a unicorn in this physical reality. But what I'm saying is still.
Sorry, we do have a question from the YouTube audience. GeoSam is asking: is there a way to tell that it's not the imagination? I don't know if you have an answer for that one.
No, it's no way to tell it's not the imagination, because the mind is everything. So whatever concept you come up, it still originates in the mind. So everything comes back to the mind at the end of the day, no matter what. Any thought form.
I think Amy was onto something when she said that a single definition often doesn't capture the whole usage of a word in language or in the way that we're using the word. So we get into what's called equivocation when we have different meanings and we're using them in different ways in different contexts, but we're pretending like they're the same. And so that causes mistakes in thinking and confusion. So if I can ask you a question like, is that thing imaginary or mind independent? And you can say, well, that thing, like Harry Potter, is imaginary, even though there are movies about Harry Potter and so on that physically exist, but they're about an imaginary thing. And we could also say that the Earth, prior to the evolution of life, existed independent of minds, and it has a history which we can trace to show that it changed over time without anyone around in the forest to hear the sound, right? So if we can make a distinction between a mind-independent reality and an imaginary reality, but you keep saying it's just as real, that is like saying that distinction doesn't exist. So what I was trying to get at, and what Amy was trying to get at, and which I think you might even agree to, I'm not quite sure if we're aligned with what you're actually thinking, but it doesn't mean that something is useless to say that it is fictional or imaginary, right? We're not asking you to say, like, is Buddhism worthless because it's in your mind or something like that, right? All we're asking you to say is, can you agree that there is a distinction between things that are real independent of human minds and things that seem real to humans because they imagine them?
No, I don't make that distinction. That's my take on it. I don't make the distinction. So when you say something is in our reality, I would say it's still mind dependent. I say nothing is mind independent at all, because you still need the subject to experience the object. So it's a relationship, a subject and object relationship.
Wiz, what X is bringing up, it's understood that the Earth has existed far longer than humanity ever has. I think we can agree to that, correct? That the physical planet itself has been around far longer than life itself has been around. That life on the Earth is younger than the planet. We know this unequivocally. We have irrefutable evidence like this. The planet itself existed, and then it took time for the conditions to become conducive to the formation of life. So there was a time when the planet existed and there was no life. This is an example of something existing mind independently. Before there were minds to ever wonder about the planet or conceive of the planet or conceive of like this rock that we're on as like, this is a planet, this is one of, 8 or 9, I don't want to offend any Pluto believers, but this is one in the system, and that system is a part of a galaxy, so on and so forth. But these things existed long before there were minds to even give them names and terms. So that's an example of a mind-independent truth, like something that is mind-independent. The Earth existed before there were minds to even call it a planet or call it the Earth.
And if I could just build off, I agree with what Ix and J.L. Warren said. A lot of dualists, they will take like the double slit experiment or the collapse of like the dual wave function and go, look, that means you need like big brain minds to make anything exist at all. But we were, as life, around for 4.5 billion years. The universe has been around for 13.8. And it wasn't until like a few billion years ago that, as far as we can tell, organisms with minds that can conceptualize actually came around.
Right. So, okay. Yeah, no, I understand. And that's a good point, saying that the Earth was around before life was here.
Before life even existed, right?
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, I'm boiling down the mind to not even. I'm boiling down the mind to strictly consciousness, like at its fundamental level.
Well, that's true. But your statement that nothing exists mind independent, and then your acknowledgement of the Earth existing before there were minds.
No. I'm saying the Earth is an actual consciousness thing. Is still conscious.
Is there evidence for that? Well, like, what does that mean? Like, are you a panpsychist? No, there's a belief called panpsychism.
No. I see. I see where you're going with that, X. Absolutely. I'm kind of curious. If all the humans died off tomorrow, though, would the Earth still exist?
He said the Earth is conscious.
Yeah, because there's birds is conscious, the plants are conscious. What I'm saying, consciousness is just simply awareness. That's all.
Okay, I see where X. Yeah, I see where X was going. Go ahead.
Let's put it this way: rocks are not mind dependent, but minds are rock dependent. Right? We have minerals that make our brain work, but minerals do not require our brain to work. You acknowledge that, right?
You said minerals don't.
Yeah,
require our brain.
Chemical reactions do not require minds to happen, but minds are based off of chemical reactions, right? One thing allows the other to happen. The other thing is not part of the former thing.
I would say it's more of a back and forth relationship. It's not just one thing causing the other.
Do you think that chemistry prior to any consciousness existing was conscious just because it was a chemical reaction, like formation of rocks or something? Okay. And where does that belief come from?
So how I see it, I boil down consciousness simply as awareness. Just awareness, just simple as that. So if anything has,
because you've said awareness, but see, right now we have mind equals spirit equals consciousness equals awareness. And so my question to you would be, what does it mean for the earth to be aware?
It's aware as in it's more like a self-regulating system.
But that's getting into like Gaia hypothesis stuff. Like I was trying to establish just chemistry, like rocks, prior to any regulation. So I mean, I agree with the Gaia hypothesis basically that, you know, there are organism-like properties of large, you know, ecosystems and so on. That's great, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about chemistry. We're talking about rocks. Okay, a rock can have a shape like a crystalline structure because it's squished really hard into the only shape that the molecules in the rock can take, which happens to be sort of geometric and cool looking, right? But the rock, just by being squished, is not aware of the shape that it's taking in a mind sense. So you're saying that everything has a consciousness, including rocks, doesn't seem justified to me, and I'm trying to understand where you draw your justification for that belief.
I mean, so it may seem a little out there, but I do believe in vibrations. Nothing stands still. That's how I see it. So even if you look at a rock and you say, "Oh, this rock is just a piece of solid stone that has no mind, no nothing," I see it more as everything is vibrating. Nothing is standing.
Yes, vibration does not equal consciousness. Vibration is just the state of shaking, right? Things shake. And that's what temperature is, right? The temperature of an object is the vibration rate of the things in that object, right? The atoms, right? That's what vibration is. Point out,
you can get vibrations by getting AA batteries. Continue.
And we can increase or decrease the temperature of the thing, so we can reduce it to the point that it stops moving. Well, almost to the point that it stops to, like, you know, near absolute zero. So what is that? How does that factor into it?
All right, so I'm gonna be completely honest with y'all. I'm not 100% sure that a rock has consciousness, to be honest, to this discussion. But
fair enough.
Fair enough. But I would say our experience of a rock, that when we see a rock needs eyes to see it, to experience it. Just like a tree falls in the forest, it needs ears to hear it. But
that doesn't entail that the sound waves emitted by the tree falling cease to exist.
Yeah, but it's more substantial to hear it rather than just saying, "Oh, it could have happened. It could have been a sound." What's more substantial, actually experiencing it, or just saying, "Oh, it could have happened. Like the sound could have happened."
Well, seeing as the Earth managed to insubstantially, do itself into existence without any minds around to allow us to even exist in the first place, I would say it's far more consequential how the fundamental chemistry of the world works, independent of any minds, than it is to
I would think
denigrate it, because you're insulting the sort of importance of the world that doesn't have minds in it.
I would think it's far more grounding to actually go off the experience rather than saying, "Oh, Earth was here before us," because that's not even that theory is not 100%.
Yes, it is
plausible.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Are you trying to render some version of like the non-independent origination idea from Buddhism? Is that where this is coming from? It's like, is this a Buddhist belief you're trying to explain in your own words?
What are you talking about?
I mean, there's a Buddhist idea called like non-independent origination, which is basically saying that, there's They're relationships between all things rather than completely separate origins of things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a relationship. So saying the Earth was here before us, yeah, you could say that based on studies, of course, but
based on the WizKid, based on the evidence, the absolute evidence, the independently verified evidence.
But to say to that, not all scientists agree with it. You know that, right?
I have yet to run into a scientist. I mean, like a scientist.
You run into scientists.
No, I do. I work in these circles, dude.
No, I understand. But
yes. When we're talking about people who understand geophysics, when people who understand geodesy, when people who work in these fields, who work in, whether they work in tectonics or they work in the oil industry, or whatever. Yes, we understand unequivocally the age of the Earth. That's it.
I agree with you. No, I agree with you. A substantial amount, probably most scientists say that based on the scientific evidence, but there are other scientists that disagree with this theory. You know that. Not everybody is saying, oh, the Earth lived way before anything ever existed.
Wait, who's disagreeing with that?
I'm curious myself.
If he could show us the scientist who holds the opinion that he says exists, we would hear it. But we don't have any scientists to point to, I think, at the moment.
Well, there's the young Earth creationist guys who are all kind of crazy, but other than that, I don't know of anybody. Like all genuine scientists agree the world is 4.5 billion years old. Like I don't know what he's talking about.
Let's just say that
where we were before the Earth existed. Then
WizKid is pretty much the Earth. The Earth in itself is pretty much just I'm rounding these numbers. It's like 4.5 billion years old. It took about 1 billion years after the formation of the Earth in order for basic, literally single-celled organisms to begin to microscopic single-celled organisms to begin to form. And about 1 billion years after that for complex ones. And hell, reasoning like monkeys, us, didn't even arrive until like 2 million years ago. So yeah, the Earth has been around a hot minute before life ever even was a twinkle in anybody's eye on this thing.
But let me correct you there. Single cell organism life. How do you know there's other types of life that is not single cell? There could be other consciousness things that could have existed before that.
On the Earth?
Leprechauns and Santa Claus. And
wait. Did you just say that prior to single-celled life, there could have been less complex conscious organisms?
No, he just said other kinds of consciousness, so he didn't.
Yeah, like what I'm saying, consciousness is not just what we call our standard single cell organism. I'm saying everything is every single, like even physical things are a part of consciousness, like our whole reality.
The thing that I asked for was a justification for that claim, and I feel like you haven't provided one. And it's okay if you don't want or need a justification yourself to believe it, or you believe it because you think it's entailed by non-independent origination from Buddhism.
My main
it's not convincing.
I don't have to. No. My main point is that I mean the boil it down to one thing is just that the mind is just as real as our physical reality. So I ascribe the mind to gods, which is the imagination. So the imagination is just as real as saying, "Oh, give me proof." I mean, when I say God, I don't need to prove to anybody else that it exists.
Well, you kind of do if
I said leprechauns exist. Would you just believe me because I can imagine they exist?
I would say to that it exists to you, and that's substantial enough. You don't have to prove to like a group. Oh, this, like I could say my cheeseburger I ate for lunch is God, and then you say wait no. No, it's not.
Let's say I believe leprechauns exist, and if you don't worship the leprechauns, they're going to stick molten gold bars up your butt for all eternity.
Yeah. And I don't have to believe that. That's the amazing part about it, because I have a mind, I have a consciousness. You have your mind, you have your consciousness. We don't have to agree in our gods, but yes, it does exist to that individual. What I'm saying. Everything is part of it. Individual.
Well, let's say there's two people. One person believes that there is a god, magical leprechauns, and one person believes there's a god of a magical potato. And they both believe that's the thing that created the universe. Now, only one thing could create the universe, right?
No. Everything is perspective is what I'm trying to get to you. It doesn't have to be one overarching objective God. I don't see it as objective. I'm seeing it as more as a, yeah, you say a leprechaun is your God. Yeah, okay, that's your reality. I have my own reality. I say this cheeseburger is God. Nobody's
only
right
one of
and
us can be
nobody's
right.
wrong. Nobody's right and nobody's wrong. It's just two perspectives
wait.
explaining
like,
their experiences.
Like if
That's
I say the
tantamount to
world-
admitting you have no justification for anything that you have put forward, which we asked for.
Literally sounds like he's trying to define imaginary objects, like imagine things into reality.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
so I
but
wanna
what
know-
I'm
one-
saying
one
is,
sec.
you don't have-
I want to know, like, so if two people believe contradictory things, I believe that there are more black marbles in the jar. You believe there are more white marbles in the jar. One of us has to be right, and one of us has to be wrong.
No.
We can't, wait, what?
No, because you don't, because a colorblind person could say,
I don't care
well,
about. I
these
don't care
all
about a
are
colorblind
gray
person. I don't care. I don't care about a
Like,
colorblind person. I'm saying, like, literally, objectively, this object has this many photons that reflect off of it in this spectrum, which is white. This photon or this object absorbs the photon, so it's black. These are objective qualities. You don't get an opinion on it.
Yeah.
And this jar has either one of them, the black one or the white one, is more. And we both can't be right. One of us has to be wrong.
I agree with physical properties being objective. I'm not disagreeing with that. I
So,
know
like,
there are physical
Who
there are
created the
physical
universe is a
properties
physical
that-
property, right?
No, that's not a physical property. That would not be saying that's not a physical property. A physical property would be something that, okay, this is 5 yards away. Yes, that's objective because we both can measure it. But what I'm saying is we have different perspectives.
Let's say
on
like
that.
the thing that created everything else. There can only be one of those, right? There can only be one thing
No,
that created
there
all
could
other
be
things.
multiple, and that's what I'm trying to get to. There could be multiple things that could be creating, like
No. So listen carefully. It was a thing that created all other things. So for that to be the case, there can't be a thing it didn't create, because if there was a thing it didn't create, it would not have created all other things, right? So if I think that there is a God that created
go ahead.
all other things than it, that means there cannot be another thing it didn't create.
Yeah, but then we run into a problem because that God, like, who created that then?
Right.
See, it's just a circle. We're going in. It
That's
will
not
go
the
to
point.
a
The
circle.
point is that if you believe that there are multiple things that are uncreated, and I believe that there's one thing that
No,
created
I'm not
everything.
saying it's
Wait,
uncreated.
wait,
I never
wait,
said.
that's not
I
the
never
point.
said
So
that.
the point here is that if one person believes there is a single being that created all other things, and another person believes that there's a bunch of different beings out there and they weren't created by this one being, they both can't be right. One of them has to be wrong.
Why? Why do both of them why does one have to be wrong and one have to be right?
Because I believe that there is a single God that created everything else.
Yes,
No
you.
exceptions. Wait.
Keyword,
Stop. The other
All right,
person
I'm stopping.
believes that there are other they're like 10 gods or whatever. Who cares? One of us has to be wrong, because in reality, the physical facts of reality, one of us is going to accurately describe reality and the other is not.
No, I disagree.
Oh.
I disagree. If you say there's one God and I say there's multiple gods, that's two perspectives. You can't quantify that.
He's not talking about a fact of any kind of matter. He's just saying that he treats whatever someone wants to believe as real because they want to believe it. There's no argument here. It's just believe whatever you want to believe is basically what he's saying.
No, I'm not. I'm saying, yeah. I'm saying
WizKidd, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So let's say you, for instance, you WizKidd.
Uh-huh.
You believe that you are created by God A.
Uh-huh.
Your neighbor believes that you're created by God B.
Right.
Your aunt thinks that you're created by God X.
Uh-huh.
So they can all be true?
Yes, they're all true. And I would say, and my reason
How can you be created? How can you be created by three different entities at the same time?
No, what I'm saying, they're not all true. But let me rephrase that. They're not all true.
I literally
statements.
asked. This is a thing that TJump tried to ask you as well in a different way. If all these three gods are true and they all claim to have created you, then only one of you can be right in thinking, in picking the correct God. You cannot all be true at the same, believing in the true God at the same time.
Yeah. So what I differentiate with that, that's where I go the other way, because I don't see it as a dilemma. Can I finish? Can I?
Yeah, sure.
I don't see it as a dilemma. I don't see it as a dilemma of true versus false or right versus wrong. This is I'm not putting a moral dilemma in it. I'm saying.
Let me ask for clarification. So you think that you could have been created at the same time by multiple gods?
Me personally,
to you, that's not a dilemma.
No. You gave an example of 3 different people saying I was created by these guys.
Yeah, only one of these. If you were created by any of those 3 gods, only one person has it right. The other ones are believing something that is extremely false.
No, there is no right and wrong. Again,
there is right and wrong.
Perspective.
Let me try and help you out again. Can you be created by 3 different gods at the same time? That's a yes or no question.
Yes, it's possible.
It is possible.
Yes.
Let's try a simple example.
How?
Can 2 + 2 be equal to 4 and equal to 5? If I think it's 4 and you think it's 5, is it just a matter of perspective that you could be equally right about just because you have a different perspective that 2 + 2 = 5?
No, because we're talking math.
Okay.
So
you think that
when we're talking about math, it has to be right.
So you think that
when we're talking about when we're talking about things like God, that's not math. Math is different. Math, you have to be right on certain things. When you're talking about God, this is different. This is more of a subjective.
You don't have to be right about God. You can believe something that is entirely false.
Well, false to who? That's a dilemma.
WizKidd, we're talking about
false when it comes to how it relates to reality.
Yeah, WizKidd, we're talking about logical contradictions in this. If you have 2 assertions and they're in a situation where you have 2 assertions and only one of them can be true. Okay? So not both, because they're both contradictory to one another.
Yes.
No.
So that's the problem.
I'm not disagreeing with
So in Peter's in Peter's situation, if one person claims that you were created by God A, and the other person believes that you were created by God B, but God A and God B cannot both be true because they are both contradictory to one another. They can't both be the same because they're both it's like literally saying like a square circle. It's not something that can exist. It's a logical contradiction. So how would you decide then? In the face of logical contradictions, then how can you say that everything you believe can be true if logical contradictions exist?
No, that's not what I'm saying, TJump. I'm not saying every logical statement. That's not TJump. My bad. I'm not saying every logical situation has to be. I'm not saying every logical situation.
Let me help you out, WizKidd. Let me help you out. Let's take 2 people, right? You and your neighbor. You think you're created by God A. God A is a black-haired, middle-aged man. And your neighbor thinks that you're created by God B, who is a blonde young woman.
Right.
Can you both be right?
No, again, I will explain again, as I just said. This is not I don't see it.
Earlier you said you could both be right. This is what we're trying to explain to you.
Okay, let me rephrase that. I didn't mean to say it. Sorry. I didn't mean to say we both could be right. I'm saying we both have different perspectives. When it comes to saying God, when you throw the word God.
Okay, for clarification, it depends on perspective. If you see a person walking past your house, it depends on perspective whether or not that person is a black-haired, middle-aged man.
No. See,
a blonde
you're changing
young
the
woman.
subject. But you're changing
No,
the subject. We're not talking about God anymore. You're talking about attributes.
Okay. Well, let's say a God walks past your house. A God walks past your house. It depends on perspective, on how you see that God to be a black-haired man.
Yes.
How does perspective change the hair color, the age, and the sex?
Yes, because we're not talking about physical things. We're talking about God now. This is not a physical thing.
It doesn't matter what we're talking about. I'm asking you a simple question. How does perspective change hair color, age, and sex?
Yes, because we're talking about a God. We're not talking about a regular person.
But explain how perspective can change that.
Because when two people think of a concept, which is
we're not thinking of a concept. There are multiple people. There are multiple people who claim to have seen God. Different gods. That's not imaginary. That they have seen it with their own eyes. So explain how perspective can change hair color, age, and sex. Because if you can't, then your position is wrong.
No, it can. When you say, I see God walk by my window, well, when two people see one thing walk by the window and they both say, oh, this God walked past the window, there are two perspectives. You cannot say one is right and one is wrong.
You keep saying there are two perspectives. What I'm asking is, how can a perspective change hair color, age, and sex?
Yes.
How does how does perspective work to change that?
Yes, it works to change that because
you're
different
still saying
individuals.
That it works that way. I'm asking you how it works.
I'm answering your question. This is how it works. When you have two different individuals, they have two different values, and based on those values, they ascribe different qualities to thus God or goddess, which adheres to their values that they grew up with as a child. Their parents told them about. These things are what make up what we personally ascribe to gods and goddesses.
But if that were the case, then these values would also make up how you view actual people.
Yes, and it doesn't.
And it doesn't.
No, it does. It shapes your whole reality.
Describe to me. Okay, Amy Newman as a profile picture. Describe Amy Newman according to her profile picture. What do you see? Do you see a blonde? Do you see a blonde, old guy?
Peter, please stop confusing me with Amy. I'm good friends with Amy, but I'm the blonde here.
Yeah, actually.
I think maybe we should move on because we haven't heard anything that is coherent enough to even
take someone else. I mean,
I don't think you've thought this through, WizKidd. You need to write it out, then read it and try to comprehend what you just wrote. Because what you're saying is utter
I'm just saying it's
nonsense.
Perspective.
It doesn't work.
Can I just make this final point and I'll let the next person?
Hey, Peter, let him make a final point and then we'll go ahead and move on.
We're gonna move on. I'm gonna just make this final point. Yeah, I'm gonna just make this final point to my discussion is just that everything is, when we talking about gods and goddesses, this is more of a perspective thing rather than one person is right and wrong. That's all I wanted to say. And thank you for having me. And
thank you for coming up.
All right, thanks.
Have a good one.
And I just want to say that my entire goal after having conversations with me is to walk away with your sexuality confused. All right.
So, Peter, what did you want to say there?
Amy, are you going to be dyeing your hair blonde soon just to accommodate Peter?
Oh, I think I am.
I mean, if we're talking about gods and goddesses, I mean, we have to take Amy into consideration. I'm just saying.
See, I like where this conversation's going.
See, I thought so.
So, do we have somebody ready to come up? I think we have someone.
Yeah, we have an exciting one. So, Buggin is saying some pretty amazing things, and I'm just going to leave this one to be a surprise. I'll let him introduce himself. Buggin, I'm inviting you up right now. I think everyone's going to be a Christian after this one.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today, Buggin? I hope we're saying your name right.
You're exactly 100 years older than I am.
Buggin, are you there?
We can't hear you, Buggin. You want to check your mic?
You may want to try dropping out of the, if you've been in here for a while, maybe drop out. Oh, we can hear you.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
There he is.
Your volume's a little bit low, but we can make out what you're saying, yes.
Go ahead, though. We can hear you.
He's totally adjusting it now, probably.
Yeah. Adjust not lest ye clip. So just go ahead.
Wow, that was very well said.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
we got you.
No, we're good. No, we're good. All right. So I'm here to prove God's existence through science and also prove with evidence besides strictly the Bible that Jesus did indeed rise from the dead.
Great. You're a Christian?
I'm not very extremely religious. I use the Bible as a guide through life. I'm more of someone who just likes to follow the 10 Commandments.
A quick question for you. How do you know that God is a he and it's not a goddess that's a she?
You know, that I cannot prove. That is not something that I have any means to prove of. But I want to start with the Jesus thing first. So I'll ask you.
Hang on a sec, Buggin. If I can get one more clarification before you dive in, and I'm going to let you dive in. Just really curious, which Bible do you adhere to, and why?
Because I like to interpret the verse that I read through more than just one version. The way I read the Bible is I'll take the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the King James Version if they all share the same verse and they're all written differently. Whichever one I feel is interpreted the same through two of the three, that's the interpretation I stick with.
Does your King James Version not have the Old and New Testament in it? I'm confused by that statement. What does that mean?
I'm kind of hey, Peter, hang on a sec, Peter.
Let him make his argument.
Dang it.
The three versions that I read, a lot of the verses in there are not written exactly the same.
But the question is if you have if you have the KJV, which I get, that's a version of the Bible. But yes. what other versions are you utilizing? Are you going all the way back to
said this was relevant to his argument.
TJump. It's a question that is relevant to me. So I'm asking for a clarification so I understand where he's coming from, because what Bibles he's using is important.
It may or may not be. He hasn't made an argument yet.
I agree. Saying the Old and the New Testament, that's not a Bible version. Those are parts of Bible versions.
So my question is, Buggin, are you utilizing like the Latin Vulgate? Are you going to the Septuagint, or what do you?
Let's just say I'm utilizing the KJV. Let's just say King James Version.
Okay, gotcha. Just want to make sure.
Okay. Let's all be quiet and let Buggin put his argument up for about a minute or so.
So here's my question to all of you. So when you go to any courtroom, any courthouse, and you've got someone on trial, right? Let's say, example, they murdered somebody, but there is no video. All you see is clothes on the scene, but over 500 people said they witnessed it. Is that not a form of evidence that can be used in front of a judge?
Yes,
over 500 witnesses.
Yes, that is evidence.
It's the weakest form.
One sec. That is evidence of things that have an empirical basis. So eyewitness testimony counts as evidence of things that we have empirical evidence exists. So if I said I saw a dog, that's evidence I saw a dog. Eyewitness testimony is not evidence and is not allowed in a courtroom for anything that does not have empirical basis. So miracles, magic, mythical creatures, the paranormal, supernatural, UFOs. It doesn't matter how many people saw those things. Those are thrown out of a courtroom because it has no precedent.
So you're saying...
Well, can I just add on there that when you say 500 witnesses, you say the Bible claims 500 witnesses. But if I were to be like, can you pull up witness 305? Would you be able to name any of those 500 witnesses either? And I agree with TJump. It's not... witness testimony is actually thrown out most of the time because it's consequential. It could be biased. It could be tainted. It's generally the empirical basis that allows us to get over that bias.
Yeah, in a murder trial, the courtroom standard is typically beyond a reasonable doubt, and eyewitness testimony very often may not satisfy that burden. Buggin, are you trying to say you want to use the courtroom standard of qualifying beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
But Amy kind of hit the nail into the coffin with my statement, because I was referring to Corinthians 15:3-8, to where it says Paul gives a list of people to whom the risen Jesus appeared.
Nope.
These witnesses to be resurrected, Jesus included the Apostle Peter, James, the brother of Jesus, and most intriguingly, a group of more than 500 people at the same time.
Were you there to
Buggin, hold
verify
on.
any
He
of them
doesn't
were there
give
in the
a
Bible?
list of people. He doesn't give a list of people. He only mentions that over 5 people saw him after he rose. He didn't see those 500 people. He has no clue who those 500 people are. So he doesn't give a list. He's just regurgitating a rumor.
Oh, brother,
there's no list of 500
I'm just quoting the verse.
Buggin. So let's go back to what I said. Eyewitness testimony is not evidence of miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, etc. If you brought that to a court case today, it would get thrown out. It's not evidence of a person rising from the dead.
All right. Well, if that's one y'all don't want to hear, I also want to prove.
No, Buggin. It's not that. It's not one that we want to hear. It's one that we're familiar with, where you're deriving the claim from. The problem is that talking about what the Bible says and then literally putting 500 eyewitnesses onto the stand in a court of law is not equivalent, because the Bible is a story written by an author who is long since dead, who wrote it almost 100 years after the fact, essentially taking the oral tradition that had been passed down and finally writing it down writing it in the letters to the Corinthians. So the problem is that there's not an equivalence between the two. It's not the same. Okay, you can't say that the claim that there were 500 people, that Paul making the claim that there were 500 people in the Bible that witnessed this, is the same as putting 500 people onto the actual witness stand to say that they saw a person do a thing, and then the prosecution also having the evidence to go along. Because even if this was a court of law and there were 500 eyewitnesses, if there's no video evidence or any other physical evidence to back up their story, then all of that would be hearsay. Because the rules of evidentiary procedure are extremely strict. And so, 500 people just saying a thing is not enough evidence to claim to verify somebody did something.
It's worse. It's worse than that, because if you wanna make the same argument, then what you need to say is that one guy during the trial comes up into the witness stand and tells you about another guy who told him that 500 people saw the murder. That is what we're talking about when we're going to that claim of 500 people who saw Jesus rise. That is all you have in the Bible. I still wanted to give him a chance
to respond to my argument. So let's grant the strongest possible evidence you could possibly have. You have 500 eyewitnesses on the stand, literally, who saw it yesterday. A guy casting a magical spell, Avada Kedavra, to kill the guy next to him, a little wand. In a courtroom, they present their testimony. The courtroom is going to throw it out because there's no evidence magic exists. Do you think that would be evidence? Would you believe magic if you had 500 eyewitness testimonies go on a stand and say a guy cast an Avada Kedavra spell to kill another guy? Would you believe them and believe magic was real because of that?
I wouldn't take it as I believe magic is real, but this is, I'm not saying Jesus rose from the dead in the way the Bible said it. I'm saying that I didn't get to finish what I was saying, though, but what I was saying is those 500 eyewitnesses had seen something happen to Jesus. They had seen something.
How do you know this?
In some way, shape, or form. Because
let's go with the Bible. How do you know this? Because you have
I have
a
to
guy.
make a point of moderation. The message you sent me said that you were going to prove that Jesus rose from the dead through a form of evidence besides
form
the
of
Bible?
evidence was
Do you have
eyewitness
anything
testimony.
outside of the Bible that you can
My
reference?
form of evidence was eyewitness testimony. That was my form of
Buggin.
evidence.
Where's the source
Okay,
of
let
those
me
eyewitnesses,
ask-
though? Is
let
it
me-
the Bible?
He has not gotten
Let
a
me-
chance to respond to my point yet. Okay, so my point. Even if you had eyewitness testimony of magic, you would not believe it. They saw something, that's fine. The fact that some eyewitnesses saw something is fine. That's not evidence of miracles or magic or mythical creatures. So again, why do you think this, even if it was true that there were 500 eyewitness testimonies, why would you accept this as evidence that Jesus rose from the dead?
It's like I said, I'm not saying that Jesus rose from the dead in the way the Bible testimonials it. What I'm saying is, like with your magic wand theory, I'm saying that it's not going to prove to me that magic exists. I think they see something that is on a higher form of science. And I'm going to take a quote from Neil deGrasse Tyson. Everything that people have considered magic over the past 300 years is something that has eventually been proven to be a form of math or science that we just did not understand at the time.
Yeah, that's a quote that you're pulling out of context because he's not talking about anything even remotely close to a god.
Okay, Peter, he still has not gotten a chance to respond to my
He
point.
was talking about magic. I wasn't referring it to a god. I was referring it to as magic. And the same thing can be applied. The same thing.
One point at a time. One point at a time. What is your evidence for Jesus? You think he resurrected in some different way? Okay. What is the evidence he resurrected in any way?
I was using eyewitness testimonial as evidence. That's what I was.
That's why I brought up the point. So, is eyewitness testimony evidence of magic? No. Okay. So then it would also not be evidence Jesus rose from the dead.
I would say an eyewitness testimonial is evidence that something had taken place. That is what I'm saying.
Yes, I agree. Something took place.
Yes.
I agree there, but that isn't evidence he rose from the dead.
I'm with TJump. It isn't evidence that he rose from the dead even.
It's more likely Jesus had a twin, and the 500 eyewitnesses saw a twin than Jesus rose from the dead.
And
I'll just say Jesus had a twin. There you go.
Yeah,
technically,
Buggin, going off the KJV, no one actually physically saw him rise. That wasn't an event that people saw. They saw him die. As if you go by, depending upon which gospel you go by, they saw him die. He was put in the cave, and then his body wasn't there. And then other people claimed they think they saw him. That's essentially what happened in the Bible.
Where it was. I forgot where it was, but there are extra biblical writings that Jesus did have a twin.
Okay, can I talk to him alone just to go for black and white for a little bit? Because I want to actually address a point, if possible. Not go to 10 other million points that don't matter. Let's address
because I'm so confused on what I'm trying to address here because I've gotten 3 questions and I'm so confused.
I agree. Stick with me. Pay attention to what I'm asking. So, eyewitness testimony is not in any way evidence of any miracles, any magic, anything that has no empirical basis. It is zero evidence for.
Well, based on your logic, that debunks everything I'm talking about.
No. Wait. So you said in a courtroom. So I'm going based off of your logic. In a courtroom, eyewitness testimony of miracles or magic is thrown out. We have court cases like this. There's a lot of them. I brought them up in my debate with Jonathan Sheffield. Court cases do not accept eyewitness testimony of miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs. It's not evidence. So if you are trying to use the courtroom standard is that's not evidence of Jesus rising from the dead.
All right.
Well,
then you've debunked my point. That's what I'm getting at.
Can I illustrate to you why TJump's point, Buggin? It's why you want it to be empirical evidence and not eyewitness testimony. Say you became a judge and you were like, listen, 500 witnesses. That's amazing. How could we get any better than that? And then tomorrow, you're sitting at your office and someone comes to you and they says, oh my God, Buggins, you wouldn't believe this. 501 witnesses have just come forward for Fred. They saw Fred rise. They know he is the true Son of God. It's not like the real resurrection, how they describe it as in the Bible. It's a little bit different. And so what can we now say? They just topped the last story. Don't they have more evidence?
Well, shit, I guess you're right.
So I just wanted to commend you for like taking TJump's point once you understood it. Also,
I mean, I was understanding his point. What was throwing me off was I had like everybody else jump in at me.
Yeah.
But since that one's out the way, I want to talk about the God point or goddess, whichever one, whatever y'all want to call it.
Buggin, can I ask you a question? Because
sure.
At the start you said
we got to let him finish talking.
You had scientific evidence. Could we move over to that? Because I think that's what I was
jumping over to.
Peter, I was in the middle trying to ask something as well. Okay, so I'm all for changing the topic or whatever, but before we move on completely, because maybe you're dropping it right now, but you still believe this, that this is a historical fact. So let me just refer you to some of the scholarship.
It's not that I believe it. It's historical facts. It's just something that I was using as evidence because I swear, I guess y'all have informed me of something. I thought eyewitness testimonial was a form of evidence.
Well, that's in a court context. But I'm just talking about the fact of the matter. For all the people listening and for yourself, anyone who believes in the resurrection as a plausible thing, I would refer you to the extensive scholarship which has looked into this very controversial claim extensively. And there is an excellent book called Doubting Jesus' Resurrection, What Happened in the Black Box, an inquiry into alternative explanations of Christian origins, which provides kind of from a summary of all of the actual scholarship that's investigated these claims and the sources of these claims, the most plausible explanation for how these kinds of beliefs arose in a cult-like way from mostly legendary origins to becoming believed as though they were facts. And it's a book that's easy to get on Amazon. You can also search Library Genesis and find a copy of it. So anybody who is holding this argument or wants to make this argument or believes in their hearts but doesn't know if it's true and wants to openly inquire into this, Doubting Jesus' Resurrection, What Happened to the Black Box by Chris D. Komarinitsky.
All right.
You can proceed.
All right. So and I hear a lot of atheists talk about this all the time, that create the creation theory. I don't necessarily understand 100% how the Big Bang operates, and I don't even know how scientists can 100% say how the Big Bang happened either. But the way I look at it is, what I understand about the Big Bang is there was a bunch of hydrogen atoms and other atoms coming together to form this huge fucking explosion that created the universe. It created the world. It created Earth. And Earth has been here for billions of years, unless you ask Darth Dawkins. But you sit here and you think about it. Wow, that's pretty cool. So before the Big Bang, would you say there was nothingness, or did something have to put those atoms in motion to cause the Big Bang?
Well, okay, so now you're talking about an area that this is a really, really deep area that I don't want to go into like a physics lesson on this, but to nutshell it very much so. The vast majority of theists who talk about these things typically misrepresent what these things are because they don't really understand them. The Big Bang in and of itself is literally just the origin point of visibility for our universe, or observability for our universe, meaning in a sense that what we can measure. Okay, so if you talk about where we can start looking, it's the Big Bang. That's where like literally observability begins. However, what occurred before that is essentially what you're talking about is what existed before we could like possibly measure it or even observe it in any sense, right? So we don't know. All we can do. Hang on, Buggin. Hang on. This is where it gets complicated. I understand that, but you got to like hear this out. So what we do is we extrapolate from what we know now, and then we go backwards. We work backwards. So everything beyond what we call the Big Bang, or the origin point of visibility or observability for our universe, is literally all just mathematical extrapolation. Okay? It's literally just taking the mathematics we understand now and running them backwards to a point that we call the singularity, which is a mathematical expression to indicate a point where the numbers literally become so large they're effectively infinite. That's literally all it is. So it is mathematical speculation. It does not state that there was literally a singularity, a point with infinite mass, right there at the beginning point. It doesn't state that. We just know that there was likely a causal event that triggered the expansion event that resulted in what we call the observability of our universe in the Big Bang. That's it. Speculating as to what came before that is generally right now just all it is. It's backed up by what we kind of understand about quantum mechanics and what we know about and what we know with mathematics. But stating that there was physically a thing there, or there was a thing that was there that kind of kicked the football on the universe or tipped over the first domino, saying that there was an entity or a mind there is completely is just total speculation. There is no evidence to support anything. All hypotheses are ostensibly of equal value because we don't have access to that. Right now, we don't currently have access to that. So if you say it's a god, that is as equally viable as me saying that it was a unicorn that farted everything into existence.
You made the same point 5 times in one sentence.
And that's what I'm saying. It's up in the air for speculation, and with the atoms being put together to cause the explosion. After the explosion, we can run down history of the universe at this point, and what scientists have understood is it all started at the Big Bang. But what I'm trying to understand is, and I look at this on a more hyper conscious level, because I can see in first person, I can see my hands. That means existence is alive. So does that mean existence has always occurred? Because it has to have in some way for the Big Bang to have happened.
Well, yeah, there's no logical contradiction in an infinite regress of things existing. There isn't. And that we are just the result of just literally like a natural fluctuation or natural random fluctuations of the quantum field. I mean, there's no logical contradiction in this. And the evidence points in that direction. So there's... that's fantastic. TJump, that's fantastic, dude. I'm so glad that you're on top of this.
Anyway, just try to make the point once in a sentence and not like 7 times in a sentence. Yes, we've always existed. What's the next point? That's all you got to say. We've always existed. He's always been existing.
I just want to point out that although it's called the Big Bang, it got that name kind of like as a pejorative that we just kind of took in stride, because it's better to think of it as an expansion event. Everything was at the same point, and when everything is at the same point, you can't really have space-time, because at each point in space you have a point in time. It's an expansion event, but I guess we should just go back to why
was actually an explosion.
No, it was not an explosion. It was not an explosion. An explosion and an expansion are two different things.
Okay, buggin. So, yes, Big Bang happened. Yes, there was stuff before the Big Bang. So what?
What I'm getting at is, since we can't prove the existence of anything before the Big Bang, it's kind of like religion in a way. You can't physically prove the existence of God. Maybe that's because God is not physically in this reality. God is in another reality.
The difference is in science, they say, I don't know. In religion, they don't. They say the exact opposite and say, I know. That's where the difference
I agree.
is.
There's no evidence before the Big Bang. Buggin.
That's not the definition of faith.
Don't. Buggin. There's no evidence before the Big Bang. I agree. That means there's no evidence for God. It means there's no evidence for whatever's before the Big Bang. I agree. But that's not a reason to believe in God. Why are you bringing it up?
I just want to say to the YouTube audience, hi, everybody. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Goodbye.
Hello. Thanks for being here, man. Oh, he left.
I think that was his way of saying he kind of sees our point of view. So thank you for coming on, Buggins.
I think safe to say he was trolling and he ran out of arguments.
No, I think he was
serious.
I think he got convinced that hard, and we're just that unused to people being convinced in real time.
I know he was serious because he sent me a DM saying that he had evidence outside of the Bible, and the first evidence outside of the Bible he quotes is evidence from the Bible.
You know, I do think that his
but you could only say that he was serious if he sent you a DM that 500 people claimed that he was serious.
So I think that he seemed to be trying to make serious responses. Like, even at the beginning when I asked him, how do you know it's not a goddess? And his response, I thought, was not bad, actually. I thought it was a pretty good response. I do wish that we perhaps maybe gave him a little more time to talk. I kind of like we interjected a bit too much, but I think overall most of the conversation I thought went quite well.
The conversation went well. What to me was a dead giveaway is when we asked him what he believed, and he said the Old Testament, New Testament, and the KJV. And when someone asked, "Are you a Christian?" he said, "No, I just love to follow the Ten Commandments." Something's off. If that is what you
yeah. When I first asked him, like, what's the difference between the King James and the Old Testament and New Testament, which are inside of it, that might indicate that he was trolling, but I'll choose to believe that he wasn't, because I thought TJump made a point and he accepted it, and he did that twice. And kudos to him. If he's serious, thank you for calling and for being sincere.
If he's serious, then that was a good conversation. But I'm not entirely convinced. Sorry, I have to be honest.
And
then welcome to the patch. Oh, I'm sorry, Amy. Go ahead.
Oh no, just the difference between science and religion is that when we don't know something in science, we don't just assert an answer. We go and try and find it.
Exactly.
Yeah, welcome the patch. I have no idea how to pronounce your name other than to guess
it's just based off
Echo.
early Greek philosopher Diogenes. That's right. You can call me Patch or Diogenes. I don't mind.
Diogenes. We'll go with that because that's more in line with your Greek name then. Diogenes, welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
No worries. Pleasure. I thought I was invited here off a cuff, but really engaging with the topic here about there's a panel in front of me, obviously, and trying to engage you guys in some sort of logical or rational belief that there is a God. From my point of view, it's a Christian God, Catholic Christian God. Professionally and nationally, I'm a recognized linguist in the field of educational philosophy and linguistic philosophy. In my spare time, I enjoy hiking and gunpla. Born a strict Catholic, questioned my faith during my teenage years until being an atheist from 18 to 25 years old. That's staunch. I'm talking about scorched earth, four horsemen atheism. Now I'm a non-practicing Catholic, so Catholic with a small c, I guess you could say. Got a few things to bring up, first of all, unless you guys have any questions.
Well, if you're talking about a rational reason to believe in a God, I can think of one, actually. Would be Pascal's wager for somebody who has not put enough work into thoroughly debunking Pascal's gambit. So their attempt to believe because they're trying to play their odds, I would not consider to be irrational. So that would be, I guess, one example.
It's reasonable. That's reasonable, isn't it?
To give, and I think it could qualify as rational as well, to just give you an olive branch here to start with. But if you have a different idea on how to convince us that it's rational or reasonable to believe in a God, feel free to go ahead and expand on that.
I guess I've got a few things that I have a contention with the panel, unless it's not open to discussion. There are a few. This whole time I've been listening. I've been writing a few things down. Amy, when you were talking about dual wave function, that was a bit of a non sequitur in believing or not believing in anything, nor theory of mind, let alone quantum physics. Like the Bible can and ought to be used as historical documentation as well. At least the latter books and the poems and the songs of the Old Testaments. These are historical documents. They're referred to as first account historical documents. It's a primary source. The Bible is a primary source. When it comes to Yep, sorry, Amy. Yeah, sorry.
Oh no, at least to the non sequitur, it was on topic because this is often asserted by people who
really? I'm not familiar with that. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, yes, they often pantheists, maybe deists or also young Earth creationists and all the rest. They often assert that because you need I'm trying to the right wording because it's not exactly a mind. They confuse it for actually needing because you need a measurement, some sort of measurement, but any interaction, including another particle, will cause it to collapse. We're just made out of lots of particles, so when we observe it, so it has nothing to do with an actual mind. Our minds, as far as we can tell, are not what instantiate the universe. the solar system existed before we did. There was generation one solar systems that existed.
I think we agree
did.
on everything. Yeah. There's no contention there at all. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. Another person on the panel said that everything is quantifiable. I have serious contention with that. You can't quantify love. You can't quantify beauty in something. This is just pure linguistics. Well, you can't objectively. You can subjectively.
How do you know that?
And okay.
Well, just to clarify, you can quantify those because love is an emotion in the brain. Emotions in the brain can be weighed. I don't think you can quantify love as like there's some objective measurement of love independent of every brain that you can say this is the correct amount of love. We can say that love can be measured as a particular emotion.
Yeah, we can measure it, but we can't quantify it, and we can't compare it against something and say that. And we cannot say, by the way, we cannot say that the brain chemically is a reliable metric. We cannot say that. We don't know anything about. We don't know near enough about the brain. Nothing at all.
So we can chemically measure love and stop it.
We can chemically, yeah, I agree with that. No. You can that's wrong. You can chemically measure the reaction of love. So love comes first. It's very primal. It's like lizard brain.
We can stop it. We can literally stop it and turn it on without anybody's control. So we can literally zap you in the brain. You now have love of this thing. You now don't. We feel love. We just zap your part of the brain. You don't have it anymore. So we can control it. So that's. But what's the point?
No, we can't. We can simulate it. We can simulate the chemicals.
No.
We can simulate the chemicals, and we can stimulate those nerve centers in the brain that produce those chemicals the same way that people take that we can stimulate melatonin responses in people who have sleep disorders.
You disagree with all neurologists. That's fine.
No, I don't.
Yes, like we know exactly what love is in the brain.
Right. I'll move on for the effect. TJ.
Baby, don't hurt me.
Yeah,
no.
go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like, you disagree with all neurologists. Yeah, okay. Some of my closest friends are like world leading neurologists. Let's leave it there. Okay.
Well, they would agree with me that we can control love in the brain. We can measure it. We can quantify it. We can end it. We can generate it. Yes, we can do all of those things.
We can control chemicals in the brain that induce that's
love. That's love. That is literally love. Well, what's your point? Go on.
You're interrupting me. We can induce. We can excite.
You're just doing the idealist fallacy of trying to assume that there's an extra entity.
Well, you're not letting me finish, first of all. So there's no fallacy.
I know what you're saying. Like you're saying, you can do the correlate.
So what you can do is you can excite certain centers in the brain to create chemicals that would mimic a love response. Okay, to call that love is disingenuous.
That is love. That is literally love.
It's not. It's not.
It's literally love.
Because what you're not doing is you're not associating it with a feeling, a memory, a sensation, a touch, a smell, or any other sense like that. All it is artificially simulated. That's all you're doing. That's not love. That's not love. Okay, so linguistically, let's go to a linguistic term. What
does your argument turn on this? Before we go down a rabbit hole. So why don't you try to get to your argument?
And I was going to the next thing, but if he wants to engage, I'm happy to engage.
Well, it's okay to say let's disagree on this, but move on. Like you guys disagree about this, but your argument is separate.
There's also a thing that.
One sec. Yeah. Everyone in neurology, everyone in biology, the consensus is physicalism. The consensus is love is a physical emotion in the brain. Okay. And when you generate it through electrical pulses, you are literally creating the sensation. There is nothing more than that. You don't need some kind of abstract correlation between this feeling to some kind of external stimulus of physical touch that generates it. It doesn't matter if it's generated by that or by an electrode. It's still the same sensation. The sensation is love. You are wrong on this. Academic consensus agrees with
ages ago, someone just said that we agree to disagree, so let's do that. Okay.
Can I ask you why you said you used to be an atheist? Can I ask you? Did you?
I've got a few more. I've got 3 more things. That's it. Legit. And you guys can just barrel away. There's a false equivalency when you guys are bringing up. Sorry, Amy. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. You said you had 3 more things. That is quantifiable. We could all agree on. So you're good.
Yeah. They'll be really quick. The panel is invoking false equivalency, imaginary friends, Harry Potter, leprechauns, fairies to God. Really disingenuous. You guys are older than that. Come on, get over it.
That's not a false equivalency. So just to clarify,
it's an absolute false equivalency.
Wait, stop. Listen to the words before you respond. The equivalency there is that all objects are either made of demonstrable properties or imaginary properties any object that entails at least one imaginary property is of the same class, which is things that have imaginary properties. Leprechauns have an imaginary property of magic. God has an imaginary property of non-physical properties, omniscience, omnipotence, benevolence, whatever,
Right.
non-physical brains, whatever.
Right.
And so the comparison being made by us when we compare God to leprechauns is that both entail imaginary properties that have not been demonstrated to exist, which means it is not a false equivalence.
Sure. Can you point to any historical document in ever that brings up fairies, leprechauns, imaginary friends, or Harry Potter?
That is not the comparison we are making, so it's a straw man.
So yeah, it's a false equivalency. Thanks.
No,
I'll move
it's
on.
not. No, it's not. If
Okay.
I'm making an equivalence and saying I am comparing objects that have imaginary properties, now those objects don't need to be equivalent in every way because I'm only saying they share one equivalence, things that entail imaginary properties. If I say God is like a leprechaun, I'm not saying that they have historical references. I never made that claim. That's not a claim I made. I made the claim they both have imaginary properties.
I didn't say you made any claim. I'm saying the panel has made false equivalency claims. Yeah.
And I'm saying they didn't. When we compare God
All right.
to
So
leprechauns,
let's agree to disagree again. Maybe
no,
we'll get
no. This is something you don't get an opinion on. This is something you were objectively wrong about.
I'm
It is
objectively-
incredibly.
okay.
Wait, stop. It is perfectly rational for any atheist to compare God to leprechauns if they are doing it on the basis of saying they both have imaginary properties.
I agree.
Which means
I agree.
they have equivalent epistemic evidence, which is none, because they're made of imaginary properties. And that is the comparison the only comparison I've heard made here on this panel is that comparison.
Well, with God, okay. In so far as their qualities are, yeah, okay. That's fair. I think that's fair. I think it's stretched a bit. It's stretching the bow a bit, and I think it's a very tired argument that I think other people who would talk to the
Is
panel like.
You mean by stretching the bow?
Yeah. It's a long bow to stretch, and you're stretching it.
In your opening, you did say yourself that you do not necessarily defend wholly the historicity of the whole of the Bible. You said that you think there are some more likely historical parts in the latter section. So
The Bible is sorry, I'll let you finish.
I was just going to say, like, it seems like when you refer to it as a historic document, I would say at best it's a semi.
I don't refer to the Bible as an historic document.
Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, maybe I'm misunderstood.
I want to clarify what you meant when you said that stretching the bow, because I think it is a 100% rational thing to compare God to leprechauns because of the analogy I made between having imaginary properties. But you said that's stretching the bow.
It's a bit conflated now. We'll move on from that.
Well, I'm genuinely interested in your feelings on that topic. When you say it's stretching the bow, I don't think it is.
Well, okay, I'll finish my point. My point is when atheists on a panel, and I've seen this time and time again, they bring up fairies or leprechauns, imaginary friends, Harry Potter, whatever you can bring up. Okay,
yeah.
The next logical thing that anyone who has a cursory knowledge of Christian apologia would go to would be like, that's a false equivalency. So all I'm doing is bring it to the attention. Now you've clarified that. You've clarified that with me. That wasn't the intention, and you were mainly comparing it to like divine. God, the creator being, like in the sense that you can't materialize him in your ontological like worldview as other people can.
Is your God indistinguishable from imagination?
Now, I really like that because you brought who said that?
Taco, is your God indistinguishable from imagination?
So what? So imagine. So God, I guess. Is he indistinguishable? No.
Okay, so how do you distinguish it from imagination?
Yes. Obviously. Well,
it
first
is
of all,
indistinguishable
comparing
from imagination?
two very. First of all, okay, we'll go there in a second. I've got one last. Actually, you know what? I'm going to close this. Close that. Okay, great.
Before you close,
what do you mean by what do you? Okay, so you're asking me to compare.
Do you have a way to differentiate the God that you worship from your imagination?
I don't worship a God.
Whatever God you believe exists.
Do I have a way to differentiate that God from what?
Imagination.
I don't know a God called imagination. What do you mean?
Oh no, so this is why this is relevant to the comparison to leprechauns and fairies and things. Those are imaginary things that we agree don't exist. They only exist as figments of our imagination. I want to say, do you have a way to?
They don't. Wait. First of all, they don't exist as figments of our imagination. They exist as they exist literally and non-literally.
This is I do get to use my example. Good. Let's have a one-to-one comparison. What happens when someone comes to you and says, "Look, the Jedi are real. The Jedi Council has been established, and it's really just all of the Sith nonsense out there that is making you believe in Christianity."
Sure. I mean, let's all be real here. Let's all be real in the room at the channel at the moment on YouTube. Hi, YouTube, by the way. That's just fucking nonsense. It's pop culture derived from.
That's the point. The whole point is saying.
So leprechauns. Are you saying leprechauns are pop culture?
Well, Jedi are an established religion in America, and I'm not joking.
That doesn't really mean a lot to me.
Okay. I want to just
Christianity
I want to try to simplify this. So there's two classes of existing objects: objects that exist in reality, independent of our imagination, and objects
they're called abstract nouns. Yep, linguistically. Yep.
And there are things that only exist as a part of our imagination, things that I imagine that aren't actually there. Maybe I don't know your position on ghosts, but let's say hypothetically, ghosts only exist as a figment of human imagination. Those are imaginary objects.
I've never seen a ghost.
No, I don't care if you actually believe it. This is a hypothetical. So hypothetically, there are certain things that only exist in our imagination, like Jedi. They don't actually exist in the world independently of our imagination. There are things we made up, and there are things that we did not make up: mass, energy, spin, particles, planets, stars. Those things exist independent of our imagination. So if any object or hypothesis that you present, God, leprechauns, fairies, they're going to go into one of these two categories.
Obviously, it's supernatural. It's above the natural. That's the nature of God. The nature of God is supernatural.
That part's separate. So that's a separate part. So this part is just saying there's two categories: imaginary things and non-imaginary things. And for anything that you posit, it's going to fit into one of these categories. Now, there could be a third category out there, like supernatural. I don't care.
I follow your thinking. I actually know where you're going with this. So what we have to do is we have to painstakingly go through each of the things that you brought up that I thought was a false equivalency. So can we all agree as a panel that Harry Potter was not an historical figure? Yes or no?
No, that part is irrelevant. So the comparison here is not about historicity. The historicity part doesn't make a difference here. Whether or not
we're separating the wheat from the chaff, basically.
No, that's not a separation. So the separation we need. So the separation we need is.
What about leprechauns from God? Is that a better one?
Either one. Let's go with Harry Potter. I like Harry Potter. Harry Potter's great. So let's say it's comparing Harry Potter to God, and you want to say,
did Harry Potter exist?
That doesn't matter to our argument. So our argument is independent of whether or not he's a historical figure. So Harry Potter did not exist. Agree. No one claims
historicity out the window. Yeah, sure, no worries. Yep.
Well, no, not out the window. It's irrelevant to the point I'm making. So if I ask you a question about which color is the apple, and you say it's 87, like that's not literally not answering the question. When we ask you a question comparing God to Harry Potter, the point we are comparing is: can you differentiate your God from imagination? Can you differentiate Harry Potter from imagination? So we're trying to say, what is the epistemic difference between this posited object and the evidence that exists, as opposed to just being a figment of our imagination? So in the case of God,
I can answer that. I can point to the author and say, this author over here, J.K. Jane, or whatever her name is, she made up Harry Potter. It's in her head. It's a fictional book. And then I look at God. All right, and then we look at God, right? And then the end.
Same thing.
Right? And we say, this guy, he's been around a bit longer than Harry Potter. And he's been written by he's sort of like the head of an Abrahamic religion, which has three
Odyssey
offshoots.
has been around longer.
The difference is the book has been around a little bit longer.
Oh my God, the Odyssey Stone Age has been around longer.
Wait.
Okay.
So that's
we've got big brains on Brett over there. All right, thanks for your input.
Sorry. When the book was written,
all good.
When the book was written is a different thing altogether. We could look at Star Trek: The Next Generation and look at the character Q, who is much older than this God character.
We got to stick with his example. So his example, Harry Potter. He wants to stick with Harry Potter. That's fine.
I don't have a preference. There might be a better way.
I want to
stick
with one topic at a time instead of jumping to like 8 different analogies.
Sure.
So you brought up Harry Potter. Let's stick with Harry Potter. Does it matter when Harry Potter was written? If Harry Potter was written 8 billion years ago, would that be evidence Harry Potter was true?
hold on. If Harry Potter was written 8 billion years ago,
That was just an abstract number I came up with. Does it, if it was
so,
written in the past,
come up
does
with
the
a
year it was
sensible
written
number so we
matter?
can have a sensible conversation. Come on.
Does the year it was written matter at all to its truth?
Absolutely, it does. Yes, it does. Every piece of literature really, it does matter what year.
No, it doesn't.
It's,
No, it doesn't. So,
yes, it does.
let's
Yes, it
let's
does.
say JK. Let's say
as a
JK
linguist,
Rowling.
as a linguist who has to vet certain parts of literary canon and say like, yeah, okay, this ought to be considered in front of a literary panel of PhD critics for the Western yes, it does. Absolutely, it does matter. How long it's been around, who it was written by, when it was written, where it was written, etc. It does.
Let's say J.K. Rowling existed 8,000 years ago and wrote verbatim Harry Potter. Is it more likely to be true that wizards exist?
No, because we know
Right,
she was writing
stupid
for
argument.
No.
Age in which we know why. We know why. Difference to the truth of the statements.
We know why. Because
no. That part doesn't make a difference.
Absolutely, the author absolutely makes all the difference.
No.
There are 4 gospels saying the same. Wait. Let me say something. There are 4 gospels saying vaguely the same thing, but they were written by 4. Very relevant.
No, completely irrelevant.
What's the topic? I'm trying to convince
you. The topic
is
can you differentiate imagination from reality? That's the topic. So the topic isn't about.
You can't change the topic like that. Come on.
That's the topic. That's what we've been talking about. We're giving you examples of imaginary things.
I can differentiate imagination.
Let me try to help you here.
Yep.
So the topic is we're going to give you a list of imaginary things.
Don't do that.
You don't understand our point. We're trying to help you understand our point so you can accurately address it. We are giving you a list of imaginary things. Fairies, Harry Potter, leprechauns, Santa Claus. What is the similarity between these things? It's they are made of imaginary garbage that can't be demonstrated to exist. We are asking you what
Santa
evidence
Claus
do you have?
So Santa, again, you're bringing it's like the
Yes,
same.
This is why I stick with Harry Potter. I don't care. It doesn't matter. The point we're making is
but no, you can't skip around like this. You just said Santa Claus, and it's like, well, hold on. Yeah, he is based on a real person. Santa Claus.
Irrelevant.
Saint Nicholas. It is relevant. It absolutely is relevant.
Oh my God.
It's like you're cherry picking now. You are cherry picking. You are cherry picking.
No, moron. When we bring up a point, you have to address the point we are attempting to make. You bringing up random irrelevancies that have nothing to do with the point we're making is not relevant to the point. When we bring up Santa, we're talking about the magical fat guy that can travel across the world in a night and put stuff in people's chimneys. The reason that's a problem is because it's magic, and magic is an imaginary property. We are talking about the difference between imaginary bullshit that you have made up in your head and things that can be demonstrated to be real. I don't care whether or not it originates in some kind of a real story of a real guy. It's irrelevant. We're talking about the magic, bro, the imaginary part. Why is your God? What evidence do you have that your
I'm on the same page as you. I don't
believe
in magical beings.
Right, that's the point. That's why we're bringing it up.
There we go. We got there. All right, man, come on. You have to give him a charity.
We bring up imaginary garbage that
no. Don't say we. It was you. Don't bring the panel into this. It is you.
No. All atheists, moron, bring up
all
imaginary
atheists?
Concepts.
Okay, so all atheists in the world
Shut up.
do what?
Shut up, dumbass. We bring up imaginary concepts like Santa Claus because we both agree, us and the religious people agree they don't exist. We agree they are imaginary, and we want to know the same reasons we believe Santa Claus is imaginary are the same reasons we believe your Sky Daddy is imaginary. You have equally no evidence for the magic.
Another word for him.
So shut up. The magic in Santa Claus and the magic in the Sky Daddy. They have equally no evidence. That's the analogy we're making here. What is your evidence of your magic?
What is okay, I don't have any evidence for magic at all.
Good. That means they're the same. They're equivalent. No. You equivalent Sky Daddy magic and equivalent Santa magic are both unsupported. Yes. Congratulations. Exactly analogous.
This is juvenile.
Are you saying there was just a first century rabbi and he just walked around and he said a bunch of, controversial things, the state killed him, and then that was it? Is that like the end of the Jesus story? Like he could have been a real guy, he was walking around, and then the state executed him via cross, and then done. That's the end of the story, as far as we can tell.
As far as we can, so done historically from a historic basis. partially true, and then there's a part which scholars are still really contentious about today, which is post. Sorry, you wanted to interrupt me. Go.
Oh, sure. I mean, is that the part where the magic comes in?
The magic? No magic.
Oh, well then by all means, what was the thing that scholars are still contending?
The post resurrection, the post crucifix resurrection, raising from the dead, and a whole bunch of other divine claims.
Yeah, the miracle.
Not to be condescending,
So
but the magic.
I need to.
So you do believe it. You do believe in magic.
Okay. There needs to be a discernment here between magic and divinity, like acts of divinity.
They are both in the same category of things.
What is?
Wait.
Can you explain the difference between
magic
and a miracle?
No, that's a straw man. So what matters to us from our perspective?
Do you think I'm straw manning you?
Yes.
Like, what makes you think that?
Because when we are comparing magic and miracles,
no, it's
they are
you,
in the
not
same.
We. It's just you at the moment.
When we atheists, when every single living atheist that has ever existed logically possible, every single one has compared magic to miracles. They are saying these are the same because epistemically, like in a courtroom, neither has an empirical basis, and so both have imaginary properties.
No, don't say courtroom because you're revealing your atheist American brain.
TJump, let me jump in for one quick remark.
Peter,
let me jump in.
He's trying to address it, and he's not.
I'm not trying to do anything.
Let him answer.
That's why I wanted to make a quick remark.
Go ahead, Peter. What's your remark? Go ahead.
Yeah. So you said you're not strawmanning us. TJump spent, I think, about half an hour trying to explain to you what our position is, and you keep denying that. That, by definition, makes you strawmanning us.
I'm not denying this
Hold
position.
on. I'm not finished. Let me finish. Then you come here, starting out saying, "I need to correct the panel." And when you had your discussion with TJ, yes, you did. This is recorded. People can go back.
I never said I need to correct the panel.
No. You said that the panel got things wrong. You had objections to our positions. When you had your conversation with TJump, at the end you said, "Do not bring the panel into this." That was your whole argument you started out with.
No, that wasn't my argument.
You didn't agree with the panel, and you thought that we were wrong.
If you took that personally, I apologize.
After TJump took after TJump took half an hour to explain our position, you're still saying that is not your position. That, by definition, is strawmanning.
I concede that. I concede that it is the panel's position. Now, you could have jumped in and said, "Hold on, no, that is our position," but you didn't do that. You didn't do that. For
I could have jumped in, but we have a format here. If TJump is talking to you, I cannot just randomly jump in and interrupt TJump and TJump's flow of questions in order to make something clear to you.
Sure.
This is why I'm jumping in right now. We've done all of this, and the whole thing comes down to semantics and to you not willing to understand what our position is, even when several people have tried to explain it to you. So let's get back to the point where, why do you think that a God exists, and what do you think the evidence for your God is?
I think a higher creator being exists.
Why?
Got that part.
Why?
It feels okay. A few reasons. Number one, it feels
It's
comfortable.
feelings.
Number two, well, yeah, there is feeling. Of course there is.
Okay, it feels comfortable.
So do feelings.
Peter, he said he had a few. Peter,
make things real.
He said he had a few. I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Yeah. So we got the
So
first.
go ahead, Diogenes.
There is substance in the historical claims in the OT and NT. For
Like what?
Wait, let him finish.
Don't like what me, because then we'll be here for like 3 hours. We will.
Right.
We'll be digging up passages and stuff like that. We don't want to do that. I hope everyone on this panel can agree there was like every scholar agrees, historical scholar agrees, there was a guy called Jesus who was born in Nazareth. He did some pretty crazy stuff until he died on the cross. What happened after then?
Not every
Not every scholar agrees on that, but okay.
Well, every scholar worth their salt. All right.
Richard Carrier.
Not every scholar worth their salt.
That's getting them off topic. Sorry.
Let's. What are your other things? Were those the only two? Feels comfortable, historical substance. Are those the only two reasons?
Personal
experience.
Personal experience. A bit. Personal experience, and that's sort of ineffable, really. That's an ineffable thing.
I'm curious.
It's like
I'm curious.
Diogenes or belief.
Diogenes. I'm curious. When most people that I talk to that mention personal experience, when I ask what that personal experience was,
I was hesitant to bring
then I get told I don't want to talk about that.
Okay.
So
that's
I'm
fair
curious.
enough. Do you
want to talk about it?
I'm happy to talk about
your personal.
One of my personal experiences, absolutely. I was on top of. I can't remember.
Just clarify. Are those all the list? The list is personal experience, historical things, and feelings.
Talk about it. I like that. Nice one, Randolph. No, there are some others. Like you're putting me on the spot here, because I'm asked by a panel. I feel like I'm being interrogated for why do you believe?
I'm curious. This is why. Please let's get to the personal experience.
I hope it's genuine. I really do hope it's genuine. I was on top of.
I need to just point out this is not meant to be an interrogation. This is meant to be a free exchange of ideas.
Send in your love.
So, I'm going to send my love back at you, Amy. There you go. Take that. So, all right, you want me to talk about my... Okay, so I don't... All right.
Just to clarify, can you just list off all of the reasons?
TJump, please let him go there.
He was starting with the reasons.
We can interrupt. You had half an hour and you got nowhere. So please let me...
I wanted to hear his list. I want to hear the list of his reasons first, and then you can go to the personal experience. But he gave a list.
Well, the list will evidently
the list could be endless. Let's pick a topic and talk about that. So... Go ahead.
So personal.
I'm really curious.
Okay, so all right. So personal experience, personal religious experience. I was praying the rosary on top of a mountain in Japan, the Wakayama Prefecture, in a town just on the top of a mountain just north of Koyasan, about a kilometer north of Koyasan. And I felt something ineffable. That is to say, that something I cannot explain, but I deliberately. And I think was deliberately communicated to me. So it was a co-deliberation of association with my faith at that time.
Can you describe the feeling?
Not really. Like I said, it's ineffable. It was transcendent. It's like it's an immense sense of calm, belonging, and communion with a higher being.
Okay. Could that just question? I'm not saying that I don't believe you, but could that have been? That
could be high drugs, could have been drugs, could have been anything.
No, I don't want to go there even. Could it be that you were on a place that might be of some significance to you? Something
you wanted to do? Actually, that's a good question.
So could it have been just the overwhelming fact that you finally got there and you were enjoying being there, enjoying the view? You were praying your rosary. Maybe that is something that was significant to you, something that you planned on wanting to do there. Could that have been the feeling?
Absolutely. I wouldn't discount that. I've had other opportunities to do sort of similar things, but I've never had sort of a reaction like that. Sort of.
My question would be, if that's a possibility, why do you attribute it to a god?
I didn't at the time. I didn't. In fact, I attributed it to, this is when I was about 23 or 24, I attributed it to being Buddhist, because the local shrine was the home of Shingon Buddhism in Japan. And I thought that was like my shtick. I thought I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm a Buddhist now. and then I went back to the temple, and I really thought about it for it was about 3 years. I thought about that experience. It was pretty profound, and I thought, no, it's not that. It's something. It's hard. It's like I said, it's ineffable. It's personal. I'm not saying I'm not sharing it. I'm saying I'm having difficulty describing it, if that makes sense.
I accept that. I accept that. So what I'm curious about is you said you thought about it a lot. So
over those 3 years,
walk me through the process where you think about an experience, and then instead of what you thought it might have been, what led you to specifically Christian God? How did that thought process come about?
Because I revisited the same place. Now this is the third time I visited it. So the second time was this experience. The third time I visited it with this sort of Buddhist mindset. I went there every year, and I mean it's like I just didn't feel it when I was in.
Can
this
I
Buddhist
ask,
mindset.
when you were a Buddhist, was that your atheist?
No.
Synonymous? No, so you went like through an atheist.
It was this weird transition.
Buddhist.
Yeah, it was a weird transition period from like staunch Four Horsemen atheism to.
Okay, so let's get back to the thought process. It led you to the Christian God, but how did it lead you to the Christian God?
No, it didn't. I attribute that experience.
But why?
Because I felt the feeling I felt on top of that mountain. Oh, I just can't remember it at the moment. The name of the mountain. It was the same feeling.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
First teacher, yeah, same feeling when I first had my teacher rounds at a high school, and the high school was a Catholic high school, and it's taught in so many schools. But this Catholic high school, when they were doing their rosary, I thought, okay, I have the same rosary in my pocket right now that I have at the mountain. At the time, I didn't even realize it, but they were doing the rosary when we're praying it, and I had that same experience. And I thought, okay, there's a connection between what I'm doing right now with the rosary and this Catholic sort of ritual mantra. It's very like the rosary itself is quite Buddhist. It's like, you're praying and over again. It's like a mantra. And what I experienced.
Doesn't that seem like an ad hoc explanation? Doesn't it seem like one of the reasons that those experiences can be used for anything is you could say, well, this points to Buddhism. This points to Islam.
I agree. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm a Catholic with a small c.
What you're saying is that the rosary was the key thing in why you now
there was a transcendent sort of ineffable feeling that was the key thing. The rosary, I guess, was a vessel
hold
through
on.
which
But,
the feeling.
what I'm trying to say is when you grow up and you were taught how to pray the rosary, that would have been a really big impression on a young mind. That would have been an impression.
If you're brought up Catholic, not really, especially as a young Catholic, you're very cynical. That's why I was that's why I turned atheist when I was like 16,
could it be that in later life you look back on it and think different about it?
About what? Which experience? About what?
About praying the rosary as a young kid.
I don't think I knew what I was really doing as a young kid. Someone said
no. I said, could it be that in later life, when you look back at that you look at it quite differently than when you did it as a child?
I think I'd look back on everything I've done differently.
Exactly. So could it be that in later life you attribute praying the rosary more to a feeling or a connection with the Christian God, specifically within Catholicism?
I also think that when you actually
What
start
do-
talking
Hold
Sorry,
on,
wait,
Amy,
can you-
Amy, hold on. Let him answer.
like a rosary.
Sorry, Peter. Could you ask that again, just one more time? Sorry.
Yeah. So could it be that later in life you look back on praying the rosary as a child,
Sure.
and in later life you think about it having a connection while you're praying the rosary? You're having a connection with the Christian God, specifically within Catholicism, and you look back on that, and that brings certain feelings about.
Yeah, obviously nostalgia and stuff like that. But
Okay.
it's
So
nostalgia is a very
could that have
distinct
been-
feeling.
Could that have been the source of the feeling you felt when you were praying the rosary on the mountain and were looking back on that after a while?
No, I because I've thought about that as well. It's like, is this, especially in the church afterwards when I was doing the rosary, as I was part of the class, I had to do it. I thought, the experience because I thought it at the time. I thought, is this just like is this just sentimentality getting at me? Is that what's going on right now?
But there's
I
a
thought-
way to test
that was pretty much where I was going, because we know that can be a very strong feeling, and if you experience this sentimentality on in a special place, a place that also has meaning to you, it can become stronger, and it can give you this sense of overwhelming. We see the same thing in people who listen to certain music and then finally get to a concert of the artist that they love, and they have a what other people would call a
religious,
spiritual,
they would call it a religious
experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
And
that's where I'm going.
I thought about
could
that.
it be?
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see where you're going with that. And at the time, I deliberated on that, and I thought, no, it's very different. The feeling of nostalgia, like if I
Okay.
drive up to my I thought it was different
Okay,
at the time.
but how
But
how
I
did you
can't
make the
discount that. I
leap?
can't discount that. Because they're different. You feel differently.
I mean,
you feel,
except-
you feel drawn. You feel. I don't know. I'm not
I know.
claiming I've experienced anything supernatural. I'm saying I think the power of belief is in itself supernatural. I think it really is. It's
Belief?
just.
Okay,
That's just being
But
convinced.
if you say that, the power of belief, could it be that the power of belief is what made you conclude that this was a spiritual experience and not the experience itself?
Yeah, I wouldn't discount that.
So, if I may, I have something.
That's all I wanted to know. So
I have something I kind of want to bring up. It's kind of important.
Yeah, JL.
for the sake
I was
of-
just saying that I'm JL. I was just saying I'm done. I want to thank you for being honest and answering my questions. Thank you.
So
Before
for this,
jail, before
Oh, yeah,
we
go
on,
ahead.
I
Go ahead,
just wanna
Amy.
point this out. You could test that. I just want to, once you actually have like a physical thing, you're saying the rosary actually generates something, either a feeling or even more than a feeling. If I hold the rosary, you have prayer goes up this %, or it has this more likely of a chance of happening. And so it would be able to eliminate that human bias that we may have been primed in our childhood. We have a lot of cultural things. I just like eating challah, even though I don't consider myself a Jewish person anymore. And so I would say really put that to the test. If you have something to be truly skeptical about it, I eventually want to go back to your past, but I'm going to hand it right back over to J.L. Warren. But yes, you can test that with the rosary.
So yeah, Diogenes. For the sake of like the people that we have with their hands up and the time on the stage and everything, when it comes down to it, the name of the stage is, ostensibly convincing us that a god exists, like that. Now, the reasons you gave that we sussed out when TJump was talking to you is like the things you gave were your personal feelings, personal experiences that you had.
Yeah, sorry. No, listen, that's why I asked what the topic was about 40 minutes ago, and the topic, someone told me the topic was imagination versus magic or
No,
something
no,
like,
no.
something like that.
Diogenes, hang on a sec, dude. That's what TJump was bringing up. Is that ostensibly what this boils down to is making determinations between those and how we make those determinations. But what I'm going to, that's what TJump was bringing up. And it's an important ability to have to make those distinctions. But what I'm going to you is this. Given what we do here on the stage, how we hear your evidence, we hear your arguments, we have you present them, and then we examine them critically, each one as you bring up. Now, you've stated your position. Regardless of your past background like this, you believe these things because...
I haven't stated my position yet.
Well, no, you stated that you believe these things. Your position is that you believe these things because of personal experience, because...
No, I haven't said that. I said I believed in a connection. It's very tangential to a whole, you have not dug any.
I know. Okay, Diogenes, if you will let me finish, I will get there. Okay. For the sake of time, I'm trying to get there. The things that you believe, I don't care what you believe. What I care is why you believe in them and why you think other people should believe in them. So the question I'm getting to, given the reasons you gave, which are personal experience, your feelings, and some references to the Bible, okay? So, given these three things, why, if feelings are as problematic as they are, because feelings are problematic, it's your it's how you feel. And how you feel is not necessarily... hang on, dude! Diogenes, will you let me finish?
Yes,
okay, so if I cannot feel your feelings, if I cannot replicate your personal experience, because it's your personal experience, and if you claim the Bible has this, but I can make these same claims for virtually every other holy book out there, as long as I'm picking and choosing what I'm looking at.
Okay.
Why would you... Is this... No, here's the question. Here's the question.
You can't preload a question with that amount of statement. You cannot do that.
Yes, I can.
Disingenuous. That is
it's not.
Bad faith.
Diogenes.
So bad faith. You cannot preload it.
Shut up or I'm going to boot you off the stage. All right? Here's the point. I can't replicate your personal experience. I cannot replicate your internal experience, your internalization of an experience, because I'm not you. You can't demonstrate it to me because it is internal to you.
Why are you so angry?
Okay, because you keep interrupting me. The question is, given your feelings, your personal internalization of various experiences that cannot be replicated, because you choose things out of the Bible selectively that support your narrative.
I haven't done that.
Given this,
I haven't done that.
How do you justify claiming that other people should believe these things?
I can't. Is that your question?
Yes.
You cannot possibly expect me to answer a question that is so preloaded like that. You cannot. This is sort of okay.
The question simplified.
No. I don't need it simplified. I don't need the question simplified. Okay, because if we're going to do that, then you're going to end up asking like 50 questions.
No, it's super simple. How do you?
It's really not. It's really not. No.
From imagination for other people.
Okay. Oh, is that the question? Come on, you're all asking me different questions.
He's asking, how do you prove?
It's like, okay, I feel like what?
There's a panel,
okay.
Right, JL? Am I wrong?
In essence, yes. Like, how can you, like, given what you've stated as your position?
How stated the position? Stop.
Yes, you have. Yes, you absolutely have. All of the conversation that you had with TJump earlier.
That's not a position. These are personal experience. These are not my position. I'm not arguing these as positions. This is just someone's asking me questions and I'm answering them. Those
are synonyms. So position in this context, I'm gonna have to teach you linguistics because obviously you're bad at this. In this context, when he says your position, yes, okay. You're terrible at this. So when he says your position, that means the statement that you have expressed. The statement that you have expressed is your personal experience. JL's question is how do we show that your personal experience that you have a testimony for wasn't just something that is bullshit made up in your brain and actually corresponds to reality, which, as Taco said, is how do you differentiate imagination from reality? They're all the same question.
Uno reverse, you're wrong. With all due respect, okay? Like, You're wrong. With all due respect, I was asked about a personal experience, and that is being flipped onto me as a statement, like an argument in a statement that I've made, a position, an argumentative position, which is not. I am not using my personal experience as an argumentative position, and to state otherwise, to posit otherwise.
No one said that.
Disingenuous.
Straw man. No one said that. Position.
Absolutely,
in
you
this
just
context.
did. He did.
No, you
J.L.
are a
Warren.
No, I
said
didn't.
My personal experience is a position.
No.
It is.
All right.
Thank you. Now we've got two panelists arguing against each other.
It's not a philosophical syllogistic position. That's not the point.
J.L.
When he
Warren
says
disagrees
position-
with you. He just said it is.
No, I don't. I agree with TJump. TJump is articulating what I was
okay.
trying.
All right, never mind.
TJump is articulating what I was trying to say perfectly. Thank you, TJump.
Position is synonymous with the things that you said previously. That's all it means here. It doesn't actually mean you're making a syllogism.
I don't let
gives a
my
shit about that.
personal experience
Yes,
deliberately
wait,
inform my
wait,
faith.
wait.
I don't let that. I was just answering
No one
questions.
cares. No one cares. That's not the point. He asked a question, said, based off
Well,
your
you-
position, the bullshit
do
you
care.
said, your personal experience, how do we, this was the question, this was the important part. The position part was completely fucking irrelevant to everything he said. What matters is how do we, from listening to your personal experience, differentiate what you said just being your imagination to actually being reality? That was the question. The position part was just an exposition to describe your previous statement.
This exact question was asked to me about 20 minutes ago, and I already said you can't. You can't do that.
Right. That's all he wanted. That's all JL was asking. That's literally the only thing he was asking.
Well,
Yes.
he wasn't asking
Thank you.
that. He was asking
No,
how I can use my
Diogenes,
personal
stop. No,
experience
I said it. I definitely added more words to it.
He
Diogenes,
certainly did.
Diogenes, shut the fuck up, dude. I definitely said it more wordily than TJump just did.
All right, if you're a,
Okay.
if you're a
The
panelist,
reason I did that,
Calm down.
is to
You're a
is
professional, apparently, so calm down.
get this fucker off the
We're
stage.
not
I'm
doing
done
this
with it.
angry
Get him off the
atheist trope.
stage.
Get off the stage.
I just moved him to the audience.
Yeah, I
So I'm just going to do a quick recap here. We kind of went off topic here because we let this guest critique our panel. We want to be open, and that's why we entertained that. But I think we do need to put a time limit on it when people in the future bring critiques up.
Yeah, I understand that the way I asked it was a bit wordier than Taco did or TJump did. I was trying to re-emphasize the initial major point and make sure that he got it because he didn't seem to get it the first time around. So I was trying to explain it in a way that it was absolutely understandable, that it is easily understandable. And I think he recognized that, and that's why he wanted to derail off. When it comes down to it, the point that I was trying to make is that the only justification he gave for anything that he believes in was because he feels it's real. And because he can only say, I feel it's real, so therefore it is for me, there is no reason for anyone else to believe this shit. So why is he on a stage where it says why is he on a stage for convincing people that this exists when he admits the only way he can do it is because he feels it? That's the point.
And I would add one thing. I think it's instead of trying to take the perspective of how it should convince other people, I don't even think that should convince him. I don't think trusting personal experience like that is rational for any human being. So I don't think he should believe it. So instead of just asking how should that convince us, why does that convince him?
Yeah, that was the reason why I wanted to expand on his personal experience, because 9 out of 10 times, if people are going to talk about it, it's usually open to more options than an experience with a god. And I think we at least he was honest about that, and I still think that was a good part of the conversation.
Yeah, but it went on too long. It was about almost an hour, mostly going about critiquing. Next time, we need to put a limit on it and stick to it as a group. So
Randolph,
we're learning as we go here.
Randolph, in all fairness, we had a Greek with a very strong Australian accent. That is something Hollywood has never picked up on. I think we need more of that. Because that would have been cool.
I don't follow Hollywood. I'll take your word for it.
My favorite accent I've ever encountered was a dude from China with a Scottish accent that was on point.
Was his name Fuck Bastard?
If he could come on in future weeks, I would appreciate. He said he was a staunch atheist. He now is basically a lapsed Catholic or whatever. The question I wanted to ask is, did you become an atheist for skeptical reasons, because you can be an atheist or a theist for bad reasons. I think most atheists on this panel are atheists because we are skeptics. And I wanted to like just do a final one-to-one, because if the Jedi wasn't enough for you, and Peter can back me up, I think this person's probably interacted with most of the panel here. I get a gentleman who is a young earth creationist who's not an Abrahamic of any faith. He'll tell you that not only is evolution not real, but gnomes during the Vietnam War used to steal children's shoes and the jackets of American soldiers. And my question would be like, how do you deny this person? They are basically saying, maybe not fairies, but they are telling you, biologically speaking, gnomes go out into the physical world. How do you tell this person that that's not imaginary?
They probably went to a Waldorf school. That's why they believe in gnomes.
I just need to correct something. Sorry, Amy. He did also add that after that he became Catholic with a small c. So I guess he's more kind of in Catholic as a self-identifying and not really ritualistic. Is what I'm going to guess that means.
That is what a lapsed Catholic means. A lapsed Catholic basically means that you're Catholic, but you only do the holidays, you use the label, but you've kind of fallen away from the... It's funny because no one says a lapsed Protestant, but for whatever reason, that is the term.
Amy, can I
absolutely
a guest you frequently talk to and describe that way of being a Catholic? Sabina.
Okay. We have another. We have another guest with us here, Ausiel. If I'm mispronouncing your name, please do correct me. Welcome and thank you for joining us.
He's got a snake avatar.
That's a really
Ausiel, you've been in queue a really,
that's...
really long time. Try backing out of this and rejoining, and I'll pull you back up.
Ah. You just kicked the guy with the snake off. Taco. Why?
Oh. Hey, we can hear you now. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. And please correct me if I mispronounced your name.
Ausiel, it doesn't matter.
Ausiel, we'll go with the first one. Ausiel, thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
So, I heard you guys talking. I didn't actually know this was to prove the beliefs. I came with the intention just to share the beliefs because I don't believe that my beliefs can be proven. They could be evidenced, but I don't actually think you guys will like the evidence. But I'd still like to share it.
To clarify, the bar is to convince us. Now, proof will be an important part of it for many people, but convincing argument is what we're looking for. And so please feel free to present your ideas.
Okay, so in the most succinct way possible, I sent Taco a text version of this, but I basically had a friend in high school that saw this entity at a crossroads. He described this entity essentially as appearing like a shadow figure. He was with another person. He saw this entity at his car side, and then the entity, didn't appear like he was material. He said that he had no face. He said that he had no hands. And then I met another person that didn't know the person I just described to you that claimed to have seen a similar entity. I haven't seen this entity, but I then started researching about this, right? One of the attributes that both of these people gave me was that this entity walks with a limp. And so
Slenderman. You think it could be Slenderman? Could it be Slenderman?
You could associate it with Slenderman. Both of them actually associated it with a voodoo god named Papa Legba, Aloha, from the voodoo pantheon, I guess. But so what I did is, with some confirmation bias, I was looking for this attribute. But I kept finding the attribute of lameness in gods from all different cultures. So to just list a few, Tezcatlipoca, Saturn, Dionysus, Hephaestus, Zeus, they just went on and on. And so this kind of confirmed to me, at least, that this entity existed in some way.
So there's an interesting thing has happened. You've noticed some coincidences. Some people have imagined the same things. Now, there's a famous movie, First Encounters of the Third Kind, produced by Steven Spielberg, I believe. And before that movie came out, the way people described aliens and their sightings, there was a lot of variety, a lot of very different types of aliens. But after that, the aliens all kind of are very similar to the aliens seen in that movie. So sometimes the influences can be cultural, they can be societal, and so people will start to expect to see things, and then their minds will play tricks on them, in a sense, for lack of a better term, and a way of describing that. And they will think that they're kind of expecting that that's what it's going to be out of the corner of their mind, in a way, and then the brain starts pattern matching and putting things together, and they start kind of subconsciously seeing something that they're expecting instead of looking at it from a blank slate perspective. So there could be some of that at play. It's hard to say.
Also, 1 in 300 people are schizophrenic, and about a quarter to half of all schizophrenics visually hallucinate all kinds of stuff.
Right. Well, the one friend that I had that saw the story I didn't tell you, he could have schizophrenia. My other friend, he actually, after this had happened and bothered him for some years, he actually went to get clinically diagnosed, and he wasn't diagnosed. So he still could have something. But
now, just to make a very important point here, just because somebody's schizophrenic does not necessarily discredit what they've seen.
Sure, I agree with that.
Okay.
So LCL, just to clarify, was there was misidentification, was that eliminated as a possibility?
So, I mean, you can't say that it was eliminated, but I will say that both of those people, the two different people that reported it to me, they had another person with them that reported seeing the same thing. So
there's a reason why people have similar hallucinations, and that is that the way that the brain generates imagery that isn't already there, like when you close your eyes and you imagine something and so on, is based on a common mechanism in all of our brains, right? So there's a way in which ideas or stimuli can trigger an image, and the images that appear to people from the same stimuli are very frequently very similar. So, for instance, in a lot of what people describe as near-death experiences or out-of-body experiences, you often hear people describe, bright lights and things like that. And that's explainable by the type of trauma that tends to occur to the brain, and it tends to affect areas of the brain that are related to seeing lights and so on. So it's not a surprise that a bunch of people see the same thing, and it doesn't lend realism to the thing that they saw. Another example is DMT. Like, tons of people who take DMT describe vaguely some similarities between these like entities that talk to them in their imagination while they're on DMT. And some people get really freaked out by this because they're like, oh my God, what if they're real? What if that's why they see the same thing, right? And that's not an irrational response. I mean, these are scientists, a couple of them, who got freaked out by this and like stopped doing the research because they were afraid that there was some danger to their patients or that these entities might be real or something. They were just scared. Now, in reflection, when people look into, well, why do people often see figures and faces? It's because the majority of your visual recognition system in your brain, more than any other phenomena, is dedicated to faces and people. In other words, there's more surface area of your brain's visual stimuli detection system dedicated to recognizing the small, minute differences between the facial features of all the people around you than there is recognizing the difference between cars or sailboats or all the other things that we deal with. And that's because we evolved probably so much of our brain, or we just develop it because we're exposed to so many faces so much of the time. So you would expect people to constantly hallucinate characters and people And in our dreams, we constantly talk to these characters and people, interact with these characters and people. There's nothing surprising about that.
Sure, I definitely agree with that. The one thing I would say is that I think the more people that are having the experience, and the more prolonged the experience is, the more complex the experience is, the less likely it becomes just a hallucination. That there could be, like, there's a level of hallucination, right? You could have a pure hallucination. You could have a hallucination based on something material in reality. So you could just see a shadow figure, right? Or you could see your tree outside of your window, and you could make that a shadow figure. So I certainly second what you said. The second story, I tend to doubt that it was just a hallucination, taking, that the person was being honest with me and they actually did experience what they said they experienced. They saw the entity in their house, and the entity sat down in a rocking chair and spoke to them. And so the story was that my friend, he was freaking out at this entity. He was saying, oh my God, this is Satan, I'm going to kill myself. And the entity said, with, like, my friend describes it, many voices at once, he said, well, then why don't you kill yourself? He said, like, very creepy like that. And I don't think that they were both experiencing the same thing, right? So I kind of hard to believe that if they're being honest with me, which you could cast doubt on, but if they are, I doubt that it's actually a hallucination.
I just want to
So what
point out,
about,
it's never a shadow entity whispering in your ear, "You're amazing." Oh, you out.
Well, so
Yeah,
that's
your
actually a good
friends
point.
are-
So, if I show you a picture of, have you seen optical illusions on Google? Like, there's this one with a Rubik's cube, and it has two orange squares in the middle, and one of the orange squares looks way darker than the other orange square. Have you seen those kinds of optical illusions?
I think I've seen optical illusions before. I don't know if I've seen that one particularly, but
Right. So I show these optical illusions to lots of people, and they all report seeing the exact same thing. Is that evidence that the optical illusion is real, or is it just a similar failed pattern produced by lots of different brains?
mhm.
So in the case of, say, seeing a demon or something, as Randolph mentioned, those patterns that we see where we attribute that to being like aliens or similar in some sense is more likely because we have similar ideas of certain cultural patterns than it actually being a demon. For example, if someone, there's these things called bereavement delusions. Bereavement delusions are where you see a dead loved one or someone who is important to you. You can see them, taste them, touch them, have them do stuff, whatever. And kids will have these visions of Santa Claus, big guy, red suit, white beard, and they all report the same thing. Is that evidence that Santa Claus is real because the children all have similar experiences of Santa Claus?
Right. I definitely agree. There are all sorts of projections people put upon optical illusions. I agree with you.
Well, so wouldn't that also apply to the stories of the people who you described? That it could also be the similar kind of thing, a common phenomenon produced by brains
So
like that.
it's a bit interesting, right? Because the first one could be right, and that's the one that I have like an actual written account of. They're in their car. They see this man that looks homeless, and as he comes closer, he appears like some chthonic deity, right? The second one, I don't really think that could be the case because it's this prolonged experience with a lot of things happening at once, of voices, conversation, back and forth. They're looking at this entity.
Yeah, the other thing is that a person hallucinating may also speak when under the power of a hallucination. So other people hearing the voice that they heard in their head is more than likely them doing it. I've actually had personal experience with people who thought they were like seeing a ghost and heard the ghost speak, and they were the one who was speaking. I mean, I heard them speak in their voice, but in their brain, they were listening to a ghost speak, right? But it was because they were freaked out. They had just woken up from a dream that they had night terrors in the past. They had a history with this type of hallucination, and they remember it as the voice was speaking. Didn't you hear it? And I said, yeah, you were speaking. I saw your lips moving, dude. Like this is not an uncommon phenomena.
Well, like in the instance of that, you obviously have one person to validate that it wasn't actually a ghost. In the instance that I'm describing, both of the people involved in each of the encounters believed that it was some sort of chthonic entity.
Right. But we don't rely on their testimony, I don't think, because the kind of phenomena they've described is one of the most common types of hallucinations, like the shadow entity thing. I mean, I've literally had about 4 or 5 conversations on Discord who said, yeah, the reason I believe in the supernatural ghosts is because I saw shadow beings or whatever. And some of them have said, yeah, and I heard them speak and stuff like that. These are like such common delusions that they're not even remarkable. Like, no one would investigate this claim. It would just be added to another example of the 550th instance of this exact type of phenomena, right? And it's not evidence that it's real. It's evidence that people just have similar delusions.
I mean, do you think that they're like in the instance of the second encounter, right? Let's just grant that they're being honest, like the encounter actually happened the way that they, or if it didn't happen the way they perceive it to happen, at least they're reporting what they think happened, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying they're lying. I think, like my friend, because like my friend is someone who I highly respect. You know, like the person I'm describing was not an untrustworthy person, but they were in a state of having just woken up. And I don't know if you're familiar with what people call sleep paralysis and night terrors and all that kind of stuff. But it's basically a state where dreaming and reality are mixed up, okay? And people who hallucinate get into a state like that while they're standing up in the middle of the day, right? It's like nodding off in your sleep, but while you're standing up or sitting or whatever. So it's very possible that one of those people, I'm not a psychologist or doctor, but this is my hypothesis, one of those people is mentally ill or at least was having an episode, and the other person heard them speaking. That's usually how it works.
So the first story, I met both of the people in that one encounter, the crossroads encounter, let's say. They both confirmed that it was supernatural, right? The second instance, I did not.
They do. I just want to kind of like push back on that. So when you say these people have this testimony and they saw it, okay, how did they test it? Because if I see a supernatural being, I'm going to push the envelope of its seemed properties to see if they are what they appear, right? So, for instance, did they do anything skeptical whatsoever? If someone doesn't mention even a single attempt at a skeptical investigation of what they think is a supernatural claim, it's almost always, I think, evidence that they are likely to have just been dreaming. Because in our dreams, we're not very skeptical. We're just like, oh, it's a unicorn. Wow, that's interesting.
Something?
Well, yeah. I don't. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'll be real quick. So I get lied to like probably like 40 times a day. Yeah. So
I'm sorry.
I'm just letting you know, also, like people.
It's mostly
lie
me. It's mostly me lying to you. It's something like that.
No, but people lie a lot, dude. A lot.
I mean, so the issue there's a few things I want to reply to. So the instance of them dreaming, and in both cases, I don't think both people were dreaming. In the one case, they were driving a car. In the other case, they were, he described that he had been awake for some time.
I didn't say they were dreaming. I said that people hallucinate and they see things as though they were dreaming that are mixed with reality and they can't distinguish. And it's usually very brief.
Right. Like, I think that's what an epiphany is. Like, it's actually a vision that you have.
It's something different. But go ahead.
Can we just grant everything you've said? Let's say you actually have like 30 people who all have the same experience and think it's a ghost or a spirit or whatever. None of that's evidence it actually happened, because we know of thousands of biases, delusions, hallucinations that happen to brains all the time. Why do you think that a few people seeing something is good evidence that it's actually true?
Well,
actually spiritual things. Why is this personal experience stuff something you believe is rational evidence?
Well, there's a lot of correlations with both of these experiences, and these two parties don't know each other. And then furthermore, like I said, I went about substantiating that this entity might actually exist. So I looked at all of these cultures, and I kept finding this motif of a limping god, or a god with lameness, right? And so that kind of supported it for me, because in theology there's this criterion of embarrassment that says the more likely something is to be embarrassing to a culture, the less likely it is to be made up, right? If we were to kind of misapply this to mythology, right, we would expect that there'd be some lame gods in some cultures, like Hephaestus, right?
Well, so just to jump in real quick, like
Yeah, sure.
the criterion of embarrassment is not used like at all by anybody. It's mostly used by apologists. You can find in a video from Inspiring Philosophy talking about like two other usages that are not really very important, but it's not a real criterion. But that doesn't make a difference. So I don't care about any of that. Let's just grant all of that. Let's say that there are people who have experiences, and these experiences correspond to other cultures. I don't see why any of this matters at all. Like, why? How is this evidence that it wasn't made up by people's brains?
Well, I think that the evidence correlates with each other. Like all of the evidence correlates, and then
Sure,
that
let's say it does.
substantiates the idea for me, right?
Wait. So that's the part I'm missing here. Why does the fact that people have similar made up stories show it's true? Like, people have made up stories of gods. That doesn't show God
Well,
is true. It just shows that people's brains make up the same kinds of stories.
like even in the question, you have a premise that it's made up, that it's like fabricated, right?
Because we have examples that are documented where that is the case to draw from as a basis of experience in this type of speculation. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I can't do anything else for you guys. I just wanted to share the.
Well, the question is for you. Why do
Yeah.
you think correlated experiences mean truth? There are lots of correlated experiences of the Loch Ness Monster. There is no Loch Ness Monster. There's lots of correlated experiences of Bigfoot. There is no Bigfoot. There's lots of correlated experiences of UFOs. There is no UFO. There are many examples of people seeing miracles, and they're affected by this thing called communal reinforcement. They have a community of people who think it's some kind of spiritual relationship to some divine entity they have in their brain, and they all attribute it to that entity or to those properties, and it's false, and we can prove it's false lots and lots of times. This happens to humans all over the world. We know it's false. Why do you think that this communal reinforcement and bereavement delusion aren't a better explanation of the phenomenon you described? Because we know they're extremely common. We've proven they exist. There's thousands of examples of them affecting hundreds to thousands of people simultaneously. Why is that not a better explanation than actually demons?
I think that there could have been some basis for the Loch Ness Monster. There could have been a log that somebody saw, and they said that's the Loch Ness Monster. If I would have investigated, I would have found out that it's a log, or I would have found out that it's a sea dragon, whatever the Loch Ness Monster is. I'm saying that these people had experiences. I don't know what they are, right? But they seem to all believe that it's this what they think it is, and that's why I believe their testimony.
I think you should Google communal reinforcement, because when you find people who all believe the same thing about some relationship to some event, it's most likely communal reinforcement, a biological function of the brain that we know about that fails consistently and is proven exists, and that if the experience can be explained by one of those phenomenon that are in the brain that we know exists, that's a better explanation than actually demons.
Okay. I'm gonna, if I could, I'm gonna put a what the person wrote for me in the text here, and anyone can read it if they want to.
Thank you.
You're welcome, guys.
Hey, thank you very much thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate the conversation.
For
I
sure.
just want to make a
Repent or
final
perish.
statement.
Thank you, Mr. Batman.
But yeah, shadow creatures, if they were real, once again, not to go back to things like Rosary, but anything affecting in the physical world should be able to have physical, material, natural explanations that we can test. And so if this shadow creature is coming back and forth, all we need to do is get this person in a lab and we can put that to rest.
Is my volume still low now?
You're good now.
No, you're good. Xerxes.
Welcome, Xerxes and Jack. Good to see y'all. We've got a few more people in queue right now, and if you're listening and you want to come chat with us, please raise your hand. Fleur is up next. I have not gotten a DM from them or anything yet, but Fleur, I invited you up. What's going on?
Fleur, welcome. Thank you for joining us. If you're speaking,
Sorry. Give me a second. My mic wasn't working.
We can hear
now
you.
it is.
We
Okay.
can hear you.
How's it going, Fleur? What you got for us today?
Okay, so I have an argument for panentheism, but I would have to give some caveats first. It would require that you accept idealism to be true.
Do
you have a different argument than that?
So what you can do, because that may or may not be the case with various panel members.
Wait. So
You're
I just
better off
wanna...
to just put it in as a condition in your argument and just say, if this is accepted as true, then ... Maybe just
Could you say that again? So you have an argument for panentheism, and we need to accept idealism?
Yeah, you need to accept idealism.
Panentheism is like the universe is inside of God, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if mind is the only thing, then presumably there wouldn't be an independent universe, right? Because
idealism isn't mind is the only thing.
That's exactly what idealism is.
No, that would be subjective idealism. I'm an absolute idealist.
Everything is mental, right?
Well, if you're absolute, then everything is literally dependent on the activity of a mind.
So absolute idealism would be Hegelianism. I say that everything is within some type of dialectical tensions within one another, and these are within the absolute idea, which is going to be within the forms of an absolute logic, spirit, and
monist?
science.
Monist
Mhm,
thinks
I'm a
there's
monist.
one substance. There's only one substance.
Yes, I'm a monist.
And that substance is consciousness.
No, not consciousness, idea.
Okay, some form of mental something or another.
Yeah, some type of mental substance.
And the universe is inside of that.
Mm-hmm. It's inside of the absolute idea.
Okay. Are you getting this from Schelling? Your absolute idealism belief?
Yeah, Schelling and Hegel.
Okay.
Okay,
Hegel didn't write this, Schelling did.
That was my only question. You can go ahead.
Okay, I can go ahead?
Yep.
Okay, so basically, premise one of the argument is that all sublations are going to be dialectically necessary. Two, the sum total of... What's a sublation? It's going to be the function of absolute negation, which is going to be the negation of negation.
Doesn't make sense. Okay, what do you
so
mean?
The negation?
Do you mean a sublimation?
No, sublation. The term in German is Aufheben.
Okay, so sublation in like philosophy is like a flotation method. I don't know what specifically.
No, sublation. So the term is Aufheben. So it means to cancel, to preserve, and to uplift. Yeah. So basically, all sublations are dialectically necessary. Okay.
Wait, can you give me an example of a sublation? Like,
I can give you an example. I can give you an example. Yeah. Okay, so let's say we have red, right, and we have blue, and then I combine red and blue together, and I get like purple, right? Both red and blue, right, are canceled. They are preserved within the concept of purple, and then they are uplifted to a higher concept of purple. I can give another example, which is the example Hegel gives in the Introduction to Phenomenology of Spirit.
Just to clarify, like, so if I take a red sheet, put it in front of a light, I see red. I take a blue sheet, I put it in front of the red sheet. Waves of light combine to hit my eye. They're still red and blue wavelengths, but my brain then interprets that as purple.
Yeah.
And you're saying
purple
that
is the superior color.
So you're saying that that's this combination of light in my brain is an Aufheben.
Yeah, it's a Aufheben. Yeah.
This requires what?
This requires what? The Aufheben?
The first premise, it says, in order to have sublation, you need what?
No, the first premise was that all sublations are dialectically necessary.
What does that mean? Dialectic, yeah, that was the part I was asking. So what do you mean by dialectically necessary?
So what I mean by dialectically necessary is that they must exist at least within the abstract, within the absolute idea. So that sublation must exist within the abstract of the absolute idea and not within the concrete.
I see no logical entailment that even if I grant idealism, even if I grant panentheism, purple does not need to exist in the absolute idea.
Well, the reason why purple would have to exist within the absolute idea is because at least the abstract by which colors mix, so we would say that the sensibility of purple would have to exist in the abstract in order for us to have a comprehension of some type of eidetic universal of colors.
Again, but that wouldn't matter because there could be other colors that we don't think about that aren't possible, that just don't exist. It's happens to be the case that purple occurs when you add red and blue, but that's not necessarily the case. It could be green. Green could occur. There's no logical contradiction there.
Yeah, but the
So-
combination itself, though, like the function of the actual sublation is dialectically necessary.
Well,
And
no,
the
no,
reason
so
why
necessary means there's a deductive cause.
Yep.
But there is not a deductive cause to red and blue causing purple. There is a
there
coincidental
is
cause. No,
the
it's not
deductive cause is the deductive cause is within sublation.
No, this
itself.
is the part that's wrong. It is not necessarily the case that red and blue means purple. That is coincidental. But there is a logically possible world where if you add red and blue, you get green and not purple. Because that's logically possible, it is not necessary for it to be the case that
Great that there's a logically possible world.
What?
Can you demonstrate that that's the case?
Yes, I can imagine it. I'm currently imagining adding red and blue and seeing green. Therefore, it is logically possible.
Well, just because you conceive of it doesn't mean it's logically possible.
That's actually exactly what it means.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope. So I can conceive of a possibility where abstract objects, right, can be formulated, like can be sensed by me in like the concrete. Like I can conceive of myself,
That's
right,
logically
seeing an
possible.
abstract. Yeah, but I would
Logically
say that actually does not follow, right? I would say that doesn't follow analytically because a abstract concept isn't sensible.
Right.
By
but it's
definition.
logically possible. So there is a logically possible world where you can sense.
Well,
and
at that
touch
point, you
outside
don't have an abstract object.
No, it still can be an abstract object. These actually
But
exist
it's
in many
not.
sci-fi worlds. It still would be. Yes, it still would be. So,
But it's not an abstract object at the point
No,
because
it
if it's
still-
sensible, it's not an
still would
abstract
be.
object.
still would be an abstract object. So
Because you're
you should
wait,
just
you're
Google
no,
definition.
you're
Just use
violating.
Google-
No,
Google-
you're
No,
wrong.
no.
So you're actually wrong. So let me
Well,
tell you
you are-
why.
you are-
You're
you are
violating a
wrong. You are
predicate of your Well, if I'm wrong, then you can just like remove me from the stage.
Could that'd be
So-
fun, but so the point here is that
You're
you are
violating
making
a
a definition.
predicate. You're violating
Not
a
a
predicate of an abstract object.
No, that is not a predicate of an abstract object. It is not
Yes, it's
a
a
logically
necessary quality.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it is not necessary. No, it's not. There is no logical necessity that an abstract object can't be viewable. That's clearly the definition that we use. Is it a necessary part of the definition? No, it is not a necessary part
It
of the
exists in
definition.
the abstract. If it exists in the abstract, it doesn't exist in the concrete.
Nope, that is not a necessary part of the definition.
If it exists in the abstract, it doesn't exist in the concrete. It can't
I
be
already
sensible.
addressed that. I already told you you're wrong about that. So it is not a necessary part of the definition.
Well, I disagree. It is a necessary part of the definition. We can keep
Okay,
arguing about this.
I can prove that wrong. I can say I can give you a different definition of abstract objects, or abstract objects are objects that we can't see in the concrete in this world, but in another
then
world,
I would
they
say
can
that
still
that's
see.
just not an abstract object. That you're just
Right.
violating.
But I
that
just proved
you're
you
just
wrong.
violating
So-
the.
so-
But no, I would say that's just not an
wait,
abstract
listen,
object.
Shut up and listen. Shut up and listen. You said it's necessarily the case. That means necessary means exists in all possible worlds that an abstract object.
You're
cannot be sensed.
equivocating between the two.
No, shut up. And so all I have to do to prove you wrong is give an alternative definition of abstract objects, which I did, which then proves it is not necessary that your definition is correct. Your
Yeah, but
whole
the
argument has
alternative
just been
definition.
debunked.
But that's okay. But you're equivocating between the two.
No, there's no equivocation there because there's no true definition of abstract objects.
There is. So this is where I'm going to disagree. There is a true definition of abstract objects
Okay, where do you get these true definitions thing from?
Universals.
Where do you get those from? Like
Where do I get
the
universals?
evidence? No, like where's the evidence?
Where's the
of
evidence?
this?
Indispensability of universals.
I can dispense with them quite easily. I'm a nominalist, therefore you're debunked.
That's why I'm going to give an indispensability argument.
Go ahead.
Okay. So do you agree that we should ontologically commit to things that are indispensable for our scientific theories?
No.
No. Okay, so if these things, right, are indispensable to our scientific theories, right, and these things seem to have causal content. Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
Okay, so something's indispensable. It's going to have causal content, right?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
No, like things can be indispensable and not be causal, or they can be causal, but I would just say they are dispensable.
Okay, well, show me how. You
Something
would say
can
that
be
they are
indispensable.
dispensable?
Let's say I am a presuppositionalist of God and say intelligibility is only possible with God, and so God would be indispensable. But God can exist and not have any causal content to me knocking the cup over. So even if God
but
is
it has
required
causal
for
content for you to be able to comprehend anything. It's causal.
but it doesn't have any causal content
causation.
to the water being knocked over. So
Is
if
epistemic
something
causation.
is indispensable to one thing, it may be required for that one thing.
Yeah, but
it isn't for all things.
I would say
right?
that
So
epistemic causation is ontological causation. Now we can go back.
that's wrong.
And go down another
Epistemic-
step.
There's no such thing as epistemic causation. What are you talking about?
There's no such thing as epistemic causation. So, like, for example, right?
Causation is literally ontological. It's a thing that exists. Like there's not.
Yeah, and I would say
epistemology is how we know.
epistemology and ontology are coupled.
What?
They're coupled together because I'm an idealist. Yes.
Okay, so that doesn't make sense.
Hmm?
But
How does that not make sense?
So how does us knowing make things true about existence? Like all of our knowledge could be wrong, and existence would still be existence, which means
You're a
all
Cartesian,
epistemology
right?
could be wrong.
You're a
Yeah,
Cartesian,
so
right?
I do not think it is the case. But if it was the case that all of our knowledge was wrong, reality would still be just fine. So there's a difference between knowledge and existence.
that's not what it means for epistemology and ontology to be coupled.
I have no
right?
idea what that means. That's why I said it doesn't make sense.
Well, you have no idea what it means, so let me explain to you what it means.
Go ahead.
Okay. So it means that that our epistemic virtues have ontological analogs.
It doesn't make sense either.
How does that not make sense?
So can you remove all of the philosophical gibberish and actually make it coherent?
Can you shut the fuck up? like seriously?
Well, no, because you're speaking gibberish. You have no coherent argument, and so
yeah, I'm telling you that an epistemic virtue has an ontological analog. Now I can tell you how. Do you want me to explain to you what that means? Do you know what an epistemic virtue is?
Well, so every time stop. So every time I've asked you for clarification on any point of gibberish, you've then added more gibberish to the gibberish that you've already stated. So you need to remove all of the philosophical concepts and then reduce it to its primitives that are understandable to people in the wider culture. And you do that.
You don't have to do that.
To make it coherent, you do.
No. It's completely coherent.
No.
Oh, it's completely coherent.
No, I literally just told you it doesn't make sense. Therefore, it's not coherent.
Just because you said it doesn't make sense. That's a you issue. That's a skill issue, bro.
No, because for me, my intellectual capabilities accurately mirror most of society, and so if it's not coherent for me, it means it's not coherent for the vast majority of people. And Hegel's coherent for pretty much nobody. So
you're pretty retarded.
We can just kick you off the stage because you're not saying anything of value. So
2 strikes.
Okay. So you got one shot. Make a coherent argument. No Hegelian gibberish, which is garbage. Make it in terms that actually understand to most people, or you lose.
Or I lose?
Yes.
I refuse. And you're retarded.
Okay.
Peace out.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
All right, we've got Sugar as Poison up next.
Excellent.
Although, if you want to say anything there, TJump, you're welcome to.
That's how you wreck a Hegelian.
Well, to be fair, Hegel's not even wrong, so I don't know how they can even win or lose. But Sugar, welcome. I'm very excited to hear from you.
Pull them up real quick.
Long time no chat.
That was funny.
Hello, Sugar is Poison. Nice picture of Cookie Monster there, getting into some trouble by the looks of it. How are you today?
You're muted.
Oh, you're muted. You gotta unmute.
I hear him saying TJump is right. TJump is awesome. That's what I don't know. You guys not hear that?
All right, Sugar, you there, man?
Something like that. He's got to fix that.
Yeah, Sugar is probably looking for his keyboard to push the button or whatever, to get his mouse or something.
He's got a red mic on my
let me see.
Thank God, I was server muted.
There we go.
Oh my God.
I can hear you
We can hear you
now.
now.
Welcome.
Okay,
What
I've
you
got
got?
5 minutes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
What-
Let's
what
use
you
your
got?
5 minutes well.
All right, this
Let's-
is the life of pi argument for why you should believe in an afterlife. It's very strong. Okay,
Sorry,
you
what did you call
shouldn't-
the argument? The what?
Life
You
of
should-
pi.
This is the life of pi argument for why you
Life
should believe in
of
that afterlife.
Okay.
You shouldn't.
Movie.
We shouldn't limit human imagination when we don't have to. So you shouldn't needlessly limit human imagination. So unless human imagination is causing harm or is objectively contradicting truth, you should always lean to be pro human imagination. So in regards to the afterlife, I don't know why you guys are needlessly limiting your imagination so drastically, and you shouldn't be.
We are not
Boom.
limiting imagination. We are limiting the
100
correlation.
you 100% are. No, time out. That is just absolutely wrong.
Let me finish the argument. So
Wow.
we are
come
not
on.
limiting imagination. We are limiting the correlation between imagination and reality. So I can grant you can imagine.
Objectively, you are
Not
limited.
done yet. Not done yet. So you can imagine anything you want that's logically possible. The question is does that thing you're imagining correspond to reality? That's
Yeah,
the
but
part
there
that
is
needs
no
justification.
objective reality. There is no objective truth or reality with the afterlife. It could be anything. You grant that.
No,
be
there
stated
is
without
You
evidence.
literally just made my arguments for myself. Yes.
no.
There is no objective reality.
You have any evidence for that?
What that it could be true or not that there's an afterlife? 100%. You guys all think that there's objective proof there's no afterlife?
Oh my god. So
Well, what can be
objective
stated
proof-
without evidence can be disregarded without evidence.
No, answer the question. Do you guys grant that there is no objective proof there's no afterlife? It could be anything.
Sure. Yes.
Either way.
No proof.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for granting the obvious. Okay.
so do
So
you have
in
any
that
evidence?
in that instance,
No. If you don't have
And then-
any
and then-
evidence, wait. I wasn't done yet. So that's called a burden of proof fallacy. You need to provide positive evidence for your claim, and if you can't, it's rational to reject the claim, as Amy said.
Sorry, I have a call. Listen to me. Okay. Do you think someone is limited in their imagination? You tell them that when they die, it's just blackness, or someone who you tell anything is possible?
Neither. Those are both imaginary concepts. Neither of those are limitations.
Wait, what? Okay, you think telling someone that when they die, it's 100% going to be blackness isn't a limiting to their imagination?
No one said that.
That's
and
what
that
you
does
just
not
said.
limit
Well,
their
I'm asking you again. Is that
So
limiting
the
to
answer is
someone's
no.
imagination?
No, I cannot
Are
limit
you
someone's
serious?
Shush. I cannot
Wow.
limit someone's imagination by
That's
telling
insane.
them a
Yeah, oh,
thing.
you absolutely. Wait. You're telling me in North Korea they're not limiting people's imagination?
Well, they probably are destroying people's brains through brainwashing. What does that have to do with
Come on,
anything?
man.
I said?
Why can you grant? Why can you not grant the simple truths? Like, yes, you can limit people's imagination quite easily. We do it all the time. In fact, religions limit people's imagination throughout history and all the time.
So do drugs.
You can absolutely limit people's imagination. Can you grant that?
It's a hell of a drug. Yo,
Well,
Can you
monkeys, too.
grant
Look,
that it's
Sugar,
possible
I'll
to
take
limit
the
someone's-
contrary position.
Right.
Okay, so I will grant that you can limit people's imaginations in all the ways you described, and I do not accept your premise one, which is that it is bad to limit people's imaginations, because I can provide numerous counterexamples of examples where people's imaginations are highly dangerous, irresponsible, or reckless, or mistaken, and commit other people who they're perpetuating those imaginations towards to be similarly misled and harmed. So it's very simple to refute your argument. The life of pi argument is bad because some kinds of imagination are dangerous and should be limited. So what's your argument?
That's why there's the premise that it can't cause harm and it can't be objectively false. Now, so you're on the right track, though. Thank you for granting.
Whoa.
Thank you for granting the obvious. Thank you for granting the obvious points, which are yes, you can limit people's human imagination. Obviously,
you just said it can't be objectively false, right?
Yeah, that's one of the premises.
So there is an objective truth. So there's an objective truth.
Not in regards to the afterlife, there isn't.
Wait. Whether or not we know is not the same as it being true. So there can be a truth whether or not we know it, right?
No. What the fuck? Obviously not. You have if something isn't known, it's not a truth, and I have to go.
Sugar,
He's talking
you're
about
welcome to come
state
back.
of
Please
affairs,
come back
Sugar.
again.
Sugar. Is there a state of affairs there, regardless of what we think?
I gotta
Yes,
go.
yeah.
Can you kick me off the stage, please?
Come back again soon, Sugar. You're awesome.
What was? I'm not even sure what that was about.
It's
Get
okay.
outta there, man.
Sugar is a little hard to follow, but if you give him more time, it's always entertaining.
He was better than the Helga guy. I could understand him.
Was
far
there
better than the
somebody
Helga
who
guy.
came in here a minute ago using the ontological argument for God?
I suspect the underlying problem is that Sugar consumes too much sugar.
I don't think he does. I think he's high on life and yoga and energy and stuff. He's very healthy.
Natural
Can
sugar.
I just point out that we shouldn't believe everything is possible. In fact, we should rule in not possible and possible things when we have evidence for them. And we're not limiting people's imagination. We are giving them an actual way to grieve. When you have a 99 or a 90% convince rate that there is going to be no afterlife, you treat this as the one and only life that you do have.
I don't know if you guys heard me, but is there somebody who came in here a little bit ago using the ontological argument?
The idealist argument, you mean? That guy?
No. The modal ontological argument from Plantinga.
I did not hear that one. No, we heard a guy who said he had an argument based on idealism, and it was some very obscure kind of absolute idealism, and that didn't go anywhere.
I know I was in here for that one. That was the panantheist, but there's a couple of people in the chat using the modal ontological argument, and I really wish one of them would join the stage. So
Well, there's an invitation. If someone wants to take Xerxes up and argue for the modal ontological argument, Xerxes would love to talk to them. I also wanted to say that it's too bad Sugar had to go, but the thing that his definition seems to lack is the idea that something can just be like inferentially probably bad to be sufficient to be discourageable, right? Like if I have a Nigerian prince who wants me to send him $10,000, you don't have to like prove absolutely that it is not a Nigerian prince to discourage someone from sending those people money. And this idea that you have to know absolutely to say one way or the other about a theological sort of unfalsifiable claim is just as silly as saying you can't discourage people from like falling for scams or something.
Also, North Koreans are not missing imagination. They are missing food, electricity, and freedom, just to name a few.
Hey, Kyriix, welcome and thank you for joining us. Please correct me if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. What have you got for us today?
Oh, real quick, just so everybody in the audience knows, we are absolutely still taking people in queue, so feel free to raise your hand if you'd like to come chat with us, if you have a good argument, something like that. We'll be here for about another hour or so, so if you'd like to come chat with us, just raise your hand. Sorry for interrupting you, Kyriix.
It's okay. Well, I guess I came here just to, say my opinion on God and spirituality and my argument for it.
Go for it.
We can only see 0.005% of all of the light spectrum, correct?
Sure.
So if that's the case, that means we can't see the other percentage. And I remember there was a guy, if I'm not mistaken, his name was Octius something. He was up here presenting his argument like for these shadow entities or whatever. And I remember that had me thinking, well, we can't see a lot of these things probably because they're on another plane of existence. And I remember the CIA had posted these documents. If I'm not mistaken, it's called the Gateway Process. And the documents were talking about astral projection. They were talking about,
You're talking about Project Stargate.
That was us, by the way, that was Seal who was on there earlier talking about the shadow entities, yes.
And just to clarify, are you making reference to the Montauk Project?
No, Project Stargate. It's on CIA.com/reading room.
I recall Project Stargate, and this also slides into kind of like MK Ultra, but also I'm kind of curious because
CIA.gov. I'm sorry, /reading room.
But Kyriix, are you also kind of like referring to the Montauk Project?
Yes, I'm referring to the Montauk Project. Project Stargate.
You know, the Montauk Project was the Montauk Project itself. You know, that was based on a fictional book, correct?
So Project Stargate, though, is a legit program that the U.S. did for like 20, 30 years, something like that. And so I read most of that from the initial briefing where they revealed the intel showing that the Soviets had done astral projection, all the way till the end where the U.S. discontinued the program. So feel free to talk about that because I'm very familiar with it.
Yeah, but as far as like Project Montauk goes, so Montauk Air Force Base, which is over off of New York. So I'm very familiar with it and familiar with its history and how it was started up post World War II. And so, but there was a series of books that were put out, the Montauk Project series, which are books which are fiction, and they're based on that Air Force. They're based on that Air Force installation and the connecting area of Plum Island animal disease research. So I'm familiar with both of those and the history behind them and the authors who wrote the books based on the Montauk Project. So the Montauk Project in and of itself is just a fictional book series that was based on just the existence of this Air Force installation system that was created or that was established around World War II. Now, and of course, the establishment of the Plum Island research facility in the 60s. Now, the idea was that, but everything that was
Stargate's legit, though.
Stargate is legit. Stargate was a legit project, man. But he mentioned the Montauk Project, and
let's just talk about Stargate because that's a real thing. That the government
he didn't mention Stargate. He didn't mention Stargate. He mentioned the
Gateway.
Montauk.
No, he said Gateway.
I mentioned both.
Yeah. So, but I'm telling you that anything off the Montauk Project is completely fictional. Just to give you the heads up.
Montauk and Stargate together, and he said yes. I don't think he knew what Montauk was.
He said Gateway.
I know what Montauk is. I know what that is.
Yeah. Why don't you just tell us your theory? Continue.
So I know that and when they talk about Project Stargate, they mention astral projecting, they mention, remote viewing, and they would test out, different psionic abilities, for research and to spy on Russians, et cetera, et cetera. So my point is, I believe that there could more than likely be a spirit realm or some sort of plane that overlaps this one that we can't see, which could explain why a lot of these shadow beings are unable to be studied because we can't, physically see or interact with them, but they still exist all around us.
I have a quick question about it. So what was the content that these people doing the astral projection received from that astral projection and provided to the interviewers? What content was provided?
When you say content, what do you mean by that?
What information did they discover which demonstrated that they had actually done it?
Well, many of them describe, like whenever they would remote view, they described like a sensation that felt like a disconnect from their body. And
that's not what he's asking. He's asking what information did they bring back from their remote viewing or astral projection that they couldn't have just imagined?
That's a good question. That is actually information that I'm still trying to find. I'm gonna pull.
Well, if you read the CIA reading room files, you'll understand that it was vague and unusable content, and that's why the program was canceled.
It doesn't work, in other words. It's a hoax. And the CIA thought it might be real because the Russians might be doing it. And so if the Russians are doing it...
We sent a spy over to Russia, and Russia knew they were a spy, and they gave them fake information saying that they were investing money into this. And then we ran that program for like 30 years.
Yeah, that's the funniest part.
Oh, wow.
So it's a hoax that was perpetrated on us as a joke because they're like, oh yeah, this is super real information. Why don't you try it?
For like 30 years, we spent millions of every single internal document that was in the CIA reading room. That's
it wasn't
like them analyzing like what's going on here.
It wasn't a total waste.
Every single one recommended they shut the program down for like 30 years.
Right, but we did get one or two things out of it. Like we got the X-Files, we got Stranger Things, we got a lot of really good conspiracy theory sci-fi shows because of that project. Yeah.
But then I guess my next question would have to be, well, then how do we explain UFOs, cryptozoology, and all of these other things? Because I know that this stuff has been cited for, decades, if not centuries.
How do we explain astral projection?
Before we go on,
it's
I just want to
imagination.
point out that I want you all to explain my Stargate SG-1 erotica. I don't think you can.
So Kyriix, so UFOs, so objects seen in the sky that people cannot readily identify, does not entail aliens. Obviously, the ideas, and if you follow fiction, human accounts of what aliens could potentially look like, you can see a correlation between how that's changed over the years. So way back in the days of like Jules Verne and H.G. Wells, stuff like that. So aliens were like robots, or they were like super advanced human beings. But they look very, very similar to us. And then, of course, you can see at the point when Close Encounters of the Third Kind came out, that's where the gray idea came out, even though that was based off the Hill incident, which they described a kind of gray type element. And Steve Spielberg took that, and then all of a sudden, everybody was experiencing grays after that movie came out. So when it comes down to it, objects have been seen in the sky that people have not been able to readily identify and look odd. So... But that doesn't entail aliens or visiting the planet. It just means that they're unidentified objects. Now, when it comes to...
Can I chime in? Because I've had an alien experience.
Just because you got stopped at the border doesn't entail...
No. Hold on. Let me... So, I'm not joking. I'm 100% serious. So let me explain. This was in... If I'm correct, in 1989, I think. So what happened was I was a truck driver at the time, and I lost an entire day. I have no memory of the entire day. To this day, I don't. I have a few shards of what I saw during that day. I lost about, I was in Germany, I lost about 50 Deutschmarks that I have no clue where they went. I drove the truck from Cologne in Germany to close to Basel in Switzerland, and then the next day back to approximately close to Heidelberg in Germany. No idea what happened. What I do know is when I was driving towards Basel, I had an alien sitting next to me in the truck. I had conversations with the alien, only parts of which I can still remember. And what I noticed, because we have a recording system in European trucks that will record how fast you're going, how long you're driving. I drove that truck at top speed from Cologne to Basel, so far over the speed limit. I was incredibly afraid to tell people about it. Oh, and I damaged the truck. There was a damage outside of the truck. I never told anyone except for my girlfriend what happened, because I was extremely scared about losing an entire day. I had no recollection. So I drove to Basel. I unloaded and loaded the truck. From there on, I went to a restaurant, had some dinner. From there on, I went to a hotel where I spent the night. The next morning, I got back in the truck and I regained consciousness several hundred kilometers along the way, close to Heidelberg. In 2003, I accompanied someone who had an appointment with a psychiatrist. And I thought maybe this is... she saw lights, and the psychiatrist explained what exactly happened. So I asked him, I have a weird experience, and so I told him what happened. And he explained it quite easily. He said, at that time, is there anything else significant? I said, yes. I was watching Discovery Channel a lot, where back then that was the hype of the alien encounters, especially the gray aliens, which was what I saw. And then he started asking me questions about my situation at the time. So I was under a lot of stress because I didn't like my job. I was under a lot of stress because we had problems in our relationship. We had problems with our housing. So my entire life was filled with stress. And his explanation was, you were interested in the aliens, so your brain made this up to make you relax. What you saw wasn't real. This is a defense mechanism that is built in the human brain, and it will just calm you down. So, and I'm pretty sure that he was correct. To this day, I still have the disc from the truck that can confirm my story, that I drove the truck at 120 kilometers, 130 kilometers an hour, where only 80 is allowed. And if my boss would have seen that, I would have been fired instantly. So the fact that people can see things and people can experience things does not mean that it is real. There can be a complete rational explanation for this. And in my case, the thing that the psychiatrist came up with is very, very plausible. And I tend to believe that. I was into aliens. That was what I experienced. And it did calm me down. And the reason that I regained consciousness close to Heidelberg is because that is my second hometown. That's where I went on vacation every year. I have a lot of friends there. So that is where my mind pulled me back, so to speak, into reality. And that's when I realized that I lost the entire day. Wow. And it was 100% real. It was as real as I'm now talking to all of you.
Okay, so anyway, to finish my thought, make sure I didn't forget where I was. So yeah, just because someone interprets something as a UFO or an unidentified flying object, just because they can't identify it, doesn't entail aliens. And cryptozoology is also predicated on, predominantly misidentification of things or hoaxes that were deliberately perpetrated. So that's pretty much it. So cryptozoology is predominantly misidentification of existing animals, and UFOs typically misidentification of natural phenomena, or literally things flying in the sky, or like objects in the sky that cannot readily be identified. But the existence of government programs where we test a machine or test airplanes or aircraft that we are not aware of or not familiar with, like the B-2, the B-2 bomber, the stealth bomber, when that was being designed, people were seeing that and didn't know what the hell it was. It's like, oh my god! But then we found out later on what it was. So yeah, there's not a lot to, as far as UFOs go, and not a lot to cryptozoology. So you can kind of appeal. The problem with these is that they kind of force people to appeal to conspiracy. That information is being deliberately hidden from you, but that would be irrational. So because there's nothing to support that.
Well, I guess my only next thing is that, well, then how will we explain the missing 411 cases, where people go missing in national parks just to pop up?
Okay, so there's an explanation. There's actually a very easy explanation for that. So Kyriix is actually a very easy explanation for that. So I'm familiar with the work of Dave Paulides, and there's some critiques I can make about the man himself, which are very, very problematic. But in the Missing 411 series, that is an entire example of everything he's predicated on, where he's essentially saying that aliens exist and Bigfoot exists and all this other stuff, and that's why people disappear in parks and all the weird stuff that they see. The problem is that what he's looking at, it's a, and I can't remember I'm not remembering the exact term for it, but it's when you look at a set of data and you misinterpret the set of data. So what he's looking at is that his conclusion is that there are a number of people that go missing in national parks, and the average amount of people going missing in there is much higher than the national average. So there must be something going on in the national parks that's causing the average to be higher. The problem is that national parks are inherently dangerous places because they're untouched, and a lot of people that go there are unprepared for going into untouched wilderness. But these areas are also population bubbles, because many people, millions of people, go to visit them. Okay, so when you take it when you have these areas where lots of people are going to visit, and it's a particular and they're inherently dangerous areas, because it's the wilderness, people will go missing at what appears to be a higher rate, but it's not. It's actually just because a lot of people are going there. But if you look at the number of people going there, the percentages equal any modern urban area. It just seems more because it creates literally a cluster of what looks like people disappearing. But the problem is, if you compare that to, say, like New York City, the amount of people that go missing in New York City, the cluster is just larger. It doesn't look like a cluster because it's widespread all over the boroughs. But if you center everything to like Yosemite, it's totally Yosemite. Well, then yeah, but that's because millions of people are descending on Yosemite and creating a cluster. But it's a false conclusion. Okay, it'd be the same. It's the same disappearance rate of everybody just being in the same location and never going anywhere in New York City. People still disappear at the same rate. So that's why I have a problem with, and the reason David comes to these conclusions is because of some other stuff that he believes in, because he wants to do, and plus he's gotten really, really famous with it and made a lot of money with his Missing 411 series. I know there's a new movie that came out where he brings aliens into it. So, but it's a marketing deal is what it is, based upon bad interpretation of the evidence.
So it's just basically done for money?
Yes.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that people don't hold these delusions and believe in them and also make money off of them at the same time. True. So if you look into the psychological phenomena behind this, there's a lot of common what are called true believers, where a single person will tend to believe in like a far disproportionate number of conspiracy theories, like supernatural beliefs, etc. And if one is debunked, they don't stop believing in the whole category of things and become more skeptical as a whole. They just switch beliefs. They go, oh, it wasn't the aliens, it was the Rosicrucians, right? So there is kind of like a habit people get into. I'm not going to say it's necessarily a mental illness, but it's kind of like an addiction phenomenon, where people get addicted to conspiracy ideas and they just go from one to the next. And lastly, you should go to at least Rational Wiki, if not Wikipedia and others, and look at like the criticism or reception sections for any book or source that you get that claims this kind of stuff. Because what you'll find is that like almost every supernatural thing people bring up on this show or in your own conversations, they probably haven't done that. And you can, within like one Google search, find like 3 or more reasons to debunk what they're saying, and they haven't even looked at it. Because they're not in the habit of wanting to look at it, because they don't want to be debunked. They want to believe because they get hooked into true believer syndrome.
Yeah, we see that a lot with flat earthers in particular.
Yeah, understandable. Are there any, do you guys believe that there's like any supernatural things that can't be explained?
I don't. I think that typically when we encounter something that we don't have an explanation for, it seems to be that the path to figuring it out is always in the scientific realm and not in the spiritual or religious realm.
Understandable.
What does supernatural even mean, though? Like, if aliens exist, they're natural.
Yeah, he said, I think paranormal as well, right? Or
no, he said supernatural.
Yeah, so this is a good question. So, Kyriix, one of the reasons that you brought them up was connected to the original question of, do you believe in a god or the supernatural, spiritual creator of some type? And you mentioned this stuff, presumably, and the UFO stuff, because you were implying that spirits could be the explanation, that instead of it being aliens, the visibility of weird things in the sky could be spirits doing it, and that would be evidence for God or spiritual beings, is what I inferred you were trying to say. Is that what you were trying to say?
Yes, sort of. Yeah, basically.
Okay.
I was just trying to imply that there could be a spiritual realm that overlaps ours, and that could explain why we can't.
That's how you started.
See a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, you started by just saying, what if there are things in other dimensions or places we can't see? You started with the visible light analogy, which is a great starting point. So the question I have for you after everything we've talked about is, do you currently believe in a all-powerful creator being like God or not?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And has anything that we've talked about affected your belief or made you more skeptical or more interested in looking into the plausibility of that? Or do you believe for other reasons totally unrelated to this?
A little bit of both. I still believe, but I am also going to do more research behind a lot of this stuff, so then that way I could better understand it, if that makes sense.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you want to talk about any of the other reasons, or are you done?
The other reasons why, like the other reasons
why you believe in God, yeah.
Well, that's because I've had like a lot of, personal experiences. Like I remember my great aunt, she had got into a car accident and she claims that she had went out of her body, like she had an out of body experience and remember, just heading up towards this huge ball of light. But then after the doctors were able to resuscitate her, she went back into her body.
Yeah, did you hear us talking about that kind of stuff earlier? Because when we were talking to a person about shadow beings, and we mentioned the fact that the repeated similarity between people in similar physical situations, like car crashes, and similar trauma to their head, or just fear and the chemicals that are released in the brain in intense fear, like this situation that was very stressful that Peter was describing. People under similar duress have similar reactions in their brain that seem to trigger similar hallucinations.
Like when you say reactions, do you mean like the release of chemicals?
Like if I electrocute a part of your brain, you will feel like you were talking to God. If I turn the electric signal off, you will no longer feel that way. So does that mean that we have discovered the thing that God uses? Or does that mean that the feeling that people have when they think they're talking to God is probably because part of your brain can make you feel that way?
Well, to me,
you're correct, X. That's how it was explained to me as well.
Well, to me, I think about it like this. Who's to say that that experience that's making you feel that way isn't actually happening? And it's possibly both, if that makes sense. Like you could be having that experience,
Science.
but essentially your brain is allowing it to also be possible. So like a mix of both, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's why I asked the question that way.
So like science shows that there's tens of thousands of illusions, delusions, fallacies, biases, misconceptions. Our human brain makes up a bunch of things which are false all of the time. And so we have good reason to believe any particular experience we have that doesn't conform to all of the stuff that we have evidence for is one of those false things that we just made up in our brains. So like because we know humans have lots of delusions and illusions and biases and fallacies that are just false, anything you see, you should probably assume it's in that category until you have some stronger evidence to show it's real.
I understand.
Kyriix, are you at all familiar with the Karen helmet or the Persinger's helmet?
I'm not familiar with that. What is it?
Called the God helmet.
The God helmet, yeah. So essentially, it's a helmet that you wear that utilizing electromagnetic fields that are the helmet stimulates the temporal lobes with weak electromagnetic fields through the skull, and because of that, utilizing, we've discovered that we can induce certain brain states just by basically tinkering with the electromagnetic waves that are directed at the brain. Some really, really interesting stuff that's been discovered utilizing the helmet. Something that I would also recommend you look into.
And a placebo effect was discovered before the actual thing was built. So when they first built it, it was fake. They would just put a helmet on people. There was basically like, if you've seen the movie Back to the Future, where like the doc has like basically a salad bowl on his head that he's trying to use to read Marty's thoughts. So he puts it on Marty, right? He's like, all right, think about something and I'm going to tell what you're thinking. That was like maybe a primitive representation of like real EEG headsets that people do use for research and actually can detect people's thoughts. But the point is, he just put a thing on the guy's head in the original version of this helmet experiment that was not real. But he told people what it was going to do. And people, some of the time, not nearly as much as the actual helmet, but people a lot of the time were willing to hallucinate. And the people who already believed in a religion always hallucinated whatever religion they already believed in. So if I put it on a Hindu, they tend to hallucinate sometimes Hindu gods. If I put it on a Christian, they tend to hallucinate sometimes Christian gods. And when they made the actual helmet that stimulates a specific part of the brain that does it way more reliably, it was because they were able to look at the people during the original experiment, and by doing scans, they were able to see what part of the brain to target, right? So that the fake hallucinations that we come up with naturally all the time show us what part of the brain's involved in it. And then when we investigate and we target that region, it works like a charm, 100% or so of the time.
It's really, really interesting stuff.
Real, correct?
What's that?
Is there like an actual God helmet that does this?
Yes, the second one is real, but the whole point is that they were able to make the second one because they just studied the people who hallucinated the first time with the placebo to figure out what area to target, because there's a lot of areas in the brain, right? And the first version only worked in people that were delusional, and it deluded them in exactly the way that they were predisposed to be deluded. But the second one was forceful. In other words, an atheist could hallucinate the feeling like a God feeling, regardless of whether they believe in it or not, just by poking their brain.
Understandable.
Yeah. So it's more likely that this phenomenon is just what we call a byproduct, or there's another term for it, but it's not it has no purpose necessarily in and of itself, but it is often something which our body is able to do because of something that it needs to be able to do to survive. And generally speaking, this is part of the hypothesis about why religions are so appealing to people, is because we need to listen to our parents when we're young. And so we have a strong attraction to authority figures, especially as we're younger, almost unquestioningly so. And to disabuse someone, in other words, to convince someone that the authority figures in their childhood were wrong, is super difficult, which is why a lot of people stick to the religion that they grew up with. It's not evidence that the religion is true. It's evidence that, like, there's a useful thing, which is obeying your parents because they'll tell you useful stuff to survive. And we evolved to do that, like almost every species has evolved to. And the second, which is that also applies to anything they tell you, even if it's wrong, is a byproduct, not like the purpose of it. So as far as like, did God put that area in your brain as like a walkie-talkie so that he could send you emails or something? I don't think that's plausible. I think it's more plausible that you have a part of your brain which hallucinates for things like dreams and so on, and it's triggered accidentally in a lot of cases.
And then you combine that with the evidence that the brain in and of itself did not evolve all at once. It evolved in stages, and different areas of the brain have evolved faster than other areas of the brain, which is why we make a distinction between, like, the frontal area of the brain and the rear area of the brain, like, or the more primitive areas of the brain, because the brain didn't evolve as an organ all at the same time. So as different areas of the brain evolve faster than other areas of the brain itself has workarounds that allow the primitive areas of the brain, the ones that deal with, like, your basic motor functions and like autonomic responses, to deal with your cognitive areas. So there are neurological workarounds, neurophysiological workarounds that help to bridge those gaps in between the more advanced areas and the primitive areas. And the problem is that you're talking, like, it's literally trying to take old tech and make it talk to new tech and make the new tech talk to the old tech. And those workarounds are pretty much hypothesized to be the reason why the human brain is so susceptible to all of these problems, to these bias problems, to type 1 and type 2 errors, to mental instability, to emotional instability, is because of simply the result of our brain's evolution. So,
what part of the brain did this happen, though? Like, when y'all mentioned, like, the God experience,
the temporal lobes.
The temporal lobe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to know.
Not a problem. There's really interesting stuff out there, like some really strong breakthroughs in understanding. Yes, is there a lot to explain still about the brain? Absolutely. And the biggest problem is that the way neuroplasticity works and basically how the brain wires itself. The longer your neural pathways stay in place and don't change, the more solidified they become. And so, because other things build upon those. So think of the brain as like an organic computer that wires itself in response to external stimuli. If you sequester a human being away from society and you just hammer them with a particular system of belief, and since they were born, hammer and hammer and hammer them, when they go out into the actual world, they're going to have real problems because they're going to be faced with things that directly contradict what their literal brain has been trained to tell them. So that's why that's problematic. Well, that's why it works so well in children, is because you get children into church early on when their brains are still developing, and you get those neural pathways to form in a way that justifies or draws a connection between the authoritarian relationship they have with their parents and how they need to trust their parents, and that this thing exists, like a God exists, and you drill that into them at a young age, it'll be much, much harder to break them of that when they're adults, which is why children raised in atheistic societies, that don't pressure children to believe these things, when they become adults, it's virtually impossible to make them believe that, because their systems of evidence, what is necessary to for evidence, become too insurmountable for the religious claims to overcome. So it's like, no, that's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense at all. So that's why that's the whole concept. Get them while they're young. Get them into Sunday school. Get them in there so that they're looking at these adults, saying, the adults, I need to trust them because they're adults, and I need to believe what they say. So you see how that works in the religion's favor.
Yes, I do understand, and I see how it makes sense. It's like programming somebody right at a really young, like when their mind is very vulnerable, and then now when they grow up, that their mind is going to be molded so much to the point where they aren't going to be able to let go of this.
So yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff out there as far as it goes. I get where you're coming from. There was a point in my deconversion when I was going from because I was born and raised in the faith myself, when I began my deconversion, where I fell into the same thing, looking at the same things that you're looking at. So you're on the right path. Just be critical when you're looking at it and how people come to their conclusions. And this will come along with more studying, asking more questions, engaging with more people, and of course, education as well. So whether you want to take courses on philosophy, courses on sociology, courses in psychology, depending upon which area you want to go into, you like human behavior, child development, or human sexuality is a major thing in there, because the push to breed, informs a lot of what we do. And so when you go into these fields and you start really learning them, you spend some real quality time with the SEP, then or the DSM-5, stuff like this, then I think you're going to come away with a lot better understanding of how people come to these conclusions and why they need them to be real.
Yeah, I understand.
Did you have anything you someone to talk about?
I think that's it. I had a lovely conversation with you guys.
Likewise.
Thank you. Also, I think you sound very much like the guy from South Park. Or is it Family Guy?
You're thinking of
Cleveland?
Yeah, Cleveland.
Yes.
I think you're the guy who told me that.
No, that was me, but
oh, you nasty.
You're in
holy cow.
Hello.
Wow. You're in Obsidian, right?
In Obsidian, what's that?
Oh, never mind. Never mind. I'm wrong. I might be wrong. I thought you were someone else I was playing a game with.
Oh.
Kyriix.
Anyway.
We really enjoyed the conversation with you too. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you guys. You guys have a nice day.
You too.
Feel free to come back again in the future.
Okay. Yes.
All right, we've got a special guest coming up next. One of J.L. Warren's favorite interlocutors of all time. I bet he even could guess who it is. You want to guess who it is?
It's one of two. It's either Otangelo or it's Jason the Worm Guy.
It's with the worms today.
It's the worm guy.
This is like Jerry Springer. We've got someone backstage who's very excited to see you.
Yes, bring on the mind controlling worms.
So
I invited you up.
In the Discord chat, we've also mentioned Oprah Winfrey giving away free cars and Maury Povich. Like the only one we're missing is Jerry Springer, but we'll cover final thoughts at the end. That kind of hints at him anyway.
I think Jason might be AFK, so I'll pull up erinyes because they're next. I'm sure Jason
our polygraph technician gave you the test, and they have determined that the mind-controlling worms are not the father. Oh!
Hello, erinyes. How are you? Thank you for joining us, and feel free to correct me if I said your name incorrectly.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good. So I have an argument for the imitation of the Quran. Like the Quran made an argument to imitate single chapter like it.
Have you read Thus Spake Zarathustra by Nietzsche?
No.
Okay, so I had a friend who was sort of like leaning towards theism because he was spending a lot of time with his parents, and his parents are very religious. And one of the things that he told me about why he liked the Bible and wanted to believe in it is he said that it sounded really good, and it sounded different than every other kind of thing that he had read, and it made it sound like it must be true. Now, the Quran makes these claims. The Quran says that it is poetry beyond compare. And the Quran,
exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, so the Quran makes these claims of being very, very special.
No, but the Bible has many contradictions, and even the books contradict each other.
Okay,
so it's not even the same. The poetry, so the Bible even the Bible doesn't. Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say, Thus Spake Zarathustra contains no internal contradictions, and its language is very biblically inspired or similar. And when I read it out loud to my friend, it sounded just as impressive, and it was just as made up by its author, Nietzsche, for the purpose expressly of demonstrating that it's very easy to take a tone that sounds very impressive and very authoritative by claiming to be the voice of God or wisdom or whatever. And it's nothing new.
But what you said doesn't give the argument. Like, for example, he doesn't say if you... Yes.
I want you to give me an objective standard to evaluate what qualifies as an imitation which would pass your test.
The style, the linguistic style of the Quran.
Shakespeare
Based
is better.
on what?
Shakespeare does better. Is a better linguistic style.
But Shakespeare was imitated. There is some study on Google that show he was imitated. You can search
kind of
anonymous.
A fan of George R.R. Martin.
Well, no, so it doesn't matter if other people can copy the style. People can copy the style in the Quran and imitate that. They've done that a lot.
No, but they didn't. No one has.
No, they do all the time. It's just that
Yes.
Muslims like yourself won't accept it from a presuppositional lens, and you execute people for doing that. So don't. Bring this argument to the table
I will give you an
if
example.
You're not even going to back it up. This is ridiculous.
I will give you an example. Someone made an imitation of the Quran, and it called the True Furqan. So the guy was so bad, and we gave him platform. So it looks nothing like the Quran, but we gave him platform. You can search. He debated one of the most popular Muslim guy named I forgot his name, but you can search True Furqan debate. We give platform to people.
The Quran is not very good. It's not pretty. It's not beautiful. There are much more beautiful, pretty books. It doesn't.
No.
It's not.
Okay. It's not about it's pretty or not. It's about the linguistic style.
I have a question. So why do you think that this argument, even if let's just grant, let's say that there was only one work of literature in the entire world which could never be imitated, and it was the Quran, right?
Yes.
Why would that have any importance whatsoever just because it says that it has importance? Like, what is convincing? I've never understood the appeal of this when Muslims state this. In what universe is a work being not imitated meaningful about the truthfulness or the validity of the content of the work?
Because
it's the design argument.
What's the logical argument for it? You're saying that it's because it's designed by God that makes it special? Is that an argument?
No. The Quran made this 400 years ago. It says to the people, if you think this book is from a human, then imitate a single chapter like it. And
you know? So I have a couple things I want to say real quick.
Yeah.
First and foremost, I looked up the book. It is illegal to distribute or purchase this book in Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, parts of India, and parts of Indonesia. So if it was so bad at imitating the Quran, why did they make it illegal?
No. You can see the debate, the actual debate on YouTube, and see for yourself. Illegal? If we are liars, and we.
Why is it? Okay, well, again, like I said, I looked it up, and according to this, it was read aloud in Speaker's Corner in London, and there were Muslim imams who thanked the reader, the orator of it, for reading from the Quran, because they thought that what that person was reading was from the Quran. So apparently it imitates the Quran enough to confuse Muslim imams.
No. That's not. I never heard of that. Can you give me the link?
Sure.
Yes, thank you.
Also, are you aware of the accusations of plagiarism in the Quran?
My English is not so.
Okay. Plagiarism is stealing from another source without giving credit or while claiming not to have copied it.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So are you aware that even in the time of the Quran's or origins, that numerous people accused Muhammad of being a plagiarist and copying from sources without attribution. And are you aware of what he did to those people?
No. I'm aware of that, but he didn't do what he did to people. Can you
Okay, he executed them after they criticized him for being a plagiarist. So the point is that the idea that this book is unimitatable is laughable on its face, because it is widely apparent when you look at the Quran that it lifts wholesale huge passages from the Old Testament while making laughable mistakes that are like consistent with someone who is doing a shoddy copying job. And then to justify itself, it makes the claim that all these copies from the Old Testament are the true copies and the original ones are mistaken and corrupted to cover its tracks, because anyone can see the number of passages lifted, including like specific wordings and lines lifted from the Old Testament.
No, I will say what I have read the biography of the Prophet. That's not true. I can assure you that's not true. He never executed. No, I saw the debate.
Oh, holy! So you're coming in here telling us that this was a failed attempt at imitating the Quran, and you've never even read it?
I saw the debate. You can saw the debate and judge yourself. It's very clear.
Like, the quality of an imitation is subjective to the person who's reading it. So if you've never read it, what gives you the authority to tell us it's a bad imitation? I can find other sources that say it's a good imitation.
No. It has very bad linguistic errors. In the debate, he exposed them.
There are also linguistic errors in the earliest parts of the Quran, or the earlier copies of the Quran. Like, language changes over time.
No, there is only one copy of the Quran.
What do you mean by language error? What is that? What is the standard of a linguistic error?
You know, the modern Quran was
like a grammar error. It was
like
so obvious.
A grammatical error?
Yes.
In what language?
There are grammatical errors in the Quran. The Quran has many linguistic errors.
No. That was refuted by Dr. Zakir Naik and many other Muslims.
That's called making stuff up. That's called making stuff up.
No.
Make up. Wait.
So you don't...
Wait. Hold up. So if you think there are grammatical errors in another book, someone who likes that other book can make up reasons why it makes sense. That doesn't actually prove it's correct. And that's all the Muslims are doing. They're making up reasons for the mistakes to try and make them make sense, just like everybody else does. There are actually spelling inconsistencies. There are grammatical inconsistencies in the Quran. There's lots of them. You just go to the spelling inconsistencies in the Quran Wikipedia page, and they list about 50 of them.
I know Arabic. I speak Arabic. And I can tell you that you don't know Arabic and you trust those people. So it's
these are academics who speak Arabic.
The moment they start doing the "you don't speak Arabic" argument, there's no point in listening to them after that.
No, because he said, for example, like he said, there is a grammatical error in the Quran, and I know Arabic. No, there is not. I said it was refuted by Dr. Zakir Naik.
Hold on. Are you speaking the same Arabic that was from the 7th
has
century?
a mistake. Surah 1141 has a mistake. Surah 2094 has a grammatical mistake. Surah
Can you please watch the refutation? Can you please watch the refutation by Dr. Zakir Naik?
He's wrong. He's an idiot. He's making stuff up. He doesn't know.
I see your point.
So you're saying that it's not.
You call him an idiot and.
Yeah, academic professionals show these are mistakes in the Quran.
He is an academic.
One sec. He is making stuff up. You do not get to, like, all apologists do this. What they do is they say, here's a mistake in our holy book. Let's make up a reason why it's not a mistake. That's just called apologetics. It's not rational. There are mistakes in the Quran. Problem debunked. Spelling inconsistencies in the Quran. I just posted a link in the group chat. Could you guys post it in whatever that is associated with this?
I'm on it. I'm taking care of that.
But can you at least...
So here are your proofs that we've just posted your proofs.
So you gave me the proof and you don't watch, you don't even see the refutation by the... I know the argument.
I have seen those. He's wrong. He is incorrect. He is making stuff up.
Wiki Islam, that's funny. That's so funny.
I can't believe that you gave me from Wiki Islam. Erinyes, can you explain why he's correct? Is it just that you watch certain people they fit your narrative, and therefore you're now advocating that they're right. Because you're criticizing a book you haven't read. You're criticizing TJump on errors in the Quran, which you say that
He gave me from Wiki Islam.
Hold on.
Okay.
He has to watch someone else's video, not yours, someone else's video, because they are right. If you come here and if you make a point, then make your own point. Don't ask us to watch other people's videos, because those are irrelevant to this stage. If you want to criticize a book, make sure that you read the book before you criticize it. And then you can come to us with the points that you found in that book that you think are wrong. All you've been doing so far is telling us that you apparently worship people who tell you what you need to believe.
No, they don't tell me. I swear to you.
Yes,
Erinyes, have you read the Quran?
Of course, yes.
So if I were to read a couple of passages from the Quran mixed in with passages from the Furqan, do you think you'd be able to tell the difference?
Yes. Can you do it?
I'm gonna read three
in Arabic.
passages, and you.
In Arabic.
I can't read in Arabic.
Because I memorize the Quran in Arabic. That's how I read Arabic. I don't speak English, as you can see. I'm trying very hard.
I appreciate you being able to speak multiple languages. And I think other atheists always find the error. But the Arabic apologetic always comes off odd, because it seems to be like we must speak this one specific language from this, at least forming and in this one specific time period, for us to understand this prophet's message. Doesn't it seem weird? Kind of like, should be God being able to speak in multiple languages, or something even divine, something much more above us.
Why wouldn't it be given in the most common language?
Can I respond? So, can I respond? Okay.
Go for it.
So, thank you. So the problem is it's not about people. I said, like, do the research. Like, for example, do the research. You don't have to speak the Arabic language. You can do the research. You can do the research for yourself. There is some very good academic that said that the Quran can't be imitated, and they are not even Muslims.
Sure, but there are contradictions in the Quran, just like there are in the Bible, and I would say it's much deeper problems. Is it okay to drink alcohol? Was Pharaoh drowned or saved? What was man created from? Is Allah merciful? How many angels fought for Muhammad? All of these have multiple answers.
Can you give me one of them? The best one you got.
Sure. We'll go with how many angels fought with Muhammad. When thou dost say unto believers, it is not sufficient for you to say your Lord should support you with 3,000 angels sent down. Allah ordained this only as a message for good cheer for you. We'll go over to 1,000. When ye sought help out for your Lord, he answered, saying, I will help you with 1,000s of angels. 1,000 of the angels, rank. Allah appointed it only as good tidings.
How is that a contradiction? We can't see angels. We believe in angels. Every Muslim believes in angels.
There's 1,000 and there's 3,000. There's two different numbers.
Can you give me the verse so that I look at it up?
Sure. It is.
Thank you.
And if you want 3, 124 to 126, then the 1,000 is from 8, passage 9 through 10.
What's the capital? Can you repeat?
It's from the family of Uraman, Imran, 3. So 124.
Can you post the link so that it will be quick? The link. Amy, can you post the link?
Yes, posting it in Heathen Hangout.
Okay.
And there's like 30 or 30 plus that we could go onto these. Mine, I guess what I was trying to say is you have, in my opinion, you have much deeper problems than linguistic or poetry. The Quran retcons a lot of the Old Testament and Torah, basically the parts that we know don't exist, that
Which
have
one
no
should I?
archaeological.
There are too
Sure.
many. Which one should I?
Well, I was just showing that one very specifically was just about soldiers that
Yes.
sent, but there's a whole bunch. I mean, like, what were humans created from? If you ask Allah, water, a clot, clay, mud,
Yes, yes.
mirror,
That's
earth,
by
dust.
scientific. Yes, by scientific facts say that that's true.
Sure. Wet earth, dust, a base fluid, a drop of fluid, a gushing fluid that issues from between the loins and ribs, a drop of seed, dust, and then the
Yes.
drop of fluid, dust, and then the drop of seed, then a clot, dust, then the drop of seed, then from a clot, then from a lump of shapely flesh, and also from nothing. But besides that, you know.
That's what that's considered a scientific miracle.
Which part of that? Like 17 different things there.
I can give you the link. 1 second. Just give me 1 second.
Which one? She's asking you a question. Why can't you just answer with one of the 17 options?
She said about the clot, the creation of the baby.
So, a blood clot?
Yes, that one. It's scientific.
That's the one that's a scientific miracle?
Yes.
What about the other 16? Are those just wrong?
So I can refute 16 in one go. I said one. Give me one, not 16.
No,
Well,
you don't even have to do that because
right?
it's logically not possible for all of them to be true. If that one's a scientific miracle, but there are 16 other versions, why isn't there any consistency? Why didn't he just say blood clot every time?
No, it's not the same. I can show you. I will show you.
This is the equivalent of like rolling the dice 20 times and then rolling a 20 and being like, look, it's a mathematical miracle. I rolled a 20. There's only a 1 in 20 chance. He almost tried 20 different things, and then you're saying one of them is a miracle.
No. It's not. All of them are true. According to us, all of them are true. And according
they're
to
contradictory, so we know it's false.
No,
we know that the Quran is false then, right?
No, they are not contradictory. What are the contradictions?
That they're all stating we're made from different things.
No. It's everyone has a stage. Like for example, we are all made,
like if you go and you make like a blade. Say you're a blacksmith and you make like a blade out of like steel, and then you make like a blade out of iron, and then you make like a blade out of like, I don't know what other stuff, but some other cardboard.
Yeah.
Those are all mutually exclusive, right? You can't like make it out of iron, but it's made out of steel and cardboard. I mean, you could make like one that's out of those three, obviously, but I'm saying like if you make it out of iron, it's made out of iron, not the other two, right?
Can you repeat? I didn't understand the question.
If you make a blade out of iron, it's made out of iron and not other substances, correct?
Yes.
There you go. Your own logic contradicts itself.
No. It doesn't contradict. Other verses state different things. Like for example, we created from clay and so on. And this one was talking about the creation of a baby inside the womb. It has nothing to do with they are contradicted on. It's different stages.
So what stages are we a clot?
I can show you. Here is a link. He gives some.
Yes, reveal to us the scientific miracle.
Yes, he gives academic non-Muslims that consider this as a scientific fact.
Now, if another religion was to provide a scientific miracle that was revealed by science to be true, would that be evidence against your religion?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so it's Hinduism, right? TJump?
No,
The
no,
one
no,
that predicted the
Can
age
I
of the Earth
respond?
correctly?
No, can I respond?
What?
Yes.
Yeah. So Hinduism predicted the age of the Earth, right? So by your own logic, that would be evidence against your religion, because that's a scientific miracle that's been confirmed in Hinduism.
No, I meant like, for example, scientific error in the Quran, not from other religions, because we believe that God sent so many prophets. Like we believe that Jesus.
We can't hear you.
Jesus
You changed. There you go.
Yeah.
Keep going. No, there's something happening with your microphone being muffled.
It's okay now.
You're super quiet. Did you change your microphone?
One sec. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, but it's been going in and out. So whatever you can do, try to make it consistent.
Okay. So we believe that I don't say Hinduism is wrong or Christianity is wrong. We believe that God sent so many prophets and like more than thousands of prophets to claim there is only one God. And as you can see in the Quran, it claims that Moses and Jesus are sent from the same God. So it has nothing to do with saying, like, for example, it's contradictory. Or
So there's 200 scientific errors in the Quran.
One.
Geocentrism, setting in the rising place of the sun, the earth and the heavens created in 6 days.
One. Can you give me one? No.
Earth
Come
created
on,
before the stars.
That's not even science. Is that the best one you got?
Well, I have 100 of them. They all disprove the Quran. So
No. Give me the best one you got.
Earth created before the stars. Go for it.
In that verse, it says that the earth didn't create before stars, because it says the word wa. The word, it's not the letter wa. It means, like, for example.
Nope, it says the earth was created before the stars. Like, you doing semantic jumping does not change that. This is a fact. This is a known fact in all academia. You disagreeing doesn't make it.
Can you give me
He
the
didn't
name?
even ask you the verse, right? Like when he was debating Amy, he asked for the verse, to be honest.
No,
now
I
he's
know.
just saying he knows what you're talking about.
I know what he's talking about because it was refuted by many Muslims. Can you give me the verse so that I can clarify with?
Well, it contradicts 41:12, 37:6, 41:11, and 41:9.
Can you repeat first one?
41:9 through 12 and 37:6.
Okay. This one 41:9 until 30 until 11. It states that
the earth in 2 days.
Yes.
Yep, and that was before the sun. The stars and things are 41:12. They're after this. The earth is in 41:9. Stars are in 41:12. Stars came after the earth.
Yes. So it says ثم استوى إلى السماء وهي دخان. So it says as then he turned toward the heavens when it was still smoke. So the heavens still existence here. What's the problem?
Earth was created before the stars, which is false.
It doesn't say anything about creation about the earth. Nothing about the creation about the earth.
Quran 9
It says,
specifically says, "He who barely created the earth in 2 days."
No. It doesn't say that. It says like as a parable. Like, for example,
You're disagreeing with all academic credible sources on this.
It's not.
All academics who can read Islam say this. So if you disagree with this is your problem.
I swear to you, that's the stupid contradiction I ever heard, because it has nothing to do with the creation of the earth. The earth. This was parable that given to the unbelievers, that you will deny God if He created the earth within 2 days. This is how I read it in Arabic. قل إنكم لا تكفرون بالذي خلق الأرض في يوم. Ask them over, how do you disbelieve in the one who created the earth in 2 days? This is a parable, as in it's question. It's not even about the creation of the earth before the stars. The stars were never mentioned in the verse.
Actually, it is. So again, you're just incorrect on this.
Can you give, where is the star's name in the verse?
Star's name. It just says all of the stars. Like it's referring to the lamps in the sky. All of the stars were created after the earth. That's wrong. None of the stars were created after the earth.
No.
There are no stars created after the earth. It does not happen.
No, you don't get it.
Erinyes, I'm very curious because you said something really interesting in response to what TJump said. Initially, you said that it was parable.
Yes, it is parable. The first one who
great,
said
great.
about
Well, Aaron, hang on a sec. If it's parable, then that means that essentially it can be kind of interpreted in a myriad ways. But how are you able to? By what methodology are you able to determine what in the Quran is parable and what is legitimate fact?
Because of the قُلْ إِنَّكُمْ in Arabic قُلْ إِنَّكُمْ لَتَكْفُرُونَ. He's telling them as in it's a parable. The word here قُلْ إِنَّكُمْ it uses for parable.
Okay, great. So all of the Quran is parable.
No. This one specifically is parable.
Okay, how did you determine that?
Can you see the word innakum? قُلْ إِنَّكُمْ. It refers to who do you need?
But the verse itself doesn't say that what it's saying is a parable. It doesn't say this is a parable and it gives you the parable. Or it doesn't say this is the claim and that's a parable. It doesn't say that. You are interpreting it as that because it does not reflect. No, Aaron, you are interpreting it as that because it doesn't reflect what we know in reality.
Can you read the Sahih International? Can you please read the Sahih International of the Quran? If I'm alive, then can you read it, please?
Aaron.
Sahih International of the. Yes, thank you.
I'm sending you 3 Arabic passages. You tell me which one is the Furqan.
Please, can you stick to this one? Then we move on to the next one, so that I refute this one.
Well, whatever reason you need to accept my friend request because apparently we're not friends anymore for whatever mysterious reason.
Okay, sure.
Ultimately, I don't know how far we're going to get with just trying to do with cherry picking various translations of the Quran, especially if he's going to appeal to Arabic, in which Arabic terminology, many words in Arabic have various meanings in English. Okay, so you can say like one particular word in Arabic can mean multiple things in English, and those things in English have very, very specific definitions. There's a real problem with context in the Quran, and you have and Muslims have the ability to move words around as badly as like vantillism in order to justify what they're trying to say. For example, in the deal that TJump pointed out, the Quran makes a demonstrable error in stating that the Earth came about before the stars.
There is no mention of the stars. Hang on. Okay, sorry.
The mention of the stars is after the fact. It first talks about the creation of the Earth, then it talks about the creation of the stars later in another part. So the problem is you then because this doesn't reflect reality, you then make the interpretation that this is not meant to reflect reality. It's parable. But the problem is Aaron, the problem is the verse itself, the surah itself, does not specifically state that this is a parable.
No.
Okay, so you are cherry picking what to interpret as parable and what to interpret as demonstrable, like a demonstrable recording of what's going on in reality, depending upon the evidence of what's going on in reality.
Please let me respond,
Aaron. I just want to have a question.
Hold on, really quickly. Because his first argument when he came in here was that nothing has ever been able to imitate the Quran. So, Aaron, I just sent you
let me respond to this guy.
In Arabic, 3 passages in Arabic. You tell me which of those 3 passages that I just sent you is from the Furqan or whatever it's called.
Okay, sure, no problem. Let me respond to this guy, then I will
No,
tell
no,
you.
no. Do it right now because I don't want you googling anything. Look it up right now. And you tell me which one is.
No,
isn't
I want to
Quran.
respond to. Sure.
No, I don't want you googling these passages. Do it right now. It shouldn't take you more than a minute or two if you're legitimate and you can actually tell the difference.
Okay, give me a second then.
I would link these passages. I'm gonna drop them into our group chat here, so you guys can see which ones I sent him. Okay.
I just want to point out, like,
So the first one is not from the Quran. The first one is not from the Quran.
First one. Okay.
First one is not from the Quran.
Okay.
It's not from.
So the one that has the number 1 on it?
It's not from the Quran. Yes.
That's from Quran Surah 56. It's the second one that's not from the Quran. 100%. I literally downloaded a PDF of the Arabic Quran and I took 2 screenshots. Number 1 and number 3 are screenshots of that. As you can see, they're written in the exact same style. The second one, the one in the middle, the narrower one, is the one from the Quran because it has an English translation next to it, so I actually had to crop it. So it only showed the Arabic.
I didn't even read the second one. I said that this first one.
You declared the first one wasn't the Quran, and it was.
Yes.
So clearly you can't tell the difference. Okay. Thank you. That's all I wanted to demonstrate.
No.
I'm done. You can talk to them now.
And I don't think we're gonna get very far just trying to hash out individual things.
Let me respond, man. Just 1 second. The first one I said it's not from the Quran. I never read this one before. I swear to you, I never read this one before. I read the Quran all the time, but I never read this one before. I don't know which verse, which chapter this one is. So that's why I said it's not from the Quran. I swear to you, that's the only reason.
So
didn't you say you had it memorized in Arabic at the start of this conversation?
No, but
I'm almost certain you said you had it memorized.
Yes, I memorized some. Every Muslim should memorize part of the Quran, but not.
Should I even hang out for the moving the goalpost GIF I'm about to post?
So you can't tell the difference. That's kind of the point. Is it can be imitated. You can't tell the difference. Quran debunked. But it's 2:00. I gotta go. Thanks for
joining us, TJump.
TJump.
So
like and subscribe on his channel.
Go ahead, Amy.
Oh well, we are attacking the fruit and the leaves of the problem here, but like the actual stem is so much deeper. It's that you believe in prophets, you believe in as far as we can tell, the unarchaeological supported prophets like Moses, I assume Adam and Eve and Noah, and all of the people that did not exist. And so I feel like, why do you think that Adam was the first man, Eve was the first woman, and that a God exists? Like, those are the really prime principle questions.
That was a question for me.
Yes.
I love the fact that
we've been on Aaron for a while now. He came in with an argument. His argument was very thoroughly defeated. So I think it's prudent to move on.
Man, come on, man. Come on, man. Let me respond.
Aaron, it is prudent. Xerxes literally James Randied you. Okay.
No. Let me respond, man. Come on. I didn't so let me respond, man, please. My argument was that there is no one can imitate the Quran, but I'm not an expert in Arabic. I'm not professor in the Arabic language, so that I can
now
tell
the
you.
argument is flipped. Because you insisted that I send you the Arabic translations, because then you would know, because you've memorized the Quran in Arabic, and now all of a sudden your standards have completely changed.
I didn't memorize the whole book.
This is just complete dishonesty.
I didn't memorize the whole book.
I'm sorry, your goalposts are in another castle.
No, but that's not fair, man. I didn't memorize the whole Quran, so to give me something that I have never. Come on, man.
So then I want you to admit something. You cannot tell the difference between the Furqan and the Quran.
Yes.
So then, what gives you the right to say that it was not properly imitated?
Can we?
If you can't tell the difference, then it's imitated pretty well, isn't it?
Can you give me? Can you give me, like, for example, another challenge? Like, give me only the Furqan. Only the Furqan. I can tell you. Give me. Can you give me
the Furqan? Then you can just say, yeah, that's not a good imitation. The experiment was giving you the Furqan in between passages of the Quran to see if you could tell the difference. That's how.
Can you give me another try? Can you give me another try?
So I feel like you've been excessively using Takia today. So I feel like it's only fair to move on to Jason Family Man, who's one of the most intellectually honest interlocutors I've ever engaged with.
Hey, before we do that,
you said that with a straight face, I have no idea.
Before we do that, maybe we can just give Erinyes. Maybe we can give Erinyes about 30 seconds or so to say some final words before he leaves.
Okay, thank you so much. I will respond to the first thing about the stars in the capital. The verse, it clearly said that it's parable. You can read the Sahih International. It gives semicolons before it even started the verse. Only the 41:9. Only that one is a parable because it says "Qul innakum." So that one, it's a parable. So
okay, you're very much running out of time. Do you need another 10 seconds? We'll give you that.
Thank you. So, and for the second one about the 41:11, it doesn't mention the stars. It only mentioned that God submitted, asked the earth and the sky to come, and they come. It doesn't even mention the stars or anything else. So well, I know.
Thank you.
I know it.
Sorry, what was that?
I know you guys, atheists, use Wiki Islam without even doing some research on the topic.
I actually haven't used that website. I usually go to Quran.com to try to look up verses because it seems to have pretty good translations from what I'm told by other Muslims.
No, because TJump gave me one with Wiki Islam, so we have.
Okay. So you have some issues with Wiki Islam. That's okay.
No, it was debunked by Muslims. Yes. Okay. And thank you so much for having me, and maybe next time. Thank you.
Yeah,
have
sure.
a nice day.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
It was debunked at Muslim.org.
Thank you for the
Aaron. It was lovely to have you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the Takia.
And if you want to post your link to that site that debunks Wiki Islam in the live chat, please feel free to do so.
What's going on, Jason?
Hello, Jason Family Man. How are you?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, our old friend. It's good to see you.
I actually want to just chime in about that guy's story about him driving the 18-wheeler. It sounds like to me, I'm gonna diagnose this better than the therapist he went to. It sounds like he ran into a German lot lizard. He was drugged, and then he drove drugged across country. Yeah, he sounded like he was drugged and
I wasn't
drunk or
drugged.
intoxicated. Well, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know, and then you wouldn't know until you came back.
I would know.
You're saying that someone tried to roofie him, basically, like they tried to get.
I think somebody roofied him, and he had
I would know, and here is why. I would know, and here is why. Because other than at the end of the day, going to a restaurant to have dinner, everything I ate and drank that particular day, I brought with me myself, and I prepared myself. So no, I was not drugged.
It could have just been a fugue state.
Could have been just a bloop in your drink.
No, it could have been a fugue state. A fugue state actually makes more sense.
What is that?
A fugue
stress
state?
Induced. It was induced by extreme stress.
Yeah, just
That seems more likely than being drugged at a.
Yeah, are you familiar with it? Are you familiar with what a fugue state is, Jason?
He explained it earlier.
How do you get drugs? How do you get drugged in a closed truck? No one there, no one getting in. How do you get drugged?
Oh, I'm sure you.
And I drove that same route every week. Every single week, I drove the same route.
All right, if you say so.
Jason, tell us your belief today.
Asking you a question. The answer could not be if you say so. I asked you a question.
Oh, really? I didn't hear your question.
That's what I'm saying. Given Peter's story and given what he described,
Yes.
I would be inclined to say if I was like diagnosing this, I'm not trying to give a formal diagnosis. I would say this is likely a fugue state. There's some things that kind of match that experience. I'm not saying that that's what it was because it happened so long ago and it happened to Peter, but it seems like that may be the case. But that's pretty much it. But the odds of it being he was drugged, and besides the fact that what he was drugged with would have had lasting physiological effects that would have indicated it's like I think somebody gave me something. But if he was alone the entire time in the truck, then that is probably difficult. Someone would have access to him. So likely fugue state. But it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter. It's either way.
Here's another thing. I as I said, I drove that route every single week. Went to that restaurant every single week. Spent the night at that hotel every single week. No one has ever told me that they noticed something different about me in the week that happened. So if I had been drugged,
you said
probably
week.
The people in the restaurant would have asked me the next time I came there, what the hell was wrong with you last week? Or the people in the hotel would have asked me, what the hell was wrong with you last week? Because you were acting funny. That didn't happen.
Confused. You said a week. I thought you said a day. You lost a day.
I lost a day. I said I traveled that particular route every single week for at least two to 2.5 years. Every single week, same route, same address, everything the same.
Which actually, if it was a fugue state, is actually backed up because that means he's doing it so often, it just becomes like a response. So he knows where he's going, and it's a habit, he's formed being a truck driver. So he's making the same stops along the same path every single day, and it happens to happen, and he's just basically running on autopilot. So that's pretty much it. And that's why I'm saying the fugue state sounds more likely. But regardless of this, positing whether it was aliens or positing whether it was a fugue state or positing whether he got drugged, none of that matters because we're so far removed from the event that it's not like we could test for anything. We could posit a number of hypotheses on why it occurred.
Also, Jason, you came on to talk to us about something else. Why don't we move on to what you wanted to talk about?
Let's jump to that.
That's actually what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted to say. What do you got? What do you want to ask me? Something?
Did you have something to convince us about worms being God, or that God exists somehow?
No, it sounds like you got it already.
Or have you moved on from worms?
Elaborate on anything?
I mean, do you finally understand that Toxoplasmosis gondii can only sexually reproduce in cats?
Yes, I wanted to address that actually. They can only sexually reproduce in cats. They can asexually reproduce in humans.
No.
I want
to... No, that's not how it works.
Yes,
no,
actually,
it doesn't.
Yes, it is. I have reference.
Because a species either sexually reproduces or asexually reproduces.
These do both.
No. Toxoplasmosis gondii does not. It can only sexually reproduce in cats because that's a part of its life cycle.
It does a different type of sexual reproduction in human beings.
No, it doesn't.
Please don't.
No, it doesn't. I've already linked to the DOIs. I just wanted to see if you're still being intellectually dishonest. So
okay, so any other thing that is not a feline, this is how it acts. It acts differently than when it's in a feline. It doesn't have to be a human. It could be something else.
I think you should Google this real fast. Go to Google real quick, Jail, and type this in. I think Jason's right here.
I don't read this shit at 3 o'clock in the morning for 2 hours
and I'm
every day.
probably going to be butchered over this. I'm Dutch, and I'm probably going to be butchered over this, but when you think of pussy, don't automatically make that going to the sexual reproduction.
Okay, so Toxoplasmosis gondii is an obligate intracellular parasitic protozoan that causes toxoplasmosis. Found worldwide, T. gondii is capable of infecting virtually all warm-blooded animals, but felids, such as domestic cats, are the only known definitive hosts in which the parasite may undergo sexual reproduction, because it's literally a part of of how it transmits through its life cycle. But it can infect other people, but the protozoan itself does not reproduce. It just causes effects by being present in the system. So it's not like if I ingest T. gondii, all of a sudden my body becomes full of T. gondii. That's not the way that works. The protozoan itself has a lasting effect on the systems of my body, like when it gets into my brain. But it's just the protozoan, all right? But when it's inside the cat, it can sexually produce many, which means every time the cat has a bowel movement, it passes T. gondii every single time. Okay, so it can infect multiple warm-blooded animals. It can be infectious across a wide range, but it can only reproduce inside cats. That's it.
Sexually,
infecting and reproducing are two different things.
Yes, you're actually technically correct. They can't sexually reproduce in anything other than a feline's intestinal tract. They can asexually reproduce in any other host. You are correct.
Google says warm-blooded hosts, but yeah.
Yeah, warm-blooded animals, but it does not asexually reproduce in that. It can
that's what Google says, JL, though. Google's never wrong. Google is the source of all knowledge. I'm looking at it right now.
Toxoplasmosis. I'm pulling this off cdc.gov.
You should go to Parasites Without Borders. Way better source.
Why is it better?
It's a collection of doctors, parasitologists, particularly, that have collected over 500 years worth of information on this very subject that doesn't get very much funding and things like this. So it's very valuable.
Feel free to share the link in the Heathen Hangout chat.
Parasiteswithoutborders.com, and if you put a PDF on there, they'll literally give you a free book about everything.
So everything I'm reading, that's past the Enlightenment era. So I'm trying to understand where this 500 years, but I'll look into it.
Well, I mean,
now I see what you're saying. Now I see what you're saying. I see what you're misinterpreting. Gotcha.
Well, it's me.
So behavioral biology of Toxoplasmosa gondii infection. Toxoplasmosa gondii is a protozoan parasite with a complex life cycle and a cosmopolitan host range. The asexual part of its life cycle can be perpetually sustained in a variety of intermediate hosts through a combination of carnivory and vertical transmission. Vertical transmission is not reproduction. Okay, you're saying it has an asexual part of its lifestyle, but that is when it's infecting an intermediate host. But the reproduction part of its lifestyle is only when it's in cats.
In other words, it jumps from host to host. It only makes a copy of itself in a cat.
In a cat, exactly.
No, it only sexually breeds with a male and female in a cat.
Parasites and vectors.
It will just make copies of itself.
So it only reproduces in cats.
In cats, sexually with sexual organs with a male and female.
The vertical transmission, which is a part of its asexual, part of the asexual parts of its lifestyle, is not reproduction.
Can I explain without you spazzing out for a second? When the cat's intestinal parasite shits out the parasite's eggs and something like a human or a pig, whatever, eats it, it becomes a different type of situation than when it would if a cat ate it. It's not. It recognizes that it's not inside of a cat, and that it must get into the host's brain situation to control it to get back into a cat. That's what it does with a rat, and that's what it does with most mammals. That's what it does with insects. Why wouldn't we think it does it with us? I don't know, but I mean that's what it does. It goes all over the body until it gets past your blood-brain barrier, which it actually rides inside of the white blood cell. It hijacks a white blood cell, so your immune system doesn't recognize it. It explodes when it's done asexually breeding inside the white blood cell. If it blows up in your brain, you got toxoplasma gondii in your brain, which they breed and then they make little cysts everywhere. Good times. A lot of people have this. You might want to look into it.
I'll tell you, though, he's wrong. Jason is demonstrably wrong on this, and for the sake of this, what I will do is in the Heathen Hangout, I will post the explanation for this in the link.
I'll post real information. So in the same.
Like, there we go. Behavioral biology, Toxoplasmosis gondii, infection parasites, and vectors. So I'm going to put that. So I've linked that there so people can read that for themselves.
In the interest of anyone who's watching this, maybe on YouTube, who doesn't know the back episodes where you explained your theory that toxoplasmosis is related to God, do we want to just briefly summarize the idea?
Well, okay, before he does that, I just want to say sometimes this is a proxy war. I find that a lot of people that push for the spread or that this is a wide occurrence tend to come with the notion that this is why the increase of LGBTQ people is happening. Doesn't always have to be, but that tends to be why they're pushing this. And yeah,
I can address that if you want, whatever you want. Okay, so huge majority of homosexuals, mostly gay men, have parasitic worm infections.
Every time.
A lot of them have this because there is a lot of, I don't know how graphic, but there ass to mouth. There is a lot of anal ripping. The penis gets ripped. There's a lot of blood. There's damn near a blood transfusion. And it goes right into if it goes in your anal wall, it goes right into your blood without any kind of filters. So that if you get parasites, if you get a guy that eats animal products and he's homosexual and they have gay sex or whatever, and he has parasites in his guts, laying hundreds of thousands of microscopic, the size of blood cells, eggs in your lower intestine, and there's rippage that goes directly into your bloodstream. What is your immune system going to do with that? I'm asking.
Are you asking what's going to happen in
in the scenario,
it's going to fight it.
Yeah, you're going to go crazy, right? What's going to happen?
No, you would get sick.
You would get sick. What would happen?
Your immune response would happen.
Yes. Tell me some symptoms.
It would depend upon the parasite.
Anything in your bloodstream that's not supposed to be there, you have allergic reaction, especially parasite eggs.
Well, you wouldn't be an allergic reaction; it would be an immune response. So typically, it would be fever. It would be a fever. It'd be chills. It'd be general weakness, malaise, fatigue.
Yes. Would you call these flu-like symptoms? To summarize it,
they could be. They could be interpreted as that. Yeah.
Okay. So if
they don't go to a particular extreme, yes.
Okay, so you sound like you know what you're talking about now. So if I get one of these parasites and I inhale it and I get it in my saliva and I swallow it and it goes down in my lung, will I have issues?
How will it get into your lung if you're swallowing it? It would go through your esophagus down into your stomach.
It got lodged and it went down to my lung because of mucus or something like that. It just went into my lung. Do you think I'd have problems?
Yes, if you had a foreign body in your lungs, you would probably have problems.
You think that would turn into a respiratory disease?
It could potentially. It may not.
You think that would start breeding in your lungs and start eating the cells of your lungs, multiplying, causing mucus, and then you would spit the mucus up into somebody else's face or mouth or whatever, thus breeding the cycle? You think that might happen?
Sounds like good.
That sounds like typical flu transmission.
Viruses in general, yeah.
It's like typical flu transmission.
The word virus, the word parasite, the word pathogen, the word all these words mean small thing you can't see with your eye. You need a microscope.
No, but we can.
When they get into you, they make you sick. That's what every one of these words mean.
But before we continue, I just want to point out that this is basing it all that basically there's been an increase of LGBTQ people because men, very specifically gay men, are having butt sex. They are getting infected with this parasite, and because of this parasite, it is causing an increase of LGBTQ people. This is an unfound proposition. There's no evidence for it, and I find that most people who also prophesied this have had gay experiences in their past, and they are trying to give some sort of biological explanation for why they think their mind has gone out of their control.
That would be maybe true, but the high rate of infections in gay men indicate otherwise. It's just
So the increase of lesbians is because of why?
Well, here's the thing. These parasites have been shown in studies to lower impulse control, and also
What are you talking about? What's the name of this parasite?
Google
The whole subject that we've been talking about.
I'm sure you'll find something.
This whole cat parasite that he has been talking, it's just like
I'm talking
flat
about
Earth.
multiple parasites, but he wants to talk about just one constantly. I talk about. At
Did
least
you know
seven
Jason's a
parasites.
flat earther?
Jason, that's the point, and I get what Amy's trying to get at. But my curiosity is this: no two parasites have different effects on the body. Some parasites establish a symbiotic relationship with the body. Some have an antagonistic relationship with the body. So some parasites don't do anything. Some parasites can be beneficial, and some parasites can be harmful. So you're indicating that this is a harmful parasite. So I'm asking you, which one is it? Of all of the parasites that do damage, that harm their host, that human beings can contract, which one are you talking about?
First of all, they're either a symbiote or a parasite. They can't be both.
No, they can.
They cannot be both.
Okay, there's a parasitic relationship. There is a parasitic relationship, and there is a symbiotic relationship. Yes, but an organism that infects a human being, the relationship it can have with them can be a symbiotic relationship, but the organism itself is still a parasite, or you can call it a symbiote. But the medical term for it would still be a parasite that establishes an equilibrium within its environment. But doesn't matter.
Okay.
The question is, which one are you talking about?
Oh shit!
To answer your question,
I'm trying to answer your question.
Well, no, I'll answer. He's talking about toxoplasmia because
if he's specifically talking about toxoplasmosis gondii, that's not what that thing does.
I literally just said I wasn't specifically talking about.
Okay, so you're not talking about toxo. So what are you? So what parasite are you talking about?
You want to focus on one.
What is the name of the parasite you're talking about?
I am trying to say that I posted it in the chat. Would you take a look at it?
Just tell me the name of it.
There's a laundry list of them. There's 7 of them.
7 different parasites that all cause the exact same effect, and that's making more gay people.
They cause different effects, like you said, of course. But I mean, who knows? You want to study the gay guy ass parasites? We need to do that, I guess, because they have a ton of them, and they spread them a lot.
Like what?
And that only becomes an issue because if gay guys go into a hotel room and do their thing, whoopity-doo.
Hey, Jason, I think JL asked you a question there. Do you mind responding to that?
Please, what was the question again?
Which one are you talking about?
I told you already. There's a list of them, 7 of them. I put them already.
Give me one.
Hookworm.
Okay, hookworms don't have hookworms don't have a neurological effect.
Pinworm. Yes,
pinworms don't have a neurological effect.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
How the fuck can you say that? How much time have you invested in this subject?
Okay.
How much? How much time have you invested in this subject?
Much more than you have, sir. Okay.
Oh my god! I bet. Please, give me a number. How many hours of your life have you invested reading about this?
Into my medical my medical background, probably a few thousand.
Of the lower intestine. How many?
There is no neurological. There's no neurological aspect to threadworm infestation.
What happened?
Threadworm, seatworm, pinworm, whatever you want to call them, because the nematode doesn't infect the brain.
Oh yeah, really pumping a bunch of chemicals directly through the colon intestinal wall into the cardiovascular system, going to your fucking brain doesn't affect you whatsoever. Do you know what chemicals? Do you know what chemicals they are secreting in your brain?
They're not secreting chemicals that have a neurological effect. It's literally just.
How do you know what kind of chemicals they're pumping into you? Do you think if somebody pumped chemical?
Yes, because we understand what Because Jason, we understand what the organism is. We understand what the organism is. Jason, we understand what the organism is. We understand what it eats. We understand how it breathes, and we understand what it excretes as a part of its digestion cycle. And what it excretes is waste material from what it eats.
We know its babies make rats do crazy shit, self-destructive shit.
Toxo causes rats to drive
multiple
them towards
things
a cat.
Cause multiple different situations.
Toxo does not have that same effect on human beings.
How do you know that?
Because human beings that are infected with toxoplasmosis gondii don't try to get themselves eaten by cats.
No, what they do is they put dead animals in their mouth all day long.
What?
Yeah, that's what toxoplasma in a human makes you do. Toxoplasma wants to be in a dead animal. That's what it wants to be. Eventually,
it wants to be in a cat. It wants to be in a cat.
It wants to be in a dead cat.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, that's what all parasitic worms do. They infest the entire body, laying eggs everywhere, waiting for the animal to die.
Jason,
then when the pH level right, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Why would a parasite, Jason?
This is why I don't come on. Don't interrupt me.
A parasite requires a living host in order to reproduce. If the cat is dead,
is not just live in the host.
Jason, if the cat is dead, it has no circulation. It's taking in no nutrients. Its cells die. There's nothing for the parasite to subsist on and nothing to gain energy from in order for it to reproduce, in order to get into the fecal matter that its oocytes are deposited in. So if the cat doesn't have a digestive system because it's dead and it's not pooping, then the organism itself, the parasite itself, will die. Which is why when cats die, the toxoplasmosis dies with them.
Can I ask you two questions,
they don't.
Jason? Just before,
please.
Okay. So you consider yourself, I imagine, either, if not politically incorrect, you don't like to lie. You like to just wear yourself on your sleeve, right?
I'm
you
not
tell the truth.
trying to mislead anybody. I'm not trying to mislead anybody.
Yes, he is.
Okay,
Fuck you.
now,
Fuck you, dude.
my second question, and I mean this with all the sincerity and no animosity in my heart. Have you ever had a gay experience?
No.
You've never had you've never had any sort of, have you ever questioned your gender?
Question my gender. I thought gay people were all right at one point in my life. I didn't think there was any harm in gay people doing their thing.
Okay. But you have always felt masculine. You don't feel any feminine feelings or overwhelmingly feminine, because guys can naturally have feminine.
Yeah, I had a father, very masculine dude. He was my biological father. He worked very hard. I went to work as soon as I did in a very masculine. I went drilling oil in the oil field and then putting wind turbines up for all of my life. I didn't have, there's no room for weird shit like that. No.
Okay, I'm just asking because in my experience, it has been those that focus. The odd thing I normally get from
you might be right.
People who focus on Oh, there you go. But I mean,
you
hey,
might be right. And I'll tell you why. I tell you why I say that.
Jason, when you watch porn, do you like tiny little flaccid penises or big, hard, throbbing cocks?
Yeah, let's Ron White him up. Let's do that.
I think it's time to move on. We've been beating a dead cat here, as Peter said.
We do have
a question like he was about to admit something, though, or come out and agree on something or something.
Amy, we do have a question from you from the chat. Why do you think everyone's gay? P-Town's asking.
Actually, can we hold on to that? Just let's finish up with Jason here, and then because that's a different topic.
All I wanted to say is that parasites in general, they get into a certain type of host. They like pig, they like cow, different types like different pigs, different types like cow, different types of chicken, different types like everything in nature has some kind of weird parasite going on.
Jason, I have one question. I have one question for you.
Could you have not waited until I was finished? Like I'm not even going to take a minute to do this. Like,
Peter,
come on, Peter, give him a moment.
Jason finish. Let Jason finish here. He's almost done.
Peter.
Yeah, and really like seconds, dude. What the parasite does throughout the entire time of his body is the cat eats the parasite and it turns into the asexual parasite inside the cat, and it goes all through the cat and laying eggs everywhere. And they're dormant until the cat dies, or the pig dies, or the cow dies, or the human dies, and then your pH balance is set to a certain level where that activates those parasites. They eat you at a microscopic level, thus re-nourishing the land at a microscopic level, and then they become dormant again. The eggs that they have become dormant in the ground, and an animal will come by and eat that, and then cycle all over again. That's all I wanted to say.
I have one final question.
I have one.
Well, after Peter.
Hold on,
Go,
Amy.
Peter. Go, Peter. You're good. You're good.
I had one question. So, Jason, do you believe in a God?
Creators. I don't believe in omnipotence. If that's what you were asking.
I was a simple question. Do you believe in a
It's
God?
not that simple of a question, dude. What the fuck?
It is. You either believe or you don't.
Believe in a God or you don't.
I don't believe in an omnipotent God.
But do you believe in a God? Any God?
I believe that there's things that can manipulate my world and me not understand why or how, and I would consider that a God.
But do you believe that?
The reason
I believe that has been done.
The reason for you to believe that there is a God is because he created parasites?
No, that's not the way. The reason I believe there is a
why
creator
are we
is
even
because
entertaining that?
I told you why. It's very specific. You don't bring. It's like the flat Earth. You don't poke it until.
Well, here's the thing.
You bring up God, and then.
If me and you are plant-based and we don't eat animal products and we are vegan and our body's alkaline, we don't have parasites. If I wanted to trick you into becoming a fucking goober zombie that would listen to anything and be schizophrenic and I could scare him, I would simply feed you some animal product. Shut the fuck up and I'll tell you. I would simply feed you some animal product, and then you would become parasitic infected. I would keep feeding you these things so that you have these things for a long time.
Jason,
and with these
all
hold
of
on,
things.
with these things do to you,
I'm already all of those things. What I'm curious about
is
is
will
this.
slow your
This
cognitive
stage is
abilities and growth
Listen,
in children,
listen,
physical growth
listen.
as well.
Jason, I'm already all of those things. So I'm a goober
I'm
and
telling you,
a
I'm telling you
zombie
why.
and infected with parasites. I'm already all of those things. So the stage is about convincing us that a God exists, and I failed to grasp the point why you're here.
I always get towed up here, so I figured you guys want to talk about this. I'm doing what I do, and you guys keep asking me to do it again. So
because it's hilarious.
It's because we have cooties.
It's hilarious. I think I'm the only person that fucking because you literally are fucking wrong with what you're talking about.
Okay, so just for context.
Okay.
Really? Why would you
Okay,
be
just-
rude like that? Like,
Just
what's your
for
problem?
context, for anybody who's been listening to this, who's like, what happened to the show about theism? It doesn't have anything to do with God. A long time ago, and for several more appearances, Jason presented us the idea, and I'll say it because I've been trying to get him to say it or get someone to ask him, but Jason presented the idea, and tell me if I get it wrong, that parasites infect lots of people, and the parasites
7 billion.
influence... Yeah, you don't need to give me the exact numbers, but just tell me if I get anything totally wrong at the end, okay? So parasites infect a lot of people. It heavily influences their behavior and their thinking, and that is what he means when he says a God that actually exists. So he hasn't said that there's a creator of the universe God. He has said that the sum total effect that parasites have on human behavior meets his particular definition of a God being anything that controls the minds of lots of people.
Thank you. Yes.
Is that accurate? Okay, so I just wanted
Yes,
to,
thank
because
you.
anyone who's listening to this is like, what the hell are they talking about for like the last 40 minutes?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still thinking
Can
of
I-
that.
Dude, that
one.
was a
Thanks for the
beautiful
clarification.
explanation.
I just want to put a final bow on this for me. Okay, so Jason, you've answered. You're very heterosexual, masculine male. We've been talking about parasites. My final question, or I think it is,
Please.
if you were to be put in a room with a very specific way that they were able to get maybe some concoction of, in your opinion, parasites or viruses or whatever you want to call it, could they turn you gay?
What do you mean turn me gay? What do you like? Like,
Would they
you're
make you
actually-
physically attracted to men,
Well, it
or
would have-
maybe
well,
feeling feminine?
let me explain. The low impulse control comes, and there's a study out there. I'm not going to provide it, right? Obviously, I'm talking right now. There's a study out there that has to do with you choosing a partner, and if you have these parasites, you generally don't, your standards kind of lower, right? So low impulse control. Now this might trigger you guys.
No, that hunky bodyguard. He's starting.
Hold on to your man titties. Ready, guys? Hold on. Semen is addictive. It has chemicals that are literally addictive. Look it up.
And you know this by experience, I guess.
Stop.
I know this.
Good. You can't stop once you pop.
Yeah.
Is there anybody who just drinks their own? Like some people
That's
drink their own
issue.
urine.
That's kind of the issue.
Jason,
Like, if you have,
there is a book
really.
on Amazon that offers recipes for several drinks, including semen. So maybe you want to go and check
I
that
didn't
out.
write the studies. You might want to check it out.
If it's addictive, at least you can have a little alcohol with it.
The thing. It's the peptides located in the seminal fluid, and it gets in the bloodstream, and it goes into the brain. It's able to pass the blood-brain barrier.
I'm really curious. These
peptides bond to certain areas in the brain, and it makes the woman addicted to the man because you're supposed to have a baby at that point when you have sex.
Jason, hold on. I really need to know. So you have done extensive research on this. How many men did you have provide semen for you to in order to make all these conclusions? I'm just wondering.
That's boring, dude. That's boring.
Peter,
dude.
this is a serious discussion. Please don't troll Jason.
What?
We are doing science.
That's not okay, Peter. Don't troll Jason. He's a friend of the show.
Let's just narrow down the reason. I say the reason Amy does it's not that everyone is gay. It's that everyone is bi. And I preface that on the P squared principle. The P squared principle is prison and procreation. So PP, the P squared principle is.
I'll answer the question. I got a whole bunch of hobos to suck your father off, and then we figured it out like that. It was
okay. I think we need to keep things civil. This has gone extremely wild.
We have two people in the audience with their hands up.
Jason, do you have any last thoughts you wanted to share for half a minute?
No, I'll just leave you with the thought of a hobo sucking a dude's dad off for seeing his
nipple. We've heard enough. Thank you, Jason. Maybe next time you'll get back into worms or maybe snakes or something.
I love it, Randolph, how you implied that he could have thoughts at the end.
I'm gonna strongly recommend a high dosage of clozapine and
Jason.
Ladies and gentlemen,
mixed with sperm from at least 3 different men.
There is nothing wrong with a straight man addicted to semen. I don't know what any of you have to say.
It's so weird because I'm bi, and I've had boyfriends in the past, and I actually have no addiction whatsoever to it. It's like I don't find it appealing at all. I don't. So
Never tried it. Not interested. I am 100% straight. I am one of the anomalies in what you were saying earlier, JL. I think I'm one of the anomalies in what you were saying earlier that everybody's a little bit bi.
Yeah, everybody. It's literally just everybody's just a spectrum of bisexuality. That's all it is, and it's the P squared. It's the P squared principle.
I'm at the extreme end. That's
prison and procreation.
Straight, but I've talked about this before with other people, and someone joined that conversation years ago because people were arguing about it, and they interjected with that they are a little bit bisexual, which I thought was funny.
Who's next?
Yeah, so we've got a few people in queue. I say we take one more. I say we stop at 3.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's stop in about.
I love the phrasing, Taco. Since we were talking about men drinking semen, and you saying I would take one more.
That was not intentional. Perfect. Smiley, I'm inviting you up.
He just watches that one scene in Ted 2 on repeat.
We'll say I am going to be on my knees.
Hello,
Welcome, Smiley.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah,
I'm
thanks.
I'm not allowed the soundboard,
Hey,
Amy,
real
so I
quick.
couldn't do that.
So am I allowed to start
Smiley.
speaking?
Well, Smiley told me in the direct messages that he's deconverting. So maybe we take one more on top of Smiley, see if we can get someone to come in here and have
Yeah.
evidence for the existence.
We can be
of God.
quick with Smiley. What's going on, Smiley?
Hey, so I went to church today and they brought in a political speaker, and it started to make me think, why am I pro-choice? Why am I Christian? I could be using this for other things, and regardless of my beliefs, I don't want political things in my church, and I don't like the Catholic attitude towards church.
Do you mean why am I pro-life?
It's a violation of the Johnson Amendment, so sure, I
You know
get
what?
it.
Either way.
Sorry, were you asking why am I pro-life?
Well, my main question is, why shouldn't I just switch to another religion?
Yeah.
I think what he was saying is, why should I base any of my political policies off, what a guy on the pew is saying?
Yeah.
Well, you're free to change religions anytime you want.
Are you asking, is there a reason you should pick none instead of just switching to a better one that you find less objectionable?
Like maybe just the Christian faith is misguided. Maybe Judaism, or that would be better for me. Or like what argument is there to just be atheist?
Great question.
Basically, if you find that you don't believe in deities, that's what it is to be an atheist. That's it. You don't have to have justification for that. Whereas holding a belief does require having some kind of justification for that belief, because people don't just normally believe in a whole deity without having some kind of reason behind it. So, but non-belief doesn't require justification. You don't have to have it. Many people do, and many people don't.
And you can look into a variety of religions. I think most people do when they're coming out of one. My biggest warning to you was, don't go to any extreme just to kind of start traveling. What I would actually sell you on is skepticism or doubt, just holding beliefs for what evidence that you have, listening to people carefully, but actually verifying what they're saying, and having a good epistemological toolkit, which is just a fancy way for saying, how do we know what we know? And for many skeptics, that tends to be science. You can use syllogisms through philosophy and argumentation, but I find that the peer review system, science in general, is the best tool that we have of knowing anything, and it's one of the main pillars for why I am an atheist.
Now, the thing is, if you are feeling pressured by anybody to leave the religion, then take that as a bit of a cautionary note. Be skeptical of that. There's no pressure from atheism itself for people to become an atheist. There's nothing in atheism that says you have to remain an atheist or that people need to be atheists. Nothing like that. The only thing is just not believing deities. The rest is entirely up to you. When people do leave a religion, it takes a different amount of time for each person. And quite often when people leave, maybe they stop believing in their deities, their gods or goddesses, but they still have a fear of some other things that they learned in the religion, like still having a fear of hell or going to hell or things like that. And so it very often isn't an all or nothing proposition. People will kind of discard a piece at a time until they're finally feeling comfortable enough to finally say, yeah, I'm completely done with all of this stuff. And others can just leave the whole thing altogether. The fact that you're questioning it is really excellent, because you are thinking in what are your own best interests. Everybody should do this and think about what is in their own best interests when it comes to being part of any kind of ideology.
I want to ask a question. What is it that appealed to you about religion in the first place? Or did you just kind of be religious because it's been just a tradition in your family or something?
Yeah, sure. So my mom was raised Catholic. She's the reason we all went to church. And my dad was also raised Catholic. He grew up in the St. Paul, Minneapolis area. And I think his parents were firmly religious too. He actually spoke to me on the phone after I wanted to talk to him. He said, every Saturday, Miles, we were firmly religious. Every Saturday, they'd put me in the bus at 8 a.m. and they'd take me down to the mission, and they talked to us about why abortion is bad. They were fiercely religious in my area, and I was like, And the whole time, when I was a kid growing up, I was judging my dad because he would watch a lot of TV and stuff like, oh, he's lazy. He doesn't want to go to church with his family. But I think he's confided in me that he just lost interest in the church and he thought there was better things he could put towards like providing for his family. Basically, I was just raised.
Okay, so you were raised by a sort of a lapsed Catholic around Catholicism, but not really actively going to church.
Well, I was raised by my mother, who was the opposite. She was
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were going back and forth between your mother and your father, and when you were with your father, you judged your father for not being more religious or something.
Yeah, but I think I can understand. Yeah.
Okay, but now you kind of understand what he was talking about, because you're starting to have your own issues with Catholicism.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so the reason I ask this is because, the classic salesman thing is not, here's why this car is the best car. It's what kind of car are you looking for? So I'm just trying to understand what it is that you're looking for in your current religious experiences, because that may have a bearing on what's helpful for you if you do move away from it to make that easier on you. So do you currently have a lot of friends in that religion, or that you associate with because of the religion, or would it not, like, if you quit Catholicism tomorrow, is it going to affect your social life? Is it going to affect your marriage, anything like that?
It could.
Interruption.
Mr.
AJ and Delaney, respond to my messages, please. Continue.
I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Your question was, yeah. So,
would it affect you if you did quit? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I grew up going to Young Life. If you haven't heard of it, it was this thing founded in the 20th century where all my friends would go to it from high school. We'd go on retreats. It was fun.
Is it like Bible camp?
Kind of, yeah. We'd go to someone's house every Friday or so. They'd have campaigners where we would mostly just read stuff, and then club where we would do silly shit and read Bible. But mainly, a lot of the people who are the firmest Catholics and conservatives are my best friends, and I'm starting to question them because they are very reactionary and, are not kind towards people who don't believe in God. I'm starting to question people like them as well.
Yeah. Their hostility towards difference is a sign that maybe they have a hard time handling it and aren't confident enough in their beliefs to be able to actually successfully defend it and respect people disagreeing with them, right?
Yeah, and that's part of what you almost asked me, which is, what do I want in place of religion or Christianity? I want something that, still respects other people's beliefs. I can pray and stuff maybe, but like, I don't want things that are fiercely political like this. I could write to my congressman, but I just feel I have more detail on what I would like in place, but that's basically it.
Well, one thing I would suggest is that you can look at a history of various people who started out in a society of a Christian faith, but kind of drifted towards something that they thought was less objectionable. And one of those movements was deists, where they basically said, like Thomas Jefferson, there's so much stuff in this Bible that's horrific or bad, but we like Jesus and these things that he said or did. So we're going to still kind of like associate with the church, but we're just not going to believe most of what they say. And Jefferson took scissors to his Bible and just sort of like chopped it down to the stuff that Jesus said that he liked and that sounded plausible. And it was called the Jefferson Bible. In every religion, there is, or almost every religion that I know of, there is a branch of it that doesn't really believe in the supernatural, that's referred to as spiritual naturalism. In other words, people who are like, they identify as Jewish, they do Jewish ceremonies and rituals because it's part of their culture, but they refer to themselves as humanistic Judaism. So they don't really like teach their kids in the supernatural or creationism or any of that stuff literally, but they still think that the book is a part of their culture, and they'll still go to the synagogue with their fellow Jews and get along with them. So if what you want is to kind of not rock the boat and get in a lot of trouble with everyone around you for not being the right kind of Catholic anymore or something, I would kind of look at the history of people that do that. Because what spiritual naturalism is saying is basically, hey, I get that what they believe isn't literally true anymore, but I understand that there's benefits that they get from it. It's hard for them to leave it. I don't want to get into arguments with them about it. And it's kind of a position saying that spirituality, when viewed metaphorically, can have some benefits, but it's not to be taken literally.
Just to build off what Ix was saying, the Jeffersonian Bible is fantastic. My joke is he cut out all the supernatural out of the Bible, thus it's now a pamphlet. So much easier to read. But we can, if you are looking for what I would say the good of religion without the double-edged sword, without all of the bad, if you're looking for traditions, family, community, even a sense of belonging and culture, I would say that you can find all of that, if not better, within secular avenues. I know many on this panel are trying to build that. I think that we try to do outreach because we think that a lot of us, when we were younger, or at least first coming out of religion, we said, well, oh shit, we're the only person who has ever not believed in a god, and so it's just like my community over here and myself, and that could be very lonely, very disenfranchising. And so the alternative is that we are actually slowly gaining ground or getting bigger. I think that we don't have to have these denominational schism wars. You don't have to worry if you're Catholic or Protestant or Sunni or Shia. We can just be ourselves, come as we are, and when we actually debate politics, it's over beer and bread.
Yeah. The last part of what you said, yeah, I totally agree with.
So just to kind of like put a fine point on it. So I imagine, Smiley, that you're more interested in believing as many true things as possible than false things, right?
Yeah.
That's a good place to start. So you look at just example, like you're doing the right thing. You're on the path I would say anybody should take, is that ask questions. If something doesn't make sense, don't be afraid to ask questions. And if you can't find the answers from the leadership that you currently have, look elsewhere. And if you can't find the answers there, just start doing the work yourself. You're doing exactly what many of us did along that kind of journey. I'm not saying that you're going to wind up an atheist. You may not. You may wind up in another religion entirely that kind of suits your needs or suits what you want to believe. So, but yeah, there should be no hesitation in asking questions. You know, one of the biggest problems that I had running into, basically, I kind of had the same situation when I was a believer, because I was brought up and raised in the Methodist faith. And there was an event that took place during a regular typical Sunday. I was there in church, and the pastor made a joke at the expense of the Baptists, and everybody laughed. It was so much fun because there's a bit of bad blood between the Baptists and the Methodists. Well, I got the joke, but it seemed very weird to me. Why would we be laughing at the expense of another denomination? We're all Christians. We all believe in the same thing, ostensibly the same thing, and we want the same thing for everybody else. But why are we poking fun at each other, especially when the other person, the other one, is not around to defend themselves? That felt very bullying to me. It's like, haha, we're going to have a laugh at them because they're not here. Ha 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 ha. That felt very exclusionary. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's kind of the antithesis of what Christianity is supposed to be. It was that basic moment, very similar to you, like when the politics come in. You're like, wait a minute, why are we trying to influence politics with what we believe here? That doesn't make that doesn't make sense to a degree to you. The same thing to me. That kind of exclusionary principle idea didn't make sense. And that's what led me on the journey of kind of questioning things and trying to determine the truth of these things. How can we justify this kind of behavior when we claim we're this, but we engage in this? How do we do that? And then I realized it's right throughout all of religion. All religions do this. You know, it doesn't matter if you're Islam, doesn't matter if you're Jewish, doesn't matter if you're Christian or Catholic or Protestant, all of them do it. They all poke fun at somebody because somebody's just that wrong, you know, and we're just so much more right than they are. And that was kind of led to the conclusion that these things are man-made. These things they have agendas, they have purposes. We have these systems in place in order to affect various outcomes that support societally what we believe or what we want to be true. And so I went on my path. Never stop asking questions. Always look at it. You look at it from that perspective. Be like, back up a little bit and be like, this doesn't jibe. Why doesn't it jibe? Why is 2 + 2 not equaling 4 in this particular situation? And you'll eventually, I don't know where you're going to end up, but you're on the right path. I can't say that.
All right, yeah. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your experience from church today. That's it's a fairly common thing, especially just before elections. We see here in Canada. Well, theists see it. They tell me about it. They're that politicians will even come and try to appeal to the religious group because they just want to get votes. So I think you're right to question and be suspicious of politicians or anybody trying to sell anything to the group. Because, these groups often present themselves as genuine and natural and not motivated by any of this kind of commercial stuff. And yet the commercial stuff, including politics, gets wound into it anyway. So, yeah, definitely ask yourself, is this part of the original mandate you signed up for? Is a totally reasonable question in any group, not just religious groups.
Yeah. And if I could just say one last thing, it's that I encountered someone in the Discord a few days ago I was talking about how I was a Catholic, and he said, "Oh, are you a liberal?" And I said, "Yeah, you're not a Catholic." I say, "Oh, well, I am a Catholic. I believe in certain things, and some I don't." And he said, "Well, do you believe in abortion?" "Yes." "You're not a Catholic." And he listed all these reasons that meant I wasn't a Catholic.
Okay, so yeah, and so what he's doing is he's trying to apply peer pressure onto you to conform with what his understanding of the demographic is. Yeah, and exactly. And so this is something that happens a lot, I notice, is not just with Catholics, but there are a number of religious people. And there's many religious people who don't do this as well. But there are the ones who do, like, you'll see this with the Muslims. They'll say, "Oh, well, Islamic State aren't true Muslims," or something like that. And I've asked a lot of theists over the years what they think the requirements are to be whatever their religion is. And although the reasons there's often a variety of reasons, the common reason that is with all of them is belief in their God or deities or whatever their deity or deities are. And so the way I look at it is, as long as you have the basic of what is clearly the requirement for that religion, which is usually believing in the deity, and there might be one or two other things. As long as you have those basic core things, that's up to you. You've got enough justification to say that's who I am. And what is the problem with diversity in any demographic? I see a diversity as an advantage as well as a disadvantage in certain ways, but I think overall it's more of an advantage, more advantageous. So diversity is something to be celebrated because it also keeps a demographic alive and well and healthy and interesting. So when they're telling you that you're not conforming and they're trying to pressure you to conform, what they're also doing is the underlying message there is that they don't want diversity. They don't want people to think differently. They want everyone to fall in line and be the same so that they can all agree on everything with what? Not ever having to talk about anything?
Yeah, thanks.
Feel free to come back anytime or hit any of us up in private message if you have any further questions or concerns. We'll all be happy to help.
Exactly, and you have a community here.
And there's also Canadian Atheists Discord and the Atheist Community of Discord, which are both Discords which are friendly to people who are, questioning their faith. And there's a nonprofit which helps people deal with recovering from religion, specifically in terms of, whatever comes up as a result or in the process of dealing with this. And for some people, like I asked about your family and stuff, because you want to be careful with how it's going to affect somebody when they're on the brink of that change.
Yeah.
So what X was just saying, there's some links on the theisthelpline.com website under the resource section. I'm just going to post a link to that in the Heathen Hangout chat for you as well, so you can find it, and they're all in one spot there.
And Recovering from Religion has a hotline. So literally, if some shit's going down and like you've got family issues, get kicked out of your parents' house because they find out you're not religious like they are anymore, whatever, call 84 I doubt it, 844-368-2848. And there are literally volunteers who care so much about people going through the same process that they're there to help you.
All right. Yeah.
If you like Smiley, I sent you a message with a link that I think you might find helpful. Just to do some comparative analysis. Cool.
Yeah. All right. I think yeah.
So the last parting word I'll give you is thank you very much for being here. You're always welcome, and this goes for everybody. Figure out what pace works best for you, and do that for yourself. Because if somebody rushes you into something and you go into it a little faster, you could end up with some regrets later on. You should be in charge of how you live your life and the pace at which you want to change things. That should be entirely up to you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks, Richard.
You're welcome. Take care.
Thank you, bud.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming up. So that is the end of the show. We had a few amazing guests. Click everybody's links. Randolph, you want to say anything?
Well, I'll just start off by pointing out that everybody's links can be found at theisthelpline.com/about. And we've got each of the hosts listed there in alphabetical order with all our relevant links, which we will update from time to time if anything changes. So that's a lot easier than just saying them on the air here. But if you don't mind, I'll just go ahead and go through everybody. Did you have any final things that you wanted to say? Let's pick somebody. X. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Well, I already mentioned that I recommend people check out Recovering from Religion if they are on the verge of leaving their religion. And the other links that you can find on those sites that I mentioned are Rational Wiki, which covers all of the random skeptical sort of topics that, UFOs, aliens, ghosts, that sort of touch onto people's belief in the supernatural and God. You can find most of them thoroughly debunked there. And religions.wiki is a wiki that was originally created by Matt Dillahunty's team, and it is maintained and updated with almost all of the arguments for and against belief and existence of God, and it is very, very thorough. So those are the two links I recommend: religions.wiki, Rational Wiki, and Recovering from Religion. I know that's 3.
Okay, thank you very much, X. JL Warren, do you have any final thoughts for today?
It was a good one. So I want to thank everybody for coming up. Some interesting conversations and some entertaining ones, to say the least. Thank you to all the co-hosts, Ix, Randolph, Amy, Taco, Peter, Xerxes, who was here, TJump. Thank you all for popping in. And of course, thank you to everyone who is hanging out in the audience, everyone in the live chats as well. Appreciate all of y'all. If you want to continue the conversation, I'm currently live. I know that Randolph is probably live as well, but there are some live chats going on. You can come over to our channels and check those out. And we can, if you have questions that you didn't get to ask up here, you can ask them in our live chats, and we can try and address them there. But this was a good one. This was 2023 is shaping up to be really, really good. So thank you all again, everybody, and thank you everybody up here on the stage as well.
All right, Peter, what are your final thoughts?
As always, I had a lot of fun doing this because to me this is my idea of fun. We having good conversations, and then every once in a while, as JL pointed out, a fun conversation in between. That's always good. I have started my channel back up, and because we hadn't had a show go live for quite a while. I thought I'd start off with a guy that I have been fighting with on Twitter for at least, I think, 2 or 3 years. And as my co-host, I chose a guy that he had blocked on Twitter. And I think this conversation proves that talking to people face to face is a lot better than some of the social media that is out there. We had a really good conversation, and he's probably going to come back with a topic of his own, which is the thing we provide after a show. So I'm really looking forward to doing more conversations on my own channel. But I'll keep doing this because the people we get here I love some of the arguments that we get on this stage. So thanks again to everyone in the panel, especially Taco, for putting this together. It's I think it's great. Oh, and Randolph, thank you for making the website.
Yes, that's
theisthelpline.com.
amazing. Theisthelpline.com. And the
Yes.
websites, theisthelpline.org, atheisthelpline.com, and atheisthelpline.org, all linked to it.
Yeah.
Redirect you to it. That's the correct term.
Yeah, and you can find the links to every single panel member on this show on that website. So if you want to know more about any of us, if you want to get in touch with any of us, all of the relevant links are there. So thank you so much, Randall, for providing that for us.
Yep, and we should definitely take a look at the sponsors page in that website. It includes the Politics Discord and Canadian Atheists. The Taco was the... Oh, I guess, Amy, you have some final thoughts. I'm sure you've got something to say about today's show.
It was definitely an entertaining show. I will give us that. And I want to thank our audience and the people that were in chat. I want to also send love to the entire panel. Thank you both, Ix. Thank you both, Peter, J.L. Warren, Randolph, and Taco, as well as TJump. You should be liking, subscribing, and following all of their channels. I have my own...
And Xerxes. You left out
and
Xerxes.
And Xerxes, who honestly, I'm really glad that he has been joining our panel. I've been watching a bunch of his stuff. In fact, I'll give a final shout. I'll give a final re-shout out. But you can also find my content as well as my co-host at youtube.com/Amy Newman, where James W. and I do comedic, skeptic, oftentimes atheist content. I want to really, however, thank Randolph Taco for hosting this. And then if you are on TJump's, JL Warren's, or Xerxes, all of them create content. And please like, share, follow, do it all. We really love to support each other because, like I keep on saying, we don't have to have religious holy wars. We don't have to schism. We can just support each other. This is the one and only life that we know we have, and I am great to share it with all of you.
All right, thank you, Amy. I did have a little bit of stuff to say about one of our guests, what they raised. It's about what they raised, not about the guest. But Taco, did you have any final thoughts before I go into that?
No, that was a good show. That was fun. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Everybody join Politics Discord. Just discord.gg/politics.
Yes, they are sponsoring the stage here, and we are greatly appreciative of that. One of the guests that we had today was they at about an hour and 10 minutes in is when they started. They talked about having a rational or reasonable justification for believing in a deity, believing in a god or a goddess or a number of them. And the example that I gave was Pascal's gambit, also known as Pascal's wager, as possibly a reason for that could be considered reasonable. So if somebody is looking at these things, I think that it is a rational attempt to be rational. Intention is to be rational. They're looking at the odds and they're trying to play it safe. And this is something we do. It's a survival trait. It is a rational thing to do to try to play the odds is not really the greatest word for it, I think, greatest phrase, but to try to mitigate our risks and reduce risks in our lives and in, I guess, our afterlife as well is what is being promoted there. So I think the intention is very good for people, but it is problematic. Pascal's wager has a number of different problems with it. So once people start to become more informed on what those problems are, they usually want to seek other reasons. And one of the biggest problems I've noticed is when people join a religion because they they're finding that Pascal's gambit made sense to them, and they don't want to take the chance of suffering in an afterlife. The way that this wager is presented is that it says all you have to do is to believe in this God, and then this God will not be upset with you, and you will not be punished after you die. The problem that comes up, that happens pretty much every time, is you join a religion, and then there's more requirements that are added on. Oh, but you have to do this as well, and that as well, and all these other things you have to do to keep God happy. Well, what happened to the original wager? Isn't that what the original sales routine? I see the wager as kind of a sales and marketing gimmick. It tries to lure people in with a very simple requirement, but then once you're in, you find out there's more requirements. It's like the fine print in the contract is not revealed to you in the wager, but
It's
it is
only convincing to those who already believe.
Yeah, but it is revealed to the people who've accepted the wager and decided to play it safe and join that religion and believe in that God. And it doesn't tell you the full picture of what they're really intending to do. So don't trust these things, question them, take doubt as your ally, and apply critical thinking as best you can. One of the easiest ways to take down Pascal's wager is to ask which deity or deities. How do you know that you are trying to please the correct one?
That I was about to say that if you are going to apply Pascal's wager, you have to believe in every single god someone is presenting to you. Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
Yeah, with the exception of the gods and goddesses that don't want anyone believing in them. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
So now you're going to have to keep track of it all and sort it out. Well, you know,
Yeah, but
more important
if
things in life.
If you've seen the movie The Mummy, then that's perfectly fine strategy. Just wear all the religious symbols, and if you meet a supernatural being that's, you know, possibly related to one of the religions and scared of it, it might intimidate them.
Oh, interesting. Another problem with Pascal's gambit.
I have a small anecdote regarding to that because I know a person who did do that, and at some point traveled through the United States and was pretty upset about the fact that they might be getting killed once they were either pulled over or going for some food somewhere. The person that I'm talking about is Arn Ra. You can ask him about it. That's why he's no longer wearing all those symbols.
That's funny.
And I was going to say that there was a different supernatural force at play, and that is being Brendan Fraser. Slightly different.
Yes, support him. He is a returning actor.
That's true. Came back with the whale. But also kills mummies.
With that, I think I'm ready to end the show here. And I guess, Taco, you can start shutting things down. Thank you again to everybody who joined us today in our audiences, as well as coming up on stage with us to engage in the free exchange of ideas as you share your arguments with us to attempt to convince us. Not necessarily, I don't mean argument in the sense of fighting. I mean the sense of presenting ideas that you're trying to be persuasive. We appreciate it. It can be a lot of fun. The calls can go a little long sometimes, but I think these are good conversations. So thank you again, everybody. We really appreciate you all being here, and we hope that everybody's enjoying it as much as we are. Take care. Have a great day.
Bye, everyone.
Happy Chinese New Year.
Happy New Year.